Yeah, and actually got even better. Grant top decked the Erica's Invitation. I was about to say Hospitality. I'm pretty sure there's a card called Erica's Hospitality, but Erica's Invitation.
Yeah.
And there's a bench space open, something that we didn't see in all of game number 1. I'm pretty sure True never had a possibility for the Erica's Invitation here. And we see this time Grant committing to the Psyduck, not playing around this time, wants to have the flexibility of the nest balls later on, doesn't want to have to commit that to the Psyduck later in the game. So yeah, we don't even need to see a specific supporter played here from Grant. He has the flexibility to play any supporter he wants to try and make things as difficult for Truant on the next turn as possible. Of course, with no Duskulls on the bench, there's not that much Truant can do.
For Grant here, pretty tame prize cards, it looked like. A couple supporters, a counter catcher, nothing too bad. And we do see the classic Eviltal switch in with the subjugating Chains of Petrunt into the retreat of the Mega Kangaskhan. Now run errands, drawing a couple cards, another energy, another Turbo Energize.
And is considering the, yeah, I like to see the Dark Energy. You want to have the flexibility of your energy switches as soon as possible for that energy committed to the Kangaskhan. So it was initially looking like it was going to be the miss, but then realized, oh wait, I got the Dark Energy, even better. Let's commit that. And actually might just not even play a supporter this turn. Like I mentioned the Erica's Invitation, it's in there. There's a bench space open. It might be hard to find time to play it later in the game, so I kind of like it here.
Get a little hand information, see what else Truant is working with as well, off after the Jewel Seeker.
Yeah, maybe you can catch a Pheasantipity is like the big card I could think of, and there is no basic Pokemon here to be caught, but you have full info of what's coming on that next turn.
Seeing everything Truant has access to. Of course, Erica's Invitation, a pretty unique one, a card that's been played sporadically, mostly in stall strategies, was pretty solid in the Snorlax deck that I know you were a fan of. You used to win a regional championships yourself. Looking at your opponent's hand and revealing any basic Pokemon they have there, putting it onto the bench and bringing it into the active spot. Not an option here for Grant, as he will just Turbo Energize a couple energies into play onto Mega Absol EX, and Truant immediately into the Jewel Seeker, wasting no time, searching out a Rare Candy and a Dawn. This will get him whatever combo pieces together he would like.
Yeah, and of course, you're going to want to get that Pidgeot EX online, and aggressively lining up the Klefki as well there. And looking at the board state, only one Monkey Dory down. It is possible for a terminal period to happen, but building up damage and play on these Mega Pokemon is also very valuable. I wonder if we'll see Truant actually Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard if it's available, and then just go for a swing into the Kangaskhan, because it is possible for the terminal period, but I think it's pretty unlikely with the current board state.
Yeah, I don't think he has the ability to quite... Oh, no, he does have Pidgeot in hand, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Dawn can get the Charizard. He actually could get Charizard out here if he wants to. Let's see if he does. He did prize a Rare Candy. That is a piece here. He does play the full 4. And with one being prized, it makes it a little harder to pull together his big Dusknoir combos were he to expend 2 here on this opening turn.
Yeah, definitely.
Turn.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, we'll see how Truant chooses to approach this. We see the Klefki getting lined up alongside the Charmeleon. Might just try and go wide here with an Area 0, get some Duskulls established to set up for that big combo turn, or get another Charmander down plus Candy Charizard to start swinging. And we do see the Charizard getting grabbed. I think you'd grab that no matter what off the Dawn here. So it's not a for sure indicator of Candy Charizard, but still a possibility.
Yeah, feels like it will be Candy Pidgeot, and then quick search, finding out any one card from the deck. Could perhaps just set the board up a bit more efficiently with a Buddy Poffin. Get down another Hoot Hoot, get down another Charmander. There will still be a Duskull lacking from the bench here, but perhaps he will decide to go that route.
Yeah, you do kind of want all three of those, right? And it feels like you have to get a Charmander here. And if you don't get the Duskull, you're not putting the pressure on Grant that you really want to be. And honestly, as I'm seeing this play develop, that's kind of why I like just getting the hit in there with Charizard, because the terminal period is just not, it doesn't seem like it's going to be super available. And this also forces an Area 0 as well to get the full setup going. And that is one of the few ways we have to deal with that Watchtower.
There will be a Duskull and a Charmander. I actually wonder for Truant here, should something besides Klefki have been found from the Dawn? Perhaps one of those other three basic Pokemon, right? A Hoot Hoot, a Charmander, or a Duskull, so that all of those could hit the bench here. Yes, Klefki, a card he wants to have available.
Oh.
He's going to go aggressive with it, though, pushing it here. And that actually, you know, Azul, without a boss's orders on Grant's side, he wouldn't be able to use Mega Absol here.
Yeah, that could make things pretty awkward. There's a high chance of there being a boss's orders in the hand.
Or Penny, I suppose, right?
Yeah, Penny would also work. And there is the boss's orders there. Question for Grant is just, what do you boss? And then what does the attack even look like? We could attack with Absol here. There's a Mist Energy in hand. Or if we can find a Dark Energy, do we ever use Clutch from Yveltal? But with Charmeleon being the focus, I think we're going to finally see that first Claw of Darkness from Grant.
Not before the use of a Run Errand, though. Drawing two cards from the top of the deck. Another boss added. Could be strong moving forward here. And Grant will attach a Mist Energy to the Mega Absol EX. He'll use that Subjugating Chains to push active Yveltal and then retreat into Mega Absol. Claw of Darkness will take out Charmeleon. And we are finally going to see Grant be able to strip a card from Truan's hand. And this is where things could get scary for Truan. He has a Charizard EX in this hand that he just grabbed off of the Dawn. Grant could take that resource away. He also could take away the Iono, which is the only draw card in the hand currently.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to do anything big this turn from Truan without that Iono. And we see Grant is considering that. No Hoot Hoot on the bench for the potential of the Noctowl combo. I was going to say, one of the things that is sometimes scary about leaving the Klefki in play and knocking out something else is the Klefki can be pushed to more easily set up a Dusknoir combo against the Psyduck. But in this situation, I don't think Truan's going to be able to do too much by initiating by pushing up the Klefki. We actually see the Dusclops getting targeted from Grant here, kind of, I think, knowing that Truan won't be able to do an aggressive play this turn, and that would lead to an easier setup on a future turn.
If maybe forcing Truan here to use a Rare Candy onto a Charizard if he wants to get one of those into play, and that limits his access to Dusknoir later in the game if this Dusclops does go down, which of course it did. Now, Truan here into the quick search right away, searching for any one card. It does look like Rare Candy being lined up. So Charizard EX likely going to be coming out here, as a couple of energy cards are also brought to the front of the deck. Of course, Infernal Rain, that powerful ability on Charizard EX, so strong as it juices your attackers into play and also gets your powerful stage 2 up and running. Up comes the Charmander. There it is, Rare Candy into that Charizard. 3 energies from the deck. 2 onto Charizard. Where does the other one go? Or perhaps does he attack with Terapagos?
Yeah, maybe you just try and force your way through the Absol with a couple attacks, and then you'd probably rather, well, the Terapagos, I guess, could be killed by a Monkey Dory plus a Claw of Darkness. That'd be a little awkward. You probably want to force the full terminal period, which once again, Grant is not that well set up for. It is possible. The other thing to consider here in the sequence here, from Truan is the Nest Ball top deck, which could have become the Pheasantipity before the quick search. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Nest Ball still potentially become the Pheasantipity, or maybe a Hoot Hoot before playing this Iono.
Truan debating where this last energy will go, Terapagos or Pidgeot, and it does go on to Pidgeot EX, perhaps a nod to preparing to blustery wind away a future Rockets Watchtower.
Yep, so here we go with that Nest Ball, and it looks like the Hoot Hoot is going to be the target, setting that up to give yourself more combo potential in the future. And I assume the Iono will follow this, but I mean, I guess I could see a world where we don't Iono here. We'd be really hoping the
maybe
terminal period does not happen then, though.
I mean, maybe he doesn't want to INO. He is going to go for it, but perhaps there's an argument of not playing the INO because Truan's going to draw 6 cards off of this, and he's going to potentially be facing down a Claw of Darkness. He could lose a valuable resource here, whereas if he had not played Iono, he would effectively protect his hand.
Yep, and the draw there, pretty good. Gets a follow-up Charmander just in case of a terminal period. If we even attack this turn from Truan, I wonder if Truan is maybe going to retreat to the Klefki and then pass with it once again in the active. It feels like the Charizard attack, to me the Charizard attack is just kind of too tempting to pass up, but I can see Truan taking it a little bit slower until can fully remove this Mega Pokemon from play. Don't allow for any damage built up to be utilized through Monkey Dory.
It's always a bit of give and take. When do you be patient? When do you find yourself reserving, holding back from going aggressive with an attack? And when do you go all out? And when do you start swinging into these Pokemon and force your opponent to have the answer?
And it feels like with that Hoot Hoot grab here from Truan, well, I guess we have the Pidgeot as a follow-up. We could still see the attack this turn. Let's see what Truan opts for. And now the attach to the Trapago. So yeah, we have a couple different attacking options, and looks like we are just going to swing with the Charizard.
Looks like Truan is happy to get some damage into play. Charizard EX is Burning Darkness, dealing 180 base damage, and then 30 more for each prize card your opponent has taken. 210 at this point, of course. Could be lining up for a terminal period response KO. Grant would need a lot of cards to make that happen. He does have a Darkness Energy for the Monkey Dory. Actually, all he would really need now is a Penny, and he does have a Penny here, Azul. He could attach the Monkey Dory, use the Adrenaline Brain, Penny the Monkey Dory, use it once again, and that would be a terminal period.
We would be one energy switch short in that sequence there, Chip. We need...
only can attach.
Yeah. Almost there, but it was possible. And this is where it all starts. But I don't see a way to get more cards into this hand for Grant. So I think we're going to have to settle for... Honestly, I'm not sure. I wouldn't... Maybe was a clutch play ever a reality there for Grant? Petron up the Yveltal.
He does have Boss's Orders in hand.
You don't have Watchtower to go with it, of course.
He could just chase a Pokemon, take a knockout, maybe on the Klefki.
Well, you have the Monkey Door, so you could get the Trapagos for the 2 prizes here. Go down to 3 remaining. But Truan is still looking to be in a very good spot. Has that double Hoot Hoot in play. Still has access to the Quick Search. Yeah, I don't think you're ever bringing this up and not KOing it here as Grant. There's a Claw of Darkness. You're hoping for a very high value card here. But honestly, Truan's hand is okay. You don't even need to use Dusknoir next turn.
Dawn may be the strongest option. Well, I don't know. All Pokemon are in his hand, right?
Yeah, I almost think that Pheasant... I don't.
Dawn
honestly,
does cut him off of just easily getting a Noctowl, right?
The hand is just so bad, which is so good for Truan. Like, it's just so mediocre. Like, it's like, this is whatever.
Doesn't mind losing really any of that. And Grant will jump farther ahead here as far as the prize trade goes, but his heavily damaged Mega Absol in the active spot.
I do have to think that Dusknoir was probably the correct take there, as it limits a potential Dusknoir play this turn, but if there's the recovery cards prize for Truan, or Truan can't find those, Dusknoir might not be an option. I feel like the Dawn there was extremely low value.
Truan could win the game this turn here, Azul, if he uses Rare Candy into Dusknoir and KOs the active Mega Absol EX. Grant would go down to 2 prize cards remaining, and then Burning Darkness could deal 300 damage and KO the Mega Kangaskhan EX off the bench.
Yeah, you are right.
He has the Dusknoir in hand. If he has a Rare Candy remaining available,
what would we need? We just
need Prime Catcher and Rare Candy. Prime Catcher, Rare Candy is game.
I mean, that should be available, I feel like, here. Do a Noctowl. I don't see...
Yeah, he does have a Rare Candy prize. I think there's only 2 in his discard pile, though, so he should still have a Rare Candy available.
Oh, I think maybe Truan
Maybe he's piecing it together here, Azul. There's the Prime Catcher for sure.
He went back to the Fire Energy, I think.
So it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it. I'm pretty sure he had win.
Yeah, I think he had game there. I think you're right, Chip. That would have worked out, and that makes getting rid of the Dusknoir that much more important from Grant on the previous turn. And now, maybe pushing the Klefki feels so weird there from Truan. Truan was like hoping for a top deck to be able to get
And he literally just quick searched for a way to move the Klefki.
Yeah, that felt like Truan was on to what you were on to there, but then that makes that quick search a little awkward.
He is going to retreat that Klefki so he gets access to his Pheasantippides, flip the script, and he will take the knockout here on with the Charizard EX. He is responding, tying the game up here. 3 prize cards taken a piece for these competitors.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with a flaw for your line, but yeah, I think you're right, Chip. That was game on the previous turn. Truant still, I think, very much in command of this game. The Watchtower, I feel like, needs to be found right now for Grant Shen. Comboed with an Iono, most likely, and I don't think I see any of those pieces. I mean, Clutch does not seem very impactful for the amount of mobility cards still remaining for Truant with the backup of double Hoothoot.
With the quick search in play as well. Like, he's not going to be cut off from any of his resources. What can Grant do? Just a pass?
Oh, no.
And then now, I mean, all Truant needs now is Rare Candy, Dusknoir, get the Klefki into the active spot, and I think if he has an energy card, should have it lined up here, Azul. He can use the Prime Catcher, bring up that Mega Absol EX. He can use Rare Candy into his Dusknoir and take a KO on the Absol after that damage is placed.
Yeah, this time, I forgot about the Kangaskhan in game 1. There's Kangaskhan in the active, so we don't even need to Prime Catcher.
True, great point, and he'll do just that. And Charizard's Burning Darkness takes down the Mega Kangaskhan, and Truant Tran is a regional champion.
Truant Tran winning with the Charizard Noctowl deck. Yeah, insane game there. Able to put the combos together turn after turn and close it out there in game number 2, defeating Grant Shen, of course, with the
Five, 4, 3, 2.
And then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the Houston Regional. We've got a big city with a big tournament, tons of Pokemon action, and a new set to shake things up just a smidge. But the players are in position, still milling about, of course, finding their opponents, finding their next matches. And as they prepare for that next round, we are going to be preparing here in the lounge. My name is Adam Watson, and I'm joined by Jeremy Jalen, Pablo Meza, and Emily Foreman. We're going to break things down and also set the stage for Houston. But I want to know, how y'all feeling?
Great. I love being back at a regional championship, and we get a little bit of an update with the Senate Heroes finally in North America, so get to see a few new deck archetypes. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I really want to see how Mega Frostlass does. I want to see how many Pokepads we see in the top card. Pokepad seems to be like their thing this weekend.
It's certainly hot here in Houston. I was not expecting that when I walked out of the airport, but honestly, the action is really starting to gear up here. I think we've seen kind of a revitalization of a lot of archetypes that we're kind of going to see this weekend. We've seen multiple different lists, so I'm excited to see who comes out on top.
There's still plenty more action to move through, but we can turn our eyes towards the events that have come beforehand. You know, we're here in Houston, but we've already seen so many regionals in the past and now upcoming. Don't forget Orlando, Los Angeles, Indianapolis, etc. as we move our way towards Worlds in San Francisco.
Yeah, finally halfway through this graphic. It feels like it's been forever now for this season, but honestly, I can't have it any other way.
Yeah, and we're gonna really churn through from now until June, right? We have so many events: Orlando, LA, Indy, leading up to NAIC and Worlds. It's very exciting.
We're also going to be starting to see the one last riders, if you will, going out with Gardevoir. Rotation is coming very quickly, so a lot of players are starting to kind of miss their tried and true decks.
The players do have a tough decision to make once rotation comes. A lot of the diehard Gardevoir players are going to be left in the lurch, adrift, as you will. And speaking of the current format, I do want to turn our eyes back towards the last regional that just occurred in Seattle. And so we'll take a look at the recap for that NA regional.
The Seattle Regional Championship was another huge tournament during the Big Four era, where Gardevoir, Dragapult, Golden Go, and Charizard hoarded the top spots. As Zoroark EX and Mega Absol EX challenged the status quo with tooth and claw, the field was narrowed down to Grant Shen versus Truan Tran, Mega Absol Mega Kangaskhan EX versus Charizard EX. In both games, the players got off to solid starts, but without Team Rocket's Watchtower, Grant was unable to prevent his opponent from using the combined power of Pidgeot EX's Quick Search and Noctowl's Jewel Seeker. Truan searched out every piece he needed to evolve into Dusknoir, used Klefki to turn off the damp ability of Grant's Psyduck, and take back-to-back 3 prize knockouts on Grant's Mega Pokemon with Burning Darkness. Through his masterful display of multiple abilities and heavy hits, Truan Tran won it all to become the Seattle Regional Champion.
Charizard's Burning
God.
Darkness takes down the Mega Kangaskhan, and Truan Tran is a regional champion.
Make sure you join in on the next Pokemon event by visiting Pokemon.com/compete.
And congratulations to our champion and finalist from Seattle. This was a heavy-hitting finals. Mega Absol EX was one of the decks that had a lot of hype going into the format. Charizard we considered to be in the top 4, but to take it all was a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, definitely Charizard was one of those decks that performed a lot better over in the European circuit. We've seen a lot of wins come from there, and Truan just being able to win this tournament in his second tournament ever is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Grant has been playing for a long time, so also taking down one of the best performers in the NA circuit, that win for Truan probably means a lot to him.
Yeah, I'm also liking a lot of the changes that Charizard players, thanks to Phantasmal Flames, getting that key supporter Dawn allowed for a lot of consistency for Charizard to make a comeback in a different type of engine, but it worked out extremely well for Truan. So congratulations, and especially, like Jeremy said, in your second tournament of regional champion.
Congratulations indeed. Truan Tran's going to be joining our other NA regional champions, getting that automatic invite to Worlds, and still a lot of TBDs, a lot of champions to be crowned, but you can see he's joining some big names on this graphic.
Yeah, very stacked 5 players we have here. A lot of history, pretty much with all of them. And now including Truan with the second tournament ever regional win. I think his average placement's like 9th, 8th place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course we have Uncle Tord right in the middle amongst all our youngsters right there. Pretty cool to see. Tord, of course, still one of the best and still at the top of his game.
I think what's also interesting when you look at our champions, we see champions not only just from North America, but we also see champions from LATAM and from EU as well there. So getting that all LATAM finals in Toronto was extremely exciting as well.
And we can actually look now at the NA leaderboard. This isn't the only way to qualify for Worlds, folks. Get these champion points, try to stay on the upper levels of this leaderboard, and a lot of the players we're seeing here now are also going to be getting that automatic invite to the World Championships.
Yeah, Aban leading the pack at first place. It feels like we haven't really heard much from him these past few months, but started off the season so hot and just continuing to ride that streak. It'll be interesting to see when Gardevoir EX does rotate, what will happen.
You know what? I love seeing in this leaderboard, like the people who have like 6 championship points, 3 championship points. That means they're really grinding their locals, right? They're playing those league challengers, they're playing those league cups, which definitely once you max out your locals, they do add quite a good number, and it's very important if you're really trying to get that top 16 spot.
These players really indicate the passion and drive our top competitors in the Pokemon TCG have. and they're just going to keep driving these numbers up. I think that figuring out every season what the quote-unquote minimum points you would need in order to get that qualification or be in a decent spot on the leaderboard is definitely some calculus that I don't envy. But as we move across from the NA leaderboard, I want to take a look now at the EU regional champions. These players have been winning over there and have been really making a name for the other side of the pond.
Honestly, it's been really fun playing in EU. It's definitely a different landscape for sure. I mean, I've been blessed to be able to go to so many of these amazing countries, but gotta talk about Birmingham. Ethan Wild's big victory over there. It was the first time, I believe, a English player had won a regional, I think, for that country in, I want to say, since 2019 or something like that. So there hasn't been a big British winner actually since Joe Bernard won a regional back then. So very interesting kind of fun facts there. But I've been loving all of the EU tournaments, and honestly with a different array of decks as well. But I'm excited to see how EU kind of rounds out the season too.
I always appreciate comparing and contrasting the metagame that develops over there versus other places in the world. I remember Zardpult was kind of an EU signature for a long time, a very value-oriented deck, something that wanted to be very flexible for the metagame. And across all of EU, we know that Italy does quite well across VG and other titles too.
Yeah, I mean, you had, with the Zardpult, Oscar Madsen created it, and then Jesper Eriksson getting second place, really showing off that deck. And I don't even know if it's really still in the meta too much, but I really hope it is.
I think there's always quite a few believers in the deck out there. It's never shown up like in big numbers. People either prefer a pure Dragapult deck or a pure Charizard deck, but the combination definitely has its merits. And we did see, as you mentioned, Jesper do quite well. Now, these top 16 leaderboard for Europe, lots of familiar names, and just like a band started off the season strong, Tord Reklev at the top of the pack. Does that surprise you at all?
Not really, but honestly, one of, I think, my favorite stars of Europe this season has to be Emma Hagen, who has stayed tried and true on her Flareon deck, making multiple finals now in just a short amount of time. So I think she's having an amazing season, but I think, like we're all alluding to, it really kind of feels like Charizard land over there. You also have Oyvind Sivunfun, who's always done extremely well with Charizard, and also Julius Brunfeld also making really great runs and strides. So it's been really fun to see more EU players actually make the trip on over to North America and kind of show what that region has to offer.
I actually had a chance to talk to Julius a little bit in Seattle, and he was having the time of his life.
Yeah,
really,
for sure.
Really enjoying. That was a great interview, and you can just see, I've noticed sort of a new trend where a lot of competitive players are sort of finding more joy in the game. The rumor was it was getting very stale. You know, I don't know about this metagame, but players are still finding angles, finding decks that they love to play, having so much fun, and I hope they carry that energy forward past rotation. And I also want to take a quick look, folks, now at the LATAM leaderboard. These are some other big names that we have to make sure we keep on our radar. Giovanni Sasso Silva always sticks out to me. I see that name pop up all the time.
And then, of course, former world champion Fernando Cifuentes there, sitting at second place with over 1,300 championship points. It's great to see, especially when you can carry over that success into future seasons.
Yeah, same for Diego Casiraga, right? He's another uncle of the game, and I mean, playing for so long, still at the very top of his game. Huge props. Gustavo Wada, former world champion as well in the junior division, multiple international winners. So lots of top players right here.
I love that you're bringing up the whole uncle angle, because we also are teaching the younger generation. There was that, it was a couple seasons ago, right? We saw a lot of kind of newcomers to the Masters divisions having these breakout wins, seeing if they could find their footing, make a name for themselves. But it seems to be the true veterans that are still holding it down, still topping these leaderboards. And we need some new blood to come up and keep challenging them and keep the game fresh.
Listen, who do you think's coaching all them, right? All the young.
Ain't that right?
I mean, they're definitely getting outnumbered, the uncles versus the youngsters.
It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many new players. So the game has grown so much, and it's so cool to see. But yeah, it's amazing to be a part of that growth and seeing all these juniors and seniors. I mean, in those leaderboards, we have a lot of players who were just a senior player last season, and now they're dominating in Masters.
Yeah, that can't be discounted. It's not just the fact that they're young. Like, they are getting coaching, they are studying the game. There's more resources than ever before to get into Pokemon TCG and learn it and play it at an acceptable level, and just a wide variety of decks as well. Especially, you can find something that will be great to play. But speaking of finding a deck to play, we've got to talk about it. The metagame. Let's bring that graphic up and see what our players decided to bring to Houston.
Oh my.
Yeah, I think we're all looking at the same thing. And while, yes, Dragapult, of course, is in first, it's really that number 2 spot that is finally going to end Zoroark EX and ends Reshiram. But honestly, I would love to change this graphic to show the Zekrom that came out in Ascended Heroes. I feel like, for lack of a better word, this deck has been evolving over the course of the past season, with Liam winning, Pittsburgh with it. And now we've seen so many different types of changes, and I feel like it's finally reached its maximum here. Finally getting that big attacker that it can copy, and thanks to Pecharunt EX and Binding Mochi, now we're going to be able to take out these big EX Pokemon with 300 hit points.
And Zoroark has started off as the deck where Trade, which is kind of a consistency and draw engine, but it wasn't really doing too much. The fact that it's come such a long way, that's all it takes, right? We can compare this to Golden Go, a deck that kind of started off as sort of a for fun list and got better tools, better strategies, players deepened their understanding of the list, and now it sits here at a comfortable 8.2%, and that's another list that's very hard to get the believers to swap off of.
And then, of course, we have to talk about Gardevoir EX, right? It's been one of, if not the best, just deck ever since it's been out. And
some say of all time.
Exactly. And it seems to be kind of on a downtrend, at least for its playability here. 170 players in this tournament, at least with just the Gardevoir there that we have there. And I don't know, it's the last ride people coming on for Houston and Orlando. Can they make it work?
And we're also seeing a huge drop-off of Charizard, who has been a mainstay in the top 4, top 5. But I think Dragapult is Charizard's #1 enemy, right? It has been for a while. And with Dragapult just getting so much more consistent thanks to Pokepad, that definitely explains why Charizard is going to go down quite a bit.
You want to talk about consistency, then we should also look at Marnie's Grimmsnarl and Frostlass, which has also become a little bit more consistent throughout the season as well. I know a lot of players just love the way that Lily's Determination first helped this deck, but now it's even going to potentially play a Mega this weekend with Mega Frostlass now kind of potentially here in the list. So I'm excited to see how Marnie's Grimmsnarl does. But one thing I'm noticing here, guys, no Mega Absol on this page.
That deck really climbed up, toward Redcliffe, put it on the map, and it took a while for players to jump on the list, master it, and try to replicate that success. And a lot of people came up short, and eventually it did come to a head in Seattle, I felt. I believe that was the most represented numbers we had seen for it at that point. But it came up short at the end, and now with this mini metagame shifting, that's all it takes, is just for the percentages of decks to shift a little bit, and then it falls down to the best of the rest.
Yeah, and this best of the rest is crazy to me. Like, we're finally seeing an influx of Crustle. I know it was pretty popular in Seattle, and I think it's grown even more here. At least looking around, a lot of the 2-0 players that I was watching, they were playing just Crustle, and it's pretty crazy to see.
Those mirror matches are gonna be a fun time for sure. With all the healing,
I can't wait.
The spike energy, it's gonna go crazy for sure. But yeah, I mean, it did actually quite well in Curitiba last weekend in Brazil. There were quite a few, I think one made top cut, or maybe it was just right out of top cut, but there were at least 4 or 5 within the top 32. So it seems like Crustle is now on the rise.
Known names also playing Crustle this weekend. Ethan Heggie, one of our casters, is genuinely playing it. So I'm excited to see how many EX Pokemon you'll be able to hit. But also Raging Bolt and Joltik, of course, those are your 2. And of course, Ceruledge, all kind of sitting in the middle there. Those are your aggressive decks of choice. Whenever you want to make sure that you finish all of your rounds, you played those 3 decks. I'm excited to, I think Chip is on Ceruledge this weekend.
Yeah, I did hear that.
And he played the Mirror and then hit an Arboliva the round after. So Chip is definitely having the weekend. But
incredible.
I'm excited to see how these aggressive decks do too.
Yeah, this graphic really, to me, speaks to a lot of the fringe kind of dark horse decks that people always have on their radar, but aren't necessarily accounting for in their deck builds. So these do get a little bit of power, not just from necessarily unfamiliarity, but the fact that your opponent is running those sort of tech cards and strategies that are going to counter you directly. I did want to have a little conversation about the merits of Frostlass Monkey Dory as a standalone deck versus the Grimmsnarl variant. Do we care too much about, I just want to spread damage counters? Is the Grimmsnarl really that important in this metagame, especially with the dip in Gardevoir?
I mean, it kind of just got the boost from Ascended Heroes. You get Pokepad for more consistency, and then that Mega Frostlass EX being able to finally hit big numbers for a low amount of energy. And because of that, I think the deck kind of had a resurgence. It's still Badoo, Frostlass, Monkey Dory, but
TM Devo stuff.
Yeah,
right.
just a little bit of spice.
I'm genuinely surprised it's that low. It has consistently, it got a couple top 8 placements in Puerto Rico. It got a top 8 placement as well in Curitiba. So I'm very surprised. It has like this novelty factor. It doesn't play like the other decks, which is like build a big hitter, attack, right? That spread damage is usually very attractive and has been successful so far. So I'm genuinely surprised it's not a lot more popular here.
I think also it comes to the fact that players want to finish their rounds, right? And some players may not feel so confident in taking maybe what could be a slower route to victory, where you're really just kind of itchy pollinating and even keeping your opponent's Pokemon in the active with, I've seen a list with Ethan Pseudo-Wudo with the impound at times. So I think that deck is very creative, but I think it takes a special player to take it all the way.
And there's only a small percentage of them out in the field, so one of them could certainly be the chosen Frostlass Monkey Dory player, and maybe it makes top 16, maybe top 8. We've seen some big surprises over the course of time when it comes to these meta shakeouts. Dragapult has, I think, very consistently been the most represented deck at every tournament, and sometimes it doesn't even make top 8, depending on where the other matchups are coming from.
Yeah, definitely probably the most underperforming deck out of at least the top metagame that we have in this season so far. It's one of the best decks, right? It does everything so well. But when it gets time to actually win the tournament, I don't even think we've had a Dragapult win this season in North America. I know in Europe it did, but yeah, it's very interesting to see how it plays out.
So funnily enough, in Europe, like before Ascended Heroes, we had like the big 4 decks, right? Dragapult, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Golden Go. Those 4 decks won the first 4 EU events almost like in a row. So, but yeah, Dragapult definitely, I think we've had a trend of Gardevoir overperforms in North America and underperforms in Europe, and then it's the other way around over there.
We've got some players still trying to make it work, of course. Very obviously, you can tell from the numbers, and we'll just have to see if it comes through. As you said, Dragapult doing very well against a number of decks, and very specifically, it just has a big target on its back. You know, Lilies the Fairy's kind of already out there. We know the Zoroark matchup can be very difficult. But my money's on Dragapult this weekend, so we'll see. We'll see if I can be proven right. Maybe Andrew Hedrick, is he here? He's my last hope. But I don't want to talk too much about other players that might show up. These are the players that we want our audience specifically to pay attention, folks. These are our players to watch for the Houston Regionals. So what are y'all thinking?
Yeah, well, we got the brothers up there, you know.
Of course.
Coming off the big win in Seattle. And, of course, Makani's been just the Phase 2 demon, always being able to perform well, and had a second place, last season? Trying to get his first win. So following his brother's footsteps, you know.
Also did extremely well at EUIC. Makani as well. I think top 8, I want to say, if I remember correctly, but definitely top cut. And honestly, I love a good story of family going all the way. So I'm excited to see how the Tran brothers do this weekend.
Yeah, we're going to be hearing from Wancho later.
And I'm wondering if Truin was like having a premonition on the Ascended Heroes format right before Seattle, just summoning all those Crustles that are out there now in the fields.
Okay, and I'm just getting word, folks, that our match is almost ready. So thank you so much for hanging out with us in the lounge, letting us set the stage, right? There's so much to cover, so much context is added in between regionals. This is the important part. You might tune into a broadcast, you catch that tournament, you had a great time, but And then the next weekend, there's another meta development, another tournament, another release of a set. That's all it takes sometimes to completely throw the metagame on its head, is for one deck to get this key piece that it's been missing. And according to our numbers, that's going to be Enzorark.
Yeah, it's a good deck.
But that's not going to be the only good deck in the field. I hope we got a good match picked out once they go there, but we're going to kick things to a quick little transition and then over to the casting desk. I am super excited, so stay tuned.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Welcome in, Pokemon fans, to the Houston Regional Championships. My name is Juan Toscana, and I'm joined by the quickest wit in Pokemon, Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, how are we feeling?
Oh man, it's so great to be here in Houston. We've got an amazing tournament lined up for y'all. It's already gotten pretty wild in these opening rounds, and it's just going to get even crazier from this point on.
Oh boy, our metagame is definitely the Wild Wild West. You've got it right. With Ascended Heroes, practically brand new to us here in the West. We've got a lot of new decks, a lot of spice, and our round 4 pick, I think, is very, very spicy.
Yeah, I think you could say that for the least. It's this is some notable names. You're gonna recognize that. One notable deck that we know pretty well, and then it's gonna get crazy.
Ooh, and we're just gonna go into it. We're gonna have Nick Moffitt against Andrew Kennett. Nick Moffitt with the Dragapult EX. Andrew Kennett with the, is that Festival Lead?
That's Festival Lead.
So basically one of the top meta decks against a very, very niche rogue deck we have. But yeah, again, Nick Moffitt doing absolutely amazing this season. Biggest finish, though, was 6th place in Las Vegas with Goldengo. That's not Goldengo, though. That's Dragapult. While Andrew Kennett, he's a 2-time regional champion. No finishes yet this season, but is known for playing these types of decks.
Yeah, coming off a little bit of a hiatus, and he's so excited to be back here. He has the Boom Boom Groove working his way. He's got all these awesome ways to stack up damage, but he's up against one of the powerhouses on the other side. Dragapult EX playing so many damage counters down with one of the best attacks in the game.
One of the best attacks, indeed. Phantom Dive, 200 plus 60 on the bench. I don't even think Applin has more than 60 HP. What is it, 40?
We're in trouble. It's low. 40.
But, Andrew Kennett is known to just be playing these types of decks. I'm sure he has a game plan in mind. Dragapult's a deck that's been in the format for ages now.
It was this or Jungle Dump, and he said there's a lot of dark Pokemon out there. I want to have an answer, and he chose to go with the Festival Lead. Let's see what prize cards we have for our players as we line up for our first game here on the stream.
As long as I saw a blue card there for a second. Well, luckily it's not the side up, but double Festival Grounds.
Where are you?
Prize card.
Where are you going to party? There's no, if you don't have a stadium to party at, you're in trouble.
Well, luckily he does play 4. It is a very, very important card in the deck. There's 2 more in there, and I'm sure he's gonna be able to find it. Other than that, I feel like as long as the Psyduck isn't prized, we're gonna get a game.
Yeah, that's a big point to note. We will be looking for the damp Psyduck to make it rain here in Houston. We're set. We're going into round number 4. Andrew and Nicholas.
I'm ready. Here we go. First game of the tournament.
First Palpad.
Oh, first Palpad ever. There we go. Andrew starting off, though, with the Shaman. Not the best start, because that's something that doesn't have Festival Lead in the name. But with this Poképad, again, you're a new card from Ascended Heroes, probably the hero of Ascended Heroes, able to find any Pokemon without a rule box.
Yes, very important card. We've seen it included in so many new lists now at this point. And I expect to see that on the other side too. That's we understand that Dragapult really likes searching out their early Pokemon, getting set up, finding those draws. We're going to see the same thing for Andrew now.
Exactly, but right now the Poképad, though, I think just able to find another Applin. I'm sure Andrew would have preferred something like a Buddy Poffin turn 1. Poképad, you really do like getting those evolution Pokemon, just because, it doesn't say basic non-EX. It's any non-EX Pokemon. Beautiful card, beautiful card.
Yet didn't line up for him this time around, but did find some help. Chose not to bench that second Applin, it looked like, and now that will go to the bottom of the deck with this Iono. For Nicholas, you need some help here, and he finds it. He's got a lot of ways to find Pokemon now.
A lot indeed. Has the Buddy Poffin, has a couple of cards in hand. What do you think is Nick, what is Nick gonna do here? What is his first move as a Dragapult player?
Well, first, take a breath. You're looking at a Festival Lead deck on the other side. You need to consider, how do I get through this? And the answer is going to be pretty simple. You have a setup that you love to go towards. You want to find those Dracloaks as early and often as possible. And maybe you can include a card like that Badoo. Try to work on some item locking. There's a lot of great items now in this deck on the other side. So if you can slow that down, maybe it buys you a turn to set up.
Looks like Nick opting to get another GP and another Duskull here. I think I did. Is there another search in the hand? At least we see the Badoo going to the front. Yeah, getting item lock just feels absolutely terrible when you're a deck that needs to set up multiple things, which is what the Festival Lead is. It's a combo deck. You need multiple cards. And if we can slow it down.
Yeah, Nick, he would love to have that Badoo early in this game, but I don't think he has the energy in hand to retreat at this stage. It's hard to search out that Latias EX. You would have to use an Ultra Ball right now, which he does have. Unfortunately, you pretty much lose your whole hand, and it's in the prize cards anyway. So yeah. let's just play it slower, go for some Dracloaks next turn.
Now action back with Andrew. Does have the Buddy Poffin. And here's the thing, Kyle. Andrew has the capability, potentially, to start taking 2 prize cards?
Yeah, when you start attacking, you get to attack multiple times with this deck. So expect to see a little more action here if the evolutions come into play. If you see that Diplin, you know that you're going to have a little more working for you. That Thwacky as well, starting to search out some more cards, but you don't get anywhere if you don't have the Festival Lead.
Yeah, again,
the Festival grounds.
100%. But Buddy Poffin able to find that Psyduck. Hopefully slow down some of these ghosts in Nicholas' side of the field. And we have an upside down apple as well. But here we go, Poképad this time able to find at least an evolution. But the key thing here, again, the active isn't too optimal.
Yeah, Shaman's a tricky Pokemon to move at this stage. Does find the Diplin, has even more search now. Nicholas just thinking, brother, if I had an energy last turn, none of this would have happened. You would have seen Badoo.
Yes, just the power of the Poképad. Oh, there it is.
Baby, he's not done. He's got the determination as well.
You love to see it. The stadium you want to find with 2 in the prize. There's 1 left in the deck and 8 fresh cards, thanks to Lily. Since, no prizes have been taken, that's 8 fresh cards. Just need to find a way to retreat.
What a disaster on the other side for Nicholas. He's holding on to a very slow start. He does play 2 different stadiums to counter at the jamming towers, so maybe could find that if he gets lucky. But for Andrew, he's got to think about his own setup. How do you move this Pokemon and find energies to get rolling? I don't see any of it.
Yeah, Houston, we have a problem because there's no air balloon, no energy. That Shaman is stuck in the active.
It didn't even need that much. If you can move a festival lead Pokemon into the active spot, Thwackey helps search out even more cards, just could not find that one piece to get rolling.
Yes, now we're going to move it back to Nicholas. I believe was able to set up at least a Dracloak this turn. Pokepad, another Dracloak. This is it. This is the train. This is the chain Nick wants to do.
All aboard as we see some evolutions come down into play now. Hand still not looking great. A supporter would be nice. Maybe something like a Hilda, find a little more help and get an energy move around, but no, it's slow.
Well, slow game for both of these players, but a slow game, I think, benefits Nicholas a little bit more. But right now, Ultra Ball being played. There's another Dracloak. That's the hard way to get those Dracloaks, the non-ascended heroes way.
Yeah, it's old, tried and true, but unfortunately, it doesn't always guarantee that you're going to find some help. A supporter card is the big piece here. If you can find any draw here, that'd be nice. And he actually finds the 4th Dracloak. That's not going to work right here.
Just an energy attachment and a pass. No supporter here for Nicholas. Ooh, top deck.
Man, if only Lilies drew 9 cards. Can we be greedier?
Or if the cut was a little bit better. But right now, that Shaman is happy to be holding on to that balloon. And another Lily. Just drawing cards, drawing so much here. Oh, Andrew, what does Andrew need here?
Just thinning. Thinning is fantastic at this point. This is the last turn that you will draw 8 cards off of this supporter, so make sure that you use it, and then start to fill this hand up. You can really flood with having the energies ready, maybe some of the damage amplifiers, and we know that he has a lot of ways to search out more with all the bug catching sets and everything. There's so many different ways to move through this deck.
Yes, right now, with only one Boom Boom Groove, Thwackey is going to be able to find at least just one card from the deck. But right now we're starting with the bug catching set. I'm sure Andrew would like to just evolve all the apples, get all the risky Pokemon out of play, evolve them to the healthier 80 HP.
Yes, you can see the big change in momentum here now for Nicholas's side. He had his head down. He's thinking, oh boy, I just lost my big window. If you can ever capitalize on those lower hit points, it helps so much. Instead, he's staring down Psyduck that's shutting down things and multiple attacks coming in now from this Applin.
Yes, multiple Diplin now set up and the air balloon on the Thwackey. Nothing can get, oh, well, only the Psyduck can get stuck in the active. But here we go. This is the first festival lead here in Houston. Nicholas must now promote a new Pokemon into the active, which will just get knocked out once again.
This is a sacrifice at this point, and sure enough, you lose double Duskull. It is all on the back of Dracloaks and these draws to find a way to counteract this at Diplin on the other side. Do the wave, just destroyed your board.
Yeah, Andrew Kennett just took 2 prize cards off 2 big Pokemon from Nicholas. Nicholas was able to draw into a supporter at the very least. Is going to draw 8 cards. What is he looking for here, though, Kyle? What can bring him back into this game?
Right. I mean, first off, you need that energy. Psychic energy or even that luminous energy would help out here. Just something to get that initial attack off. But maybe something like a counter catcher. Try to go after that Psyduck. Remove that from play. Deal with the damage that will happen to your board. But at least you'll get to spread the damage counters at some point.
I like it. Psyduck is such a troublesome Pokemon. You mentioned using the counter catcher. Is it almost worth it to just put the 60 damage on it right now? Is that where you would put the 60 damage with the Dragapult's second attack, or first attack?
If I had 60 damage, you just don't have it yet. You have to work towards this setup here, and maybe there's...
Wait, is there no energy? I assumed off 8 cards. You find energy here.
Yeah, thankfully, still has Dracloaks to draw a little more. I think we see the fire energy in hand, and there's a Hawlucha played down as well. So a little more damage to throw into the mix.
Hawlucha able to ping it 10-10 on the bench. Here we go, a couple of Dracloaks. Energy is the key. Yeah, you're right. That is a second fire in the deck. The hand. Oh.
Yeah, he's just missing it. With the Hawlucha, of course, you take the Psyduck KO if you can, but cannot find that energy. And I mean, there's some thinning here. You have Ultra Ball look a little further. You cannot evolve this Dreepy that was played this turn, so instead has to go for the risky bench of the Pheasantipity. You know how often these 2 prize cards are the last 2 prize cards. You don't want to be feeding that unless it is the absolute last case scenario.
Well, if there's a Pheasantipity, there's a way. 3 cards here.
Psychic Energy. Oh, so Luminous is the 3rd energy. Wow, he needed that. But unfortunately, when you look at the board now, there's a problem. That's a full bench. There's no Hawlucha in play. You cannot remove this Psyduck just yet.
That is right. 5 Pokemon on the bench now for Nicholas, and he can't even pop the Duskull to open stuff up because of that Psyduck. So he's waiting for possibly... I don't know what you're waiting for.
So this is the play then for Nick. He sees on this side, if you can't handle what's happening with the damage, go after the lifeline of the deck. Remove the Thwacky, remove the draw. If 2 prize cards are taken off of Pheasantipity or eventually this Dragapult's knocked out, Iono will help you seal this game up.
I like it. Find a little bit of the weakness there with Andrew's board. There was only 1 Thwacky in play. So right now, Andrew can't search anything at the moment, but just reestablishes the Grookey at the very least. Has the attack lined up. Again, do the wave here. Does a max damage right now of 100 per attack, Kyle. What does Andrew need to get this knockout, though?
Well, he's got that Brave Bangle. It's a great inclusion, and he is a greedy boy, but we love to see it. Boss's orders straight after the Pheasantipity, and why not? You can go down to 2 prize cards remaining. The problem is, what do you do if your hand is lowered by that Iono next turn? Because you need a setup. Energies have to go into play. I expect to see that on the bench right now.
And there it is, the Grass Energy attachment onto that Diplin. We are going to see just the wave, 1, 2, 260 damage total there, and the knockout on the Pheasantipity.
Oh, Wancho, this is a nasty turn for Nicholas. If he finds the right pieces, Hawlucha removes the Psyduck from play, also can target down on little Grookey there on the other side too. And if you also counter the Stadium with Jamming Tower and Iono, you're removing just about everything on the other side of the board.
That is a terrifying, terrifying play indeed, as we are going to see the Hawlucha.
It makes sense. You only need that 1 Pokemon EX in play. You have that Dragapult there. It's got a lot of hit points. So make use of your Pokemon you have, and does find that Iono off the prizes if he didn't have it already. Jamming Tower in play. Wancho, do you see the signs? This is nasty work.
That's everything. Almost the downside of taking prize cards is running into this Iono. 2 cards now for Andrew Kennett, and without a Thwacky, without anything after this.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how he's going to put things together, but Nicholas still not done with his turn. Still has Dusclops to work with if he chooses to use it.
He threw off his groove. He doesn't have it anymore. There's nowhere to dance. The grounds are gone. The Pokemon are being removed, and the support will be lost as well. This is all starting to lean Nicholas's way.
Fortunately, the party ending a little bit too soon. So close. 4 prize cards just blazing through it, you know? Yeah. 2 prize cards each turn almost, but now Iono with the big halt. Time to slow things down.
Oh,
and
man.
This is where Dragapult likes to be.
This is ridiculous. Nicholas's hand is everything. Neo Upper Energy, 2nd Jamming Tower, 2nd Iono. If Andrew finds the miracle answer to bring this back, he still has the exact counter ready to go. What can Andrew find now? It's a scoop.
I was ready to do some math for you, Kyle, because I saw a couple of things. There was the bug catching net and the black belt.
Black belt's training.
But I don't think that's going to do 120 damage.
The math doesn't math. Do the wave when you only have 2 friends left. It doesn't do very much for you.
Yeah, you definitely need 6 Pokemon for the party, but that was something, Kyle. That was closer than I thought it would be. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, it's to be expected with this matchup. When you look at it on paper, you see the Dragapult, you see the low hit points, you get worried.
was able to just run away for 4 prize cards anyway. A couple of do the waves for two prizes each turn. But again, Nicholas just identifying the weakness in Andrew's board. The one Thwacky.
You nailed it. The Thwacky is so important. You need the setup if you want to maintain any of that aggression. And Andrew did not have the ideal setup. You saw that Shaman stuck in the active. The air balloon was missed. Those were 2 knockouts that could have happened that turn and led to a lot more pressure. Instead, you let him breathe. You fool. Now you have to pay for it. You get 2 cards in hand, and you get to scoop up next turn.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand without the Thwacky, without getting that search. I honestly couldn't even think of the perfect 2 cards for Andrew to take a knockout there. I could not think.
No, it's Iono and try to make it, or it's Lily's determination, try to make it to the next turn. There's no win that turn. You have to just figure it out as you go. You can't really chain it together with boss's orders going after single prize Pokemon. It's just he'll promote something else on the knockout, so you just have to deal with it. That's the cards that were dealt to you. What's dealt this time around for Andrew Kennett? Can he find that turn 2 attack and really start to dismantle that board?
Yeah, turn 2 attack, and yeah, imagine how juicy it would be to just take a knockout on double Draclo, something like that.
Yeah, and it's
always dream.
It's not super far-fetched. It can happen. We've seen it before. No leak, but far-fetching.
Is that part of the script, Kyle? Is that something we should?
Yeah, sorry. That's coming up in like 6 minutes, everybody. Stay tuned.
But Nicholas, I'd also like to see how Andrew maneuvers the board when he's faced with a grass Pokemon itself, the Badoo, the Terror.
Yes. And if there ever was a face of terror, it is Itchy Pollen Badoo.
Right now, Nicholas is going to start us off and opening up with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. That's always a good time. When you're going first, not having to search, it's a very important card.
Yeah, what a great way to open things up. Your opponent says, yes, you can go first. I don't think you're going to do anything with it. And you say, well, check this out. I've got friends. Multiple Dreepy to get the thing rolling here. And what does he see in his prize cards? He's taking a long gander in this opening search.
And last game, the Latias was very big prize there because it was very hard to maneuver active. Oh!
Yeah, those are good. Those are really good cards. Double Dracloak, the pink card, and the Neo Upper, and one of those 2 copies of Badoo. Also, that precious psychic energy we needed.
Well, luckily for Nicholas, does at least get the energy attachment for turn with the A-Spec prize. That's going to be very important to keep up.
Energy in play for Nicholas, as we see early on, and you need to focus on evolving that Pokemon, keeping those energies in play. That could be something that Andrew targets later on. And are you kidding?
It's always 2 festival ground. You're playing 4. The odds are there will be at least 1 prize.
I guess in the middle is a pretty good spot. If you find your first one, you're probably going to take 2 prize cards. And then right around 3 and 4 is when you'll need another counter stadium. And he's got it, but what else is there? Oh, yeah.
Big 8 cards. Once again, Lily's determination. But playing down the festival grounds early, I wonder if Andrew was able to prize check there before playing it down, because if this gets bumped, that means there's only 1 left in the deck.
Yeah, it's dangerous, but it seems like a reasonable thing to do. You cannot miss on those opening attacks. If you want to find a reasonable board state with those Pokemon, probably need Thwacky to help out, and Dipplin needs to attack multiple times.
8 cards now. I don't see any more Pokemon search besides the bug catching net, but do we find any bugs? Found a couple of monkeys.
Close enough. This is all right for him at this point. Finds 1 more basic Pokemon. It looked like there were plenty of stage 1 evolutions in hand, so has all those Pokemon ready to work, but maybe we could see that turn 2 Thwacky go for Buddy Buddy Poffin, just something to get a little more Pokemon in play.
Eyeing up the Goldeen to the front of the hand as well. Goldeen is a basic Pokemon that already has the Festival Lead ability, just in case you want to be able to do those searches, but only has 50 HP, opts to not bench it, as passes it back now to Nicholas. We do see a Latias, we do see a Pokepad. We could see some Badoo action now.
And we even see the pass of the turn instead of attacking with the Applin. Just maybe worried about if there was a Monkey Dory on the other side. You don't want to give him an extra damage counter or two to work with. So thinking of everything, but alas, that will not be the case. No Monkey Dory.
Imagine getting punished for using tumbling attack on your Applin. Right now, Pokepad, here we go. First part of the train, first Dracloak.
Yeah, this is a tricky hand to navigate. There is Iono early on, which you don't love to play, but occasionally that can be a nice way to reset. We saw a ton of cards played into the hand with the Laser Determination, and now with the bug catching set, you know all the evolutions are there. So perhaps you use that early on. Now the question is, do you throw down the Latias or not? I think he wants to preserve energy since find that Badoo.
I like the Iono there. I mean, Andrew did have like a massive hand. It was an Lilies to 8 bug catching set to get 2 Pokemon, so he actually had
9,
probably 8 or 9, but now we're putting that back down to 6. Question is, does Nicholas find the Badoo?
It's not too hard to find, and we see the Pokepad as well. It finds the Buddy Puff, and even nicer, just to hold on to that other resource. And actually, Badoo's just in hand. Sometimes it's just he's just nice like that.
Nicer. We had the Buddy Puff in. That Badoo could have been anything else. But hey, we're gonna get some Itchy Pollen action. We're gonna stop our opponent from using items, and this tumbling attack knockout Badoo, I think with a coin flip, that could be something that happen.
Will he work that in? That is the question. This is so troll here to use the Buddy Poffin first before playing down the Badoo. Of course, it's correct. You don't want to give that information away just yet, but only grabs one. Gets Andrew thinking, oh, maybe he's not going to do. Bang. Here it is.
And now with item lock in the horizon for Andrew, do you see anything missing right now from Andrew's board? Something he needs to find? Might be a little bit harder.
Maybe item cards this next turn. He doesn't have anything working for him. It's going to be hard to find your Psyduck at any point in this game if you don't have a way to search out any of your cards. You need that in play.
Yes, now with the Itchy Pollen, is there a Diplin? Is there evolutions? Andrew's going to have to hard find these. Does find the Diplin. I don't see a Thwacky just yet.
Crazy hand. Oh, if he didn't have Itchy Pollen on the other side. He just searches out everything and then draws 8 again.
8 cards here, and it's going to be very, very important to find. Well, at least I think the only thing he needs to find really is going to be the Thwacky, because Thwacky finds anything.
Yeah, it could even be a Thwacky.
If there was a second Grookey.
I'm not saying it's a good play. It could find you Psyduck.
But he doesn't find it.
Oh, tough. Yeah, this is not working out.
There is a blue card in hand, but that is a Seeking, ladies and gentlemen, not the Psyduck. And without Psyduck in play, Nicholas' board is beautiful.
This is gross. No way to search out the Psyduck at this point. Leaving double Applin in play. Wancho, if we see Dragapult and Hawlucha this turn, this could be the nastiest Apple disintegration we've ever seen. All 3 could be removed from play.
It's Nicholas's turn to go boom, boom, attack.
He's bobbing for apples and doing a great job.
The Latias also doing a very important role here of eating a hit. That's not a basic Pokemon. It's a 2-prizer that can take a hit.
If you have the Hawlucha along with a Night Stretcher for the Dusclops to bring back, the game ends. He can double Dusclops into the Grookey, play down the Hawlucha, and then take all 3 Pokemon off the board that would remain. There's a world where he just closes this thing out.
Ooh, and with 8 cards, plus the Pheasantipity, plus the Dracloaks,
yeah,
things are possible. Let's piece it together here.
Finds another Dusclops there? Wow, yeah, I mean, that's just another great piece to see. Finds an energy to go along with this. Does he just need a Dragapult to work this in and then find Hawlucha? Wow, it's getting close, and there's still a few more Dracloaks to work with.
There's already a Dragapult in hand. Dusknoir would be a big grab. This is going to be a big turn.
You can always misorder this if you need to as well. You have extra damage counters to work with the Dusclops. You can place that straight onto an Applin, remove it from play, then place another down onto the Thwackey. Actually, that's just enough at that point.
Yeah.
You can remove Applin, take that KO there, and then you also have the 50 onto the Grookey. 6 damage counters left on board. He just closes this thing out. That's ridiculous.
That's what Dragapult does.
I mean, I'm just this. So many cards to work with. This is the power of just a little more support for your Pokemon here. Energy down for the turn. Has the Dragapult ready to go. Free retreat on the Latias. Just needs to evolve that other Dusclops. And he does. I think the writing's on the wall here for Andrew. Does everybody see what we're seeing? It's not looking pretty.
Yeah, I think the math is going to math out. A lot of damage, 50, 50, plus the 60, plus the 200.
Come on, guys. We don't need a calculator for this one. We're there. It is a lot to think about, but sure enough, just actually has all the damage ready to work. I don't think Andrew wants to give him any more credit than he's like, well, if you figure it out.
You do it. It's your problem here.
There we go. We see 50 onto the Grookey, 50 onto the Applin, and there is a big board-wiping knockout for Nicholas Moffitt.
That's what Dragapult does. That's what we expected attacks to happen. And but yeah, Nicholas Moffitt is going to be our first winner here at the Houston Regional Championships. Pretty sure he's feeling good. Feeling like maybe eating some apple pie after this.
Yeah, no need for the humble pie. He's going to be rocking and rolling at this tournament here, and what a great start for him. Also, love to see Andrew back out in the field, having some fun, playing a ridiculous deck and having a great time. He had to play against a pretty good Gardevoir player previously and ended up winning this. Wasn't able to take down the Dragapult this time, but we could see him playing against some dark decks and having a great time later on.
Yeah, grass stocks are up. There's so many decks I'm sure Andrew would love to run into, but right now let's take a look at the replay. Again, this was where Andrew really got swinging. Just got the air balloon, one turn too short, but able to take prize cards off Nicholas. Without Badoo, the board looks beautiful.
Yeah, there was a world for Andrew where he gets through this and wins the game. If he has that opening setup with the air balloon, he takes those 2 prize cards, takes the following 2, and then holds that Pheasantipity prize for the last one. But he walked into the bear trap as he needed to, took those prizes early, and then you see Iono on the other side. It's just a disaster waiting to happen for this deck.
Yeah, just Iono to 2 without your monkey buddy to find you some cards. And Dragapult staring at you, 320 HP, that's too tough to deal with. So close here for Andrew. But here now, in game 2, now that Nicholas had the Latias, it wasn't the prize cards, we got to see Badoo, and that really slowed things down.
Yeah, once you find that opening Badoo, you basically lock out the board from that point. No buddy Poffins, and this set up the perfect 4-prize sweep for him. Wanted to be a little extra certain that he had the win. Don't want to look a little silly on stream, and we understand that, but it was all right there. Great knockout, great game from both of our players, and we will see a Dragapult moving to 4-0 here to start things off in Houston.
Not surprised in the least. Dragapult absolutely powerful. I'm sure I think that match really showed us how important it is to have Psyduck.
Yeah, yeah, it's so helpful to slow things down. If you see the early Curse Blasts from your opponent on the other side, there's just such low hit points to work with. It isn't as great as when we see on the other side, like the Absol boxes, where they're including the Mist Energy, and they get to hold on to that Psyduck for a little longer. But it still does provide that impact. Maybe throw the Hawlucha a little earlier than you want to.
Yes, again, power of Dragapult. I'd love to see more Festival Lead, not gonna lie. It's such a fun deck to watch. You're taking multiple prize cards, you're attacking multiple times a turn. That almost feels like cheating.
Yeah, it's a pretty silly way to play Pokemon. It's a lot of fun too. It reminds me of the old Bunnelby that could attack twice. You could either start discarding or start getting some resources back in, and such a fun card. Now we're just amplifying the damage, just going right for the face.
Ooh, I feel like you've won a couple of games with Bundle B. Just discard 2, just out of nowhere.
Yeah, sometimes you just hit the right piece. It's a lot of fun. But instead now, doing it with damage counters. And maybe there's a world where there's some dark Pokemon on the other side. We've seen Marnie's Grimmsnarl starting to increase in numbers. Charizard Gamer's still out there in a few numbers as well, but the big one to watch out for, Ends Zoroark.
Yep.
That is a powerhouse of a deck, and I'm sure he'd love to have an easy game there.
Yeah, I think literally 3 of our top 6 decks are dark, so I'm sure the Apple is going to be eating. It's going to be eating as well. But right now, we do have the winner of last round ready, so take it away, Adam.
Welcome to the lounge, folks. Adam Watson here with the winner you just saw on stream. It's Nick Moffitt. Dragapult, Dusknoir, one of my picks for this tournament. And I think you're really showcasing already what the deck can do. What led you to playing it for this regional?
Yeah, I think just with the release of PokePad, it's the best deck right now. In the past, one of the reasons I didn't choose to play it was some of the consistency issues. Often, it's hard to find your Dracloaks, but with PokePad, it's really not an issue, and you just get so well set up every game, and when you do that, I think you're the best deck.
And another deck that got a huge boost from PokePad as well, Ascended Heroes in general, was Zoroark. And we know that this historically has kind of been a difficult matchup for Dragapult. Have you run into any of those today?
Yeah, I did hit one earlier today. I think it's actually a pretty favorable matchup for me, at least in my testing. I think the item lock can slow them down a lot early, and then you can often wipe their board or maybe leave them with just one Zoroark to work with. I did play that deck in the second round, I believe, and that was more or less how it went. So
okay.
It's one that I'm okay with seeing.
And did you already have Dragapult sort of on your radar, sort of on your testing schedule in anticipation of the PokePad, or was it after PokePad came out and you saw the new performance that drew you to it?
Yeah, I was planning to play it even before PokePad came out. Like in London, if it had been legal there, I think I would have brought it to that tournament. Ended up bringing Gardevoir instead. I think I ended up in the top 128 or 256.
That's solid.
I don't remember, but yeah, I think I would have chosen to play Dragapult there if PokePad had been legal.
Okay. And regarding your testing group for Dragapult, were you all in testing, I want to play this, or was it someone else perhaps in your group that said, this is Dragapult, I want to play this, here's the list, play this with me?
No, I was pretty much all in it from the start, and actually changed a few cards last minute.
The classic.
Last night. Yeah, gotta always do that. But so a little bit different from the list I'd been planning to play, but still pretty standard.
But those changes have they come up? Has it felt good?
I think it has. Yeah. So I played the third Duskull.
Okay.
As you saw on stream, I almost decided to let him knock out a Dracloak so I could keep my Duskull for later. But then I really remembered, okay, the third one isn't prized. I can always get that. I'll let him kill both Duskulls with the Do the Wave, and then I'll choose, just reestablish it later on and keep my draw power with the Dracloaks. I think it had also ended up being pretty good against the Gardevoir that I played to be able to reestablish a third Dusclops after I did the board wipe. That way, if they mind bend the active Dragapult, you can always have Dusclops on the bench, just pay to retreat, attach another energy, come back up, and finish off the game.
That's a really spectacular way to just map out your matchups and know your resources when you're playing the Dragapult. Even if they have the Psyduck, you're always under pressure for that Cursed Blast. When you were developing these strategies and these prize maps, is there a lot of legacy knowledge that you were pulling from somebody who maybe helped you test specifically with Dragapult, and so you can just nail down these different resources and these different, turn points in these matches?
This particular matchup, no, I think I played it once at locals one time. Luckily, it's a pretty favorable one, so you saw me overthinking in the final turn there. Even
talk about that. I know that when things come down to the wire, sometimes you can get a bit frazzled.
I think for some reason I was thinking one of the benched guys was evolved, and so I needed Hawlucha as well to win. But
okay, honestly, the Applin, Diplin, it kind of all runs together, these green cards. But and as you go forward, you've already played against Zoroark, you're hitting some other kind of off-the-wall matchups that are still very favored for you. Are there any matchups specifically that you think Dragapult should fear, or is it still just the best deck, good into everything that it still has a reputation for?
Yeah, the nice thing about it is I feel like even if there is a tougher matchup like an Absol, you can always win just with the early Badoo, and if they don't get a strong enough setup, you knock out whatever they've been putting their energies on and just take it from there. So that's what I like about the deck, is you really can win against anything if you need to.
Okay. And with the anticipation of this format, with Ascended Heroes, PokePad, do you still see Dragapult being so successful post-rotation as is the current wisdom, or are you going to be shifting once again to a different archetype, do you think?
The plan right now is to stick with it. I was hoping to go to the tournament in Prague right when rotation hit. Unfortunately, didn't get in there, so I'll end up just taking a nice little Eastern European vacation with my mom. But
okay.
I will be playing in Los Angeles most likely. Yeah, I'll definitely consider Dragapult. I'd also consider the Alakazam deck. I think that one gets much better with rotation, so that's a fun one too.
Oh, that is certainly going to be a really wild deck to shift to.
Yep.
Players, I think, have even brought a little bit to this tournament. There's always a few Alakazam players.
The guy I'm staying with is actually running it today.
Okay,
He always plays Alakazam to the locals. He always makes it into top cut, and then I have to knock him out top 8 or top 4.
We'll see if we can get that matchup at some point, right? Maybe tomorrow. But don't worry, we've got our team backstage. They're always scoping out the different matches and the different pairings. And that's, we've got a lot of time to talk here, actually, Nick, because your match on stream was just a really
it was
quick
a fairly
2-0.
short one, like less than 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, the 4 Pokemon knockout board wipe I think was Dragapult's original claim to fame.
Yeah.
And do you consistently get these really bombastic plays out of your deck, these big turn wipes, or is it just methodical Phantom Dive pressure? Is it just...
Yeah, against the Gardevoir I played, I did manage to take a 4-prize turn, knocking out both Gardevoirs.
Wow.
He had a really great turn where he TM Evo'd the previous turn and then was able to get Gardevoir and knock out my Bidoof. And what I decided to do instead of just like popping my Duskroar immediately was just counter catcher up the Gardevoir, put 200 on it, put 60 on the benched Kirlia. So then next turn he was able, he got the second Gardevoir out to protect himself. But then I was still able to do Dusknoir onto that one, plus Hawlucha, and then knock out both. I think he had made a slight mistake of promoting the heavily. Oh no, obviously I put it in the active. Yes, so when he had to retreat, when he had to retreat the active Gardevoir, then there ended up being 240 damage on it.
Right.
So then Hawlucha and then 60 from Phantom Dive was able to take that out on the bench. So I think, that whenever I was playing Gardevoir, I think that was something a lot of Dragapult players overlooked, was like, you don't have to pop this Dusknoir or Dusclops right away. You can kind of save it and build up for a bigger turn later on.
And of course, if you're leaving the Dusknoir there, a lot of players would be afraid, oh, what if they boss it up? What if they bring it up? And then they knock it out before I get the Curse Blast. But that still gives you a lot of tempo,
yeah,
right?
And they're not touching your Dragapult, so it's really not the end of the world. And against the Gardevoir matchup, they're usually not playing boss's orders. And he had taken the first prize, so he actually had no way to gust up my guy, and I think there was only 1 or 2 energy in the discard, so I really wasn't worried about Screamtail coming in with 4 energy. And even if he does, then there's 80 damage on it. I can make some other plays potentially.
I definitely think I saw a post. It might have been Henry Chow, might have been a different Gardevoir player, and like very cheekily running the one boss's orders for a specific tournament. So that can always catch people off guard.
Last year, yeah.
Yeah. And this is, I think, comparing Dragapult to Gardevoir. These are decks that have just been dominating the format, where that was that great rivalry early in the season.
Definitely.
Did you fall on one side of that debate to the other since you've played both decks?
Yeah, I had definitely bet on Gardevoir until very recently. My best finish this year was top 8 in Vegas with Goldango, but the other 3 regionals, or 2 regionals in EUIC that I played this year, were all with Gardevoir. And I mean, kind of mediocre finishes all across the board for my standards. I think, it's a deck that I know is super powerful, but for some reason it never just fully clicked for me.
I think that is probably the same story that a lot of people in the audience, and maybe a lot of competitors here, have seen as the format has really evolved and the diehard Gardevoir players have stuck with this list and kind of know it back to front. They get it to that next level. But it seems for Dragapult specifically, you were moving pretty quick up there on the stage regarding your decision making. That final turn was probably the most in the tank we saw for you.
The most obvious play, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you were pretty confident throughout that whole bit. So you've been playing Dragapult for a while. Do you want to give any shout outs to a specific testing partner that helped you practice the Dragapult matchup, or?
Honestly, I'm pretty much a lone wolf when it comes to preparing for tournaments.
Okay.
But, Blake Ray did help me with a few games yesterday against the Zoroark and Goldango matchup, so shout out to him for that.
And that, I think, is the very specific kind of testing that players need to look out for. It's not just how much you're testing, it's the quality of knowing exactly what the matchups I want to hit, the matchups that I know are going to be the most difficult. And it seems, again, that has made you more confident for Houston. And regarding upcoming tournaments, I'm sorry, I think you already mentioned some extra events that you're going to be going after Prague for your European vacation. What's beyond that for you, Nick?
Yeah, so I'll be in Orlando in 2 or 3 weeks, is it? I'll probably plan to play the same deck most likely, unless things change up dramatically.
Okay.
Yeah, after that, we'll have to reevaluate. Obviously, it'll be a very different format with the rotation. I think it's one of the bigger, more impactful ones in a while.
And as a lone wolf, right, you've got to be on top of all the numbers, all the meta developments, and we're going to be rooting for you, certainly, because Dragapult, you're carrying my hopes and dreams. And we've actually got a segment from Pablo Meza where he's going to be going over some of the turns from that last match and point out some of the key turns and plays that he liked. So we're going to kick things over there, folks, and learn even more about the matchup we just saw on stream.
Great, thanks, Adam.
Thank you so much, Adam. Always great to hear from Nick, one of the best players in the game, has had pretty good season so far, and of course, just saw him won in a very dominating fashion now. Festival Lead is definitely an archetype that is not very common, and I think these games very clearly showed why. First off, Andrew found himself in a little bit of trouble just because he didn't start the right Pokemon, right? Anytime you don't start Applin, things get a little crazy because you need a specific active with a specific ability. You also need the stadium. So once he got that Herballoon, things started really going well for him, but it might have been one turn too late. If he had been able to attack the previous turn instead of having to wait until this turn where there were already a couple Dracloaks set up, then he might have had a much bigger advantage. He might have been able to apply a lot more pressure to Nick. However, it was one turn a little too late, and what ended up happening is, sure, we get the first KO on this Duskull, and then Nick had a little bit of a difficult time figuring out exactly what to promote. First, he thought he would promote a Dracloak to get KO'd by the second attack at that point, but then he ultimately decided to bring up this Duskull. Now, in this matchup with Hawlucha, with the damage counter replacement, you know eventually you will get rid of the Psyduck, which is stopping the Duskull or the Duskull line from using its ability. So there was definitely merit to like deciding between back and forth which one you wanted to take out. However, with no immediate use for Duskull, Nick did decide to give those up and maintain the draw advantage with the Dracloak abilities. And this led to another KO by Andrew, knocking out the Fezandipity, getting really far ahead here at this point in time, up 4 prizes to Nicholas's 1. However, with one Thwackey going down the previous turn and now only one Grookey being available, Hawlucha ends up being the key player in this particular point. Hawlucha gets found, that takes down the Psyduck during Nick's turn. Now, all of a sudden, Dusclops can be utilized, which wasn't even necessary at that point in time, but because Grookey has 70 HP, now it has 10 damage on it, it has 60 HP remaining. The combination of eliminating the very key stadium, which is key to the deck success, playing the Iono as well in order to limit Andrew's hand size, and taking down the Grookey, which prevents Thwackey from giving that essentially quick search ability. Just like it was a recipe for disaster, and this is basically the reason why these sort of decks are not more successful. This combination of comeback mechanics from these very powerful Dragapult decks definitely put a big dent onto these smaller type of decks. So yeah, overall it was really tough for them to close out the game, right? They get very far ahead. If they had been able to attack one turn early, maybe we could have seen a different outcome, but at this point it was a little too late, and we did see Nicholas just wipe the board, and Andrew was able, Andrew immediately scooped afterwards. And then we see another issue with these sort of decks is that crucial itchy pollen. Denying item cards, we saw a fantastic hand there for Andrew. He had so many item cards. He had Pokepad, he had a bug catching set as well, but with no Psyduck in play, being limited by Budew, if he didn't draw Psyduck in this particular moment, he was going to be in so much trouble. And after those 8 cards were drawn with no possibility of being able to search directly for what you need. No Thwackey found either, so couldn't use that ability in order to search for the Psyduck and protect from the ultimate turn. This is what Dragapult players dream of, this board wipe. Nicholas took a little bit to figure it out, as he mentioned in the interview. He was a little embarrassed by how long it took in order to figure out that he had game, but the double Dust Gloves, taking down one Applin, putting 5 damage counters over here, and then with the Phantom Dive attack, just completely board wiping everything else, taking 4 prizes in a single turn. Ultimately, despite being able to attack twice, despite having an ability that searches for any card you need, and you can have multiple of those, the low HP, the susceptibility to Curse Blast, that is something that is really holding Festival Lead back at this point in time, and that's why we don't see a lot of it. Despite there being a lot of grass weak decks, Zork, Mega Absol, Charizard, to name a few, Grimmsnarl as well, that's not enough, right? The game doesn't come down to just the weakness symbol that you see in the bottom left corner of the cards. We actually have a lot more nuances in the game, and Nicholas, despite being behind in that first game, very far behind, was able to close it out. And then in here, a single attack, a single denial of very crucial resources from Michipolin was more than enough in order to lock Andrew out of the game and get board wiped. So yeah, those were the key moments of this first round. It was a very quick round, of course, and we see why Dragapult is one of the best and most popular decks in the room. But we have other interesting decks, and I do believe Ceruledge, which has been doing quite well so far this season since Ascended Heroes, and a little bit beforehand, we do have a deck profiled by the Puerto Rico winner. So let's jump ahead and take a look at that.
Welcome to the big stage here in Houston, everyone. I'm here with a special deck breakdown. It's Ceruledge. This deck sets up fast, hits hard, and took a couple tournaments recently by storm. I'm here with the master of the deck himself, Miguel, who's going to break down this list, this beautiful bling, and let us know how it plays and how to pilot this masterpiece. So, Ceruledge, it's aggressive, but you said you like this deck better than Golden Go. What makes this deck better than the other aggressive deck in the room?
Well, there's 2 main reasons. The first thing is that if you want to play Golden Go, you want to go second. A lot of decks in the format, if you miss the dice, it's gonna be you go first. So it's hard to set up with Golden Go if you don't open with a secret box, or if you don't open the next turn with Arven and make secret box. So I was playing Golden Go in a couple of regionals, and that's hard to set up. So the only one that I see the setup is good, hits hard like Golden Go, is Ceruledge.
Okay.
Because everyone wants to make you sub or Ichipolen. So if I want to go first, it's gonna be awesome.
And when you go first, you get to play Carmine, turn 1. This is a special supporter that you can play on your first turn going first. How important is it to see the Carmine or the Squawk ability turn 1?
Oh, well, it's not so important to see it. It's important to have the resources in hand to search it.
Okay.
If you start with a basic one and maybe a Nest Ball or a Fighting Gong or a Ultra Ball, you can play the rest of your game. And it's the good thing of Ceruledge. It's hard to have a bad start.
And when you do get set up, what is your optimal, like, going first bench gonna look like?
Depends. Depends in the match. A lot of friends try to maybe make first time Lunatone, second time Squawk ability, and third time the supporter. I always say depends. Depends how many energies you have in hand. Most of the time you have your Squawk ability, you have your Legacy in deck, so you don't want to make Carmine, have the Legacy and don't have the Char Cadet to put it and make it the Carmine, or make it the Squawk ability. You don't want to throw away your Legacy. And most of the times you have maybe Palpat and Briar, or Palpat and Turo in your first hand, and you don't want to put it in your trash, but if you want to play, you need to do it. So depends in your hand. I always, or maybe the most of the time, I do initial setup to have maybe one Char Cadet, always one Char Cadet in case you have the Legacy energy in hand, or maybe you make Carmine, you have the Legacy, you put it to the Ceruledge and make Squawk with more confidence. So I think it depends. Depends how the deck fits you.
Okay. And so when you get Ceruledge EX established, it has the Abyssal Flames attack, does more damage based on how many energies are in the discard pile. And with the amount of energies we're seeing here, you can hit massive numbers. How important is it to get energy in the discard pile quickly? Is there like a certain number you're shooting for at any given time in the game?
It always depends in the match. If we see the most important match right now are Dragapult, are Zoroark. Zoroark is going to be a hard match this weekend. And maybe the things that his life or HP is more than 330. So with Zoroark, you need to be careful how many energies you have in your second turn, the basic ones. The reason is that if he plays Darumaka with reversal, Darumaka can hit with the first one, 30 for each of basic one's energies in your discard pile.
Oh, right.
So he can return the hit with Darumaka with 1 price to your Ceruledge. So if you can continue playing like maybe with 9 energies, but one of them are the jet in the discard, Darumaka can hit you, or can make KO. And for the Dragapult, you want to hit the 15 energies as soon as possible.
15 is the break point, folks. Write that down.
15 or 16, and I always try to have always a Ceruledge and a Fire Energy in the discard pile, because if I don't find it when I make all my research on Carmine, Lunaton, I can always make the Night Stretcher to get the Ceruledge or the energy to continue playing.
Okay, I like that.
I always try to have something in the deck and something in the discard to play against.
That is really specific. I like that. Using Night Stretcher to make sure you can recover some of these resources when you need them, using your discard pile a bit like a second hand. And speaking of using Ceruledge as an attacker, Lunatone, Solrock also kind of come into the equation, right? The Cosmic Beam, having a decent early game attacker. Do you rely on this a lot, or is it mostly just to power the Lunar Cycle ability?
No, I think that when you are making a top, when you're playing against the top players, if you are hitting like Goldingo, you can think that it's a weakness, it's a very easy match, but it's not an easy match. It's always happen that you can hit with Solrock, you can keep making the 1/1 price. Sometimes the Squawk ability hits. If you don't have the Night Stretcher or the Super Road to recover fire energies, you always can hit with Squawk and charge one of the fire energies to your Charcadet.
Okay, yeah, so make sure you keep that play in your back pocket as well, certainly, the Motivate attack.
I think the only one that don't hit is Fesandi Piri. I didn't
Have you ever had to just attach to that 3 times, go for Cool Arrow? Thank goodness. You know things are really off the rails.
I already hit with Lunaton, with Solrock, with Fess, with Squawk, sorry, but never with Fess.
And the A-Spec choice for this deck, Legacy Energy, it's just another energy card that counts for Abyssal Flames, and it throws off your opponent's prize map. How often do you lean into Legacy Energy, or is it just an extra thing that you like to have sometimes?
I don't think it's an extra thing. I think it's the most important thing in this deck.
Okay.
You need to know that the Legacy is the main thing that Ceruledge is good.
Okay.
If you are playing the Legacy Energy, you're always going to be a very hard match or a very hard time.
So if Legacy Energy ends up in the prizes, you want to play even more aggressive and try to get that out of the prizes as soon as possible.
Hard. Yeah. You can need to be careful against the Ghost,
the Dust Noir.
The Dust Noir. You need to be careful about the...
Honestly, yeah, it's just the Ghost. We all know who we're talking about.
Ghost, the Monkey Dory, because the Legacy only work against an attack. So if you move counters, the Legacy don't work. If he hits with the Ghost, with the Dogsnore, it don't work. So yeah, you need to be careful with that. If I see a Dragapult in my board, but I see one Duskull, I want to make both order to the Duskull. It's always a good choice.
That is a really good point of strategy. When you know your opponent has the ability to outplay the Legacy Energy, you're trying to counter their counter. Bring up the Duskull, take that option off the board for the opponent. Ceruledge is known to be just an aggressive, somewhat basic deck, but there is a lot of complexity here, knowing your matchups, trying to play it out. Are there any other matchups, Zoroark,
Ledge, Dragapult are what we've discussed so far. What about Gardevoir?
It's a hard match because I don't play in this list anything to win against Gardevoir. Maybe if I have the tower that hits the tools.
Yeah, jamming tower.
Yeah, because Gardevoir can hit with one price always. So it's hard to win against Gardevoir if you cannot throw 2 prizes in that turn that they hit with the Drifloon.
That does make a lot of sense. The Drifloon, thankfully, has not been as popular lately, and we're maybe getting a little bit of mileage from other.
But Gardevoir plays Mew EX, and Cerulege have a second attack that hits 280.
Oh
so
no.
Mew can copy that one.
So that is going to be a hard matchup. You can't have good matchups against everything,
I think it's a worse matchup.
And if you did want to run Jamming Tower, just to help that a little bit, where would you say the flex slot is for this deck? Is there anything that you would maybe take away to try to fit in one Jamming Tower, or is this list pretty tight?
Well, I think I don't change anything from my list because I like the way that it's working right now. I like the setup. I like to be to have a consistent list.
Okay.
I don't want to put a card to just winning a matchup.
Yeah.
I prefer to lose that one and have a very good setup for the rest of the plays. This is the main reason that I don't play something for Gardevoir. The main reason that I don't play something against Crossool.
Yeah.
So I prefer to keep that ones for lose and winning the rest of the ones.
That's a great philosophy, folks. Ledge sets up easy, consistently, hits hard. You've got to make sure you're relying on your Briar, your Legacy Energy. Very important cards for your matchups. Just stick to your guns. Don't worry about tweaking this beautiful list for a bad matchup. You have to accept the good matchups and the bad matchups. And with a deck this beautiful, I think you will also rise to the top. Thank you so much, Miguel, for sharing this list with us. Congratulations on your big win with this list in San Juan, and hopefully you'll be able to win with it a little bit more in the future. We'll see you for some more Pokemon action, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Houston Regional Championships for our 2026 season. And it has been so fun so far. We just got finished with our first round of the stream today, round 4. Now we're waiting for our round 5 pairings to go into effect, but plenty of stuff to talk about still. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined with Emily Foreman. How are you doing?
Honestly, just watching that last round, I think that is really going to set the stage for what we are probably going to see for the rest of the weekend and heading into Ascended Heroes format. I know a lot of people were really tired of playing Phantasmal Flames, and finally being able to see Ascended Heroes hit North America, I mean, it's really revitalized a lot of decks, including Festival Lead. What better thing to do than to add some simplicity to your deck?
Yeah, it's interesting to see kind of how things are shaping up with Ascended Heroes, not really adding a lot of like deck archetypes, but really lifting up a lot of former archetypes that we've had in the past. And speaking of all the past and everything, people are playing for a lot of prizing here this weekend. And it is $10,000 to first place for the Masters Division, and it goes down from there, plus plenty of booster packs.
I was about to say, well, what better way to keep your decks looking fresh than a lot of booster packs? But of course, also the younger divisions do also get some money as well towards their awesome victories that they see at these regionals. So yes, you very well could, if you are a master, walk away with a very pretty 10K.
And then, of course, juniors and seniors also get some cash as well, and it's always great to see the younger divisions being included and going on and on. And then, of course, not only the cash winning the tournaments, but doing well in these tournaments in each of the quarters will be able to get you travel awards for future tournaments.
Believe it or not, I think players actually really not only prioritize, of course, winning the regional, but staying within your top 16s on the leaderboard and a little bit lower as well into that top 32, so you can experience the travel reward. Traveling is expensive, and honestly, being in that, top 16 actually does really help you out with things like a giant travel stipend. And even going down to 17 through top 32, you do get the priority registration for those international tournaments you never want to miss.
Yeah, this also includes local tournaments and stuff like those league challenges and league cups to be able to boost up your championship points, to be able to make it to the travel awards as well. And then let's go ahead and take a look at the championship points for the tournament. First place, 350 championship points. But not only that, you get the auto qualification, but again, these championship points lead into the travel awards.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is what everyone is really going for at the end of the day. The Masters cap has been increased from last season, going to now 135 Masters from North America can qualify for the World Championships. But you see, when you look at these leaderboards and you are seeing 4 digits next to a name, it is really important that you go to as many tournaments as you can and even place well. But still, looking at some of these point numbers that you can get in something like a top 8, these 280s, 300 and above, that is really good, not only for your just getting to Worlds in general, but of course that travel stipend.
And if you at home are wanting to try your luck in the Pokemon seasons that we have, be sure to scan this QR code to find any local events near you. I always love playing in local cups and challenges. It really kind of revitalizes my championship vigor. I don't know.
Kind of the determination and the drive to continue going. I always say that you can meet not only your testing partners and your travel partners at events, but you can also meet your best friends for life. I know for me, I still talk to my locals every single day, even though we're not at locals every day, but these are the people that of course you get extremely close to. So always go to your locals, even if you don't want to start out at something that's so big like a 3,000 player regional. Feel free to start something smaller at your locals. Pre-releases are going on for the next set as well too, so you can get your hands on some new cards that you might need from Perfect Order. So make sure you check out your local scene.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying those Perfect Order battle decks. Really well built, and it's been fun to play with. Now, speaking of playing with cards,
okay,
casters have some predictions.
We do.
Let's go ahead and take a look at those and see what we think will do well in this tournament.
Why don't you start us off, Jeremy? Alakazam. Okay, tell me why.
It's my favorite deck.
Okay, that's it. That's all you need.
I used to be a Dragapult believer for a while. If I wanted to win the tournament, maybe I'll pick something like a Zoroark or even Gardevoir EX. But Alakazam to Dunsparce, draw cards?
Yeah.
I love drawing cards.
Some people say that is the thing that you want to do the most in a trading card game, is to draw cards. And why not have all of the cards that you need in your hand, thanks to Psychic Draw from your Kadabra and your Alakazam, and also to Dunsparce as well. So I see the vision, but I'm going to go with something a little bit more standard, I would say. I picked Zoroark EX. We talked about it in the lounge, and Zekrom coming in to kind of round out this deck to fully completion. But also, honestly, I think it's the time for dark decks to really kind of step back into the forefront. I mean, we're seeing Charizard at 4-0. We're seeing Zoroark EX at 4-0. But of course, I think a lot of people, while they, recognize Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, I still think this deck is very poised to do well.
Yeah, we've seen the players that are doing well with it are some of the best players we've had in the game, and they continue to do well with it. I mean, winning EUIC, winning Las Vegas. It's still very recent, and Claw of Darkness is one of those attacks that is just a little bit too powerful at sometimes. Being able to look at your opponent's hand and discard a card. Now, I kind of want to lump Pablo and Kyle in here with this one. Frostlass kind of indicating both with the Mega Frostlass EX. It is one of the new Ascended Hero cards that I want to see. I want to see it do well, and it does have that attack being able to do 50 for every card in your opponent's hand.
Definitely a nice way to, and I think Pablo was really talking about the strength of Monkey Dory Frostlass a little bit earlier. Why not take your opponent completely by surprise? And when you're in that end game, when you've exhausted a lot of your resources, why not throw in a Mega in there who can hit really hard, but for only 1 energy? So I like where Kyle is going. Of course, I think Dragapult is also a very safe pick, as we saw from Nicholas Moffat in the last round. It does what it does best. And I think Wancho with his pick was trying to, show a little ode to Pokopia, which I've been having an absolute blast with. So I totally get it. But it is still a very useful card, and a lot of decks that do play that Fan Rotom able to transformative start into any Pokemon that you need right on that first turn, and it will be sadly missed in rotation.
me crying over here in Switch 1 land.
It is really fun. But honestly, Pablo's picks are also really interesting, of course, with Frostlass there. But the Mega Diancie EX that we've seen going into Gardevoir really is a nice way to throw up another wall and say, I don't know how you're going to navigate around this. That Garland Ray attack, being able to hit those high numbers, just something else, of course, that Gardevoir really needs.
And the lone kind of representative of Gardevoir EX here, at least with +5.
Very true, but I think we all have very tame predictions. I think anyone could, see any of these coming. I think the Alakazam pick is definitely something that is pretty on par for you, Jeremy. So I can't wait to see you play that next format for sure.
And then do we have Watson's picks as well?
Adam, it'll probably be something. God, Adam.
Dialga.
Yeah, Badu or something.
There we go. Dragapult, Team Rocket's Watchtower. Team Rocket's Watchtower has been a stadium that I have loved seeing come into the format, kind of to counter the Don Charizards, the Fan Rotoms, the Noctowls of the world.
Yeah, I think it's actually a pretty healthy card for the format. I think when you combine Noctowl's Jewel Seeker and the kind of concept of I can just go into my deck and grab whatever I want, I think having one Team Rocket's Watchtower is a nice, tasteful way to kind of just slow your opponents down. And then you think about how that can actually apply into other decks, right? If you play down a Team Rocket's Watchtower, you can't quick search. You can't do things like fan call even.
Runaway draw.
Yeah, that too. So I actually think Adam's really cooking with the Team Rocket's Watchtower as well.
And there's even some other stadium inclusions that we've kind of heard rumblings about. So I'm excited to see how things shape up for this tournament. And we talked about it a little in the pre-show where Zoroark EX is probably the deck that got the most from Ascended Heroes.
And it was just one card when you really think about it, right? It was really just this one Zekrom. And like I was saying a little bit earlier, it really does allow for you now to kind of swing all the way up, that you really need to start doing these one-hit knockouts thanks to Petron EX, that Subjugating Chains, and the Binding Mochi as well. So I'm excited to see how the deck does. I think we've been kind of looking at some of these lists, and we're still trying to figure out from, how our top players feel on what is the decisive best list for Zoroark right now. But I think this weekend is definitely going to help us figure that out.
Yeah, and one of the probably main contributors to the meta of Zoroark EX has been Liam Halliburton.
Yeah, of course.
Being able to not only win a regional with the deck, but then get second place. And that was before this giant increase of power with Zekrom, where you were missing kind of two things: a cornerstone counter and a big knockout potential. And Zekrom is kind of both.
Yeah, I liked in the beginning of the season how we were really trying to figuring out how that deck kind of gets put together. I know Piper for a long time was really kind of maneuvering, counts around versus Darumaka's versus Darmanitans. I remember some lists not even playing the Darmanitans. So
then going into Toadscruel.
Yeah, Toadscruel lands, honestly. So I'm excited to see how this deck is going to come into, what I'd like to call perfect form right before rotation. Certain parts of that deck will be missed, of course, but you won't need to tech for the same matchups anymore, right? So with Golden Go gone, for example, then you can kind of pivot your attention to Raging Bolt, for example, using that Team Rocket's Watchtower, which is such a common card in that deck.
Yeah, and again, innovation is there. It's being able to really kind of come to the forefront, especially when we are at the tail end of this format, which we've had for a while now, where each new set kind of doesn't really change up the meta too much, but it just helps out decks here and there. And even with Perfect Order too, it's kind of the same.
I'm excited to see where we go, right? I think and this has kind of been your big, reveal for the entire weekend. It's PokePad is in everything, right? And it's really helping out certain decks that have been lacking that consistency of hey, this is a great idea, but do I want to use something like an Ultra Ball to get to the next point? It's really, things like being able to grab your cloak off of PokePad, being able to not have to pitch things off of Ultra Ball, right? So we're seeing PokePad really coming into the forefront now. Now, granted, I think pre-rotation, we could easily see a 2, maybe even 3 PokePads, but I think it is going to be one of those genuine staples of multiple decks when rotation happens. It really kind of brings me back to when people were playing something like 4 Battle VIP passes a couple years ago at this point. You're going to want to see PokePad. It's a great card.
I don't know if it's that oppressive as a Battle VIP pass. But it's definitely a very good card. Not being able to get the rule box, maybe you'll have to throw in some Ultra Balls or something, just because Pheasantipede EX is always a great inclusion in a lot of decks. The new cards coming out, like Meowth EX. It's definitely something to see, but that's for the future. Right now, it looks like we at least have pairings going up, so that means shortly we're going to have a match for y'all for round 5. Looking at the decks while we were starting today, is there anything out there that you think you want to win? Like,
ooh, what do I want to win and
like,
what do I want to see? That's very different, right? Well, I'm a big dark type deck believer right now. I think anything alongside of the, I would love to see Zoroark EX win with, this Zekrom kind of proving, it's pushing its weight there. Also, I could see Marnie's Grimmsnarl. I feel like a lot of the times we're always like, yeah, Marnie's Grimmsnarl's really good, and now's the time for it, and then it's like, it's not as great. But also Mega Absol. I think right now it's really kind of like putting a damper down on a lot of the Gardevoir players who really want that one last ride, but they really do have to worry about seeing things like Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Want to see a little bit of TMD evolution this tournament.
Okay.
I think that could be a nice play because a lot of people are, still once again trying to go for like the tricky Grim in there, but I want to see Zoroark win, but I want to see more goofy decks. I mean, Wancho and Kyle had such a fun time with Festival Lead.
Was it really fun?
It was fun for everybody.
It was fun for Nicholas Moffat.
I was about to say, I felt Nicholas's anxiety while trying to figure out the math in the end too, because of course, one thing that is staying throughout rotation or going into next rotation is the Dusknoir line that people either love to love or hate to, or love to hate. So I'm excited to see where exactly we're going to be ending up. But what do you want to see, Jeremy?
I have been a fan of a lot of the Crustal believers out there. Shout out to all of y'all. It's riveting gameplay of just being able to make your opponent not play the game. I kind of like that, And of course, the past few tournaments, there always seems to be one Alakazam to Dunsparce in the top 16. True. So I'm rooting for that person out in the field,
You got to be able to kind of find your way, right? And that's here's the thing: when so many players put this is kind of like the top of competitions, along with our internationals, right? Players put a lot of time and testing before coming into regionals, but so much of regionals at certain points is if you hit certain matchups, the luck of the pairings, if you will. There are people probably out there playing Zoroark EX that are going to hit a Crustle, or multiple Crustles here. So I'm excited to see how exactly, our rounds end up rounding out here. But I mean, we'll see. I think we got our next match coming up though.
I'm excited.
Ooh, okay. Getting it fed to us now though, Jeremy. It's going to be Gabe Shumway on Charizard, Dusknoir, Pidgeot, going up against Lucas Zing on Zoroark EX. On paper, how does it look?
I mean, it looks pretty good. We'll talk about it more when the players actually get here and stuff. But I'm excited to watch Lucas. Always a good fan of them. And then Gabe has been one of those players where they're just consistently doing well. Top 32s, top 64s. A couple breakouts there in ASIM, but it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. Honestly, being back also in Texas, I think Texas is one of the great hubs for Pokemon. I know we've been in San Antonio a couple years before, but I'm excited to see how exactly we're going to be rounding out for the rest of the weekend. I mean, it's great vibes here. It's definitely really warm outside. Was not expecting that, but we'll see.
Again, the players are getting started for our round 5. Still waiting on the rest of the players and getting up for our table. Yeah, it's a lot of people here.
Yeah, there is.
It's a big venue.
There always is, right? I know I haven't been playing for too long, but you have been playing for a while, and I hear the stories of when it was like 200-300 player regionals.
Yeah, that's back when I won a regionals.
Jeremy.
Now you have phase 2s that are like 745 players.
Yeah, that's true.
It just does not compare. Pokemon is a game that is growing and growing. And I don't think it'll stop. I mean, we've been doing this, what, 30 years now?
Yes, sure.
And I'm expecting at least 30 more. Maybe generation like 20. That's when we're going to start thinking about maybe hanging up the hanging up the boots, you know?
Honestly, I know we were talking about it in the lounge a little bit earlier, but the older players, the older masters coaching the juniors, right? And just wait until, you know, generations of players coming down the line where we're going to see players' kids versus players' kids in finals of regionals as well. You know, it's coming to that time where, you know, you could easily sit down versus a parent saying, yeah, I'm here with my kid who's also playing in the juniors division as well. So we'll see how it goes.
And well, let's take a look at the notable matches that we have of the players that are seeing right now. And of course, we were talking about Gabe versus Lucas, but going down the list, Sebastian Lashmat versus Mateus, gonna be pretty good. You got Xander Perot doing well here. Haven't heard his name in a little bit, taking off some time for school, I believe.
Honestly, the worldwide matches, right? I mean, you have Brent Tonneson coming here all the way from Australia, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi here as well. So honestly, people want to travel, right? People travel for this game. I mean, I just expect that Brent has sat so much on a plane over the past like 2 years, just flying to and from all of these regionals. Joseph Mossad, also a very good player, very consistent. Same thing with Kamal Crooks Valdez as well. So we're definitely starting to see kind of who is going strong into that phase 2.
Yeah, Kamal, an amazing trading card game player in his own right, and really just, I think the biggest barrier that he's had in the Pokemon TCG has just been registering for the big events, you know, or else we'd see his name a lot more.
Is fair. Well, we are starting to kind of see how we are going to be kind of leveling out for the rest of the day as well here. But I mean, once I'm looking around here in just round 5, I'm seeing things like Joltik Box at the top tables. I'm seeing multiple Joltik Box at the top tables. I'm still seeing Alakazam, like you had said, Golden Go. I think we're actually seeing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the meta breakdown, and while Dragapult Dusknoir is still the king of the format, at least in percentage numbers, we have a lot of different decks and just a lot of different players. I think the day 1 meta that we had was a little over 50% of the decks, and then we still have a lot more. Again, something like Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan is only represented like 4-something%, and it's one of those decks where you always kind of expect it to be in the top cut and doing well. It really just breaks down to, after our round 8, when we have our final players for phase 2 and start into that competition, what decks kind of shift.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm excited to go into our next match. Like we said, this is the first time Ascended Heroes is really kind of hitting the doorstop of North America here. And this is really kind of a good, I guess, jumping point, kind of the diving into our Ascended Heroes format. We'll see how it's going to play out for Houston and then Orlando, and then rotation's going to come around. So I don't know.
Yeah, one of the first tournaments we had was the Puerto Rico Special Championships, where finals was double Cerula GX. Who would have really thought that? But also just such a great deck tech breakdown that we had before we started here for round 5. Adam Watson really showing off the bling of the deck, you know?
Honestly, I think one of the most beautiful things about trading card games is that we have multiple rarities. So you can play a very pretty deck if you'd like to, but you can also play a minimum rarity deck as well. But here comes Lucas Zing and Gabe Shumway. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but it is going to be the dark type deck rules here. And honestly, I just love how we traded out the Ends Reshiram for this Ends Zekrom here, because that's going to be the star of the show.
And taking a look at Gabe, does have 3 top 16s at regionals over the years. He's been playing, trying to get to Lucas's level, you know? Lucas is a regional champion with that Pidgeot control back in 2024, and then also finished 9th place in EUIC just a month or so ago with that Mega Box, the Absol and Kangaskhan. So I think him switching to N Zoroark EX is really just showing the power that N Zekrom gave.
Yeah. And I'm excited to see how we're going to be able to see Charizard Pidgeot coming out into this format here. Like we saw, it did technically win Seattle. It's really going to kind of be here until it doesn't, right? That Pidgeot EX, the quick search ability, being able to go into your deck and grab anything that you want. One card, but usually it's that one card that you're missing out of something like a Lily's Determination, something that you just desperately need. So I'm excited to see how Gabe is going to be able to navigate around some new toys and tricks that Lucas has.
And both of our players here really kind of just switch up their deck choice based on the tournament meta. Neither is really kind of like the Gardevoir champions like we've seen with Chow or Bon. Lucas is really just, I'm going to play the best deck and I'm going to do well. And Gabe has really chosen Grimmsnarl, Golden Go, Charizard Pidgeot, and I think this is going to be the second go-ahead for Charizard.
Looking at Gabe's list now, it is going to be what we'd like to call that Terrestrial Charizard, that Terrazard, where it is going to be playing multiple Terra Pokemon in it, as well as, Jeremy, that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, where if you can get it powered up, you can see something like a Torrential Pump in a Charizard list. It really can throw off opponents who really need those first couple turns to set up, but we are already seeing our prize cards going out here. Seeing the Briar at the bottom of the prizes, not too great here. You want to really be looking for something like the Dawn, which is really needed for all of your setups, being able to grab a basic, a stage 1 and a stage 2 here. But looking on the other side of Lucas's prizes, nothing too crazy. Of course, seeing one whole line of the Zorua and the Zoroark down, but it's really that Zerosix Machinations there as maybe a cute little tech for something else.
Yeah, it's not just a little tech. This full deck is teched out with a ton of stuff, and it's been some of the rumblings I've seen of maybe the Liam Halliburton camp, where this and Zoroark EX is really trying to do a lot, and there's even a few where maybe we'll talk about it in the game. It's going to be a little surprising.
Can't reveal all of our tricks right at the start, but we are heading in. It's Gabe's turn first. Let's see how it's going to go.
Round 5 action here at Houston for the regional championships. Gabe is going to start things off with a Pidgey in the active spot and plays a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Now, with this Donzard list, it is really all about those Noctowls, really trying to just set up your entire board, and what better way to get those than Fan Rotom.
The thing is, Jeremy, when you look at Gabe's list, there are 28 Pokemon in this list. Almost half the deck is Pokemon, and that's because we're playing engines like the Fan Rotom with the Noctowl Jewel Seeker like we talked about, but also we're playing a whole Dusknoir line as well. So we're really kind of mixing together all of your favorite things about Charizard into this one particular deck here. But going to start off with the Buddy Poffin and then this deck search. Thanks to our Fan Rotom, going to be able to go find our colorless Pokemon. Now, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but that Ditto available for us as well, not in the prizes too, so we can actually go and get that Terrestrial Pokemon because you can't Jewel Seeker without it.
Again, it just depends if you have the hand to do it. Is there an energy to maybe retreat that Pidgey? If not, it's looking like 2 Hoot Hoots and a Noctowl. So no Ditto there. Could also just have the Nest Ball, the Terapagos in hand. But still a pretty good start from Gabe. Anytime you see Fan Rotom, it's always great.
Yeah, I mean, you love your setup, right? Having the Pidgey, having the Hoot Hoots, but of course it is just going to be Lucas setting down the Artisan for some extra safety, but then that Lily's Determination coming in, being able to draw fresh 8 cards here because Lucas still has all 6 of his prize cards, so definitely not agreeing with the hand here, but that Lily's Determination is going to become, and it already has honestly, become such a key draw supporter here. Unlike Professor's Research, where you really have to kind of dump your entire hand and not see it anymore, Lily's allows for you to just get a fresh start.
And I do love the sequencing from Lucas here, playing down that Artisan but not using it to search for a basic Pokemon, because that's what you want this turn. You want that Lilies to draw into more and Zorua and that Buddy Buddy Poffin like we see here from Lucas. Now you're going to be able to get a full board setup of those Zorua, being able to evolve into End's Zoroark EX next turn, and then that's when the game gets off the rails and you start trading.
Yeah, but it's all about setup here, and as we're kind of going through the deck list, we saw a little bit earlier, thanks to the prizes. The prizes weren't too crazy on Lucas's side. He's still going to be able to go in and really kind of figure out what exactly is missing, which is not too much here. The Buddy Poffin is great, but also has the energy and does have a technical machine evolution in the hand, so he can go in and already start to get those Zoroark out, but of course using Artisan to grab the star of the show, and that's going to be that Zekrom here.
Third ends Zora from the hand for Lucas, energy to the active, and we do have that technical machine evolution hit the board. Lucas is gotta feel pretty good with having that off that Lilies.
I mean, what else do you want here, right? You have your setup, you have one of your main attackers. Now, granted, I think this, I was about to say, Lucas is definitely considering trying to set up a little bit more here. Unfortunately, the Darumaka is not in this list, and the Darmanitan, so we're really just kind of relying on Zekrom and Reshiram to really be attacking here. But Jeremy, do we talk about it now? What else can you grab off of this Buddy Poffin if you're Lucas?
Oh, the Elgium, you can't grab that. It's 80
Oh, it
HP.
is 80. I thought it was 70. All right. Well, what can you grab off of the Artisan? The special tech, I think, of this deck.
Yeah, there is an Elgium in here, being able to move energies off your opponent's Pokemon to another one of your Pokemon. Again, it is for specific matchups. We even saw in the hand that Lucas has right now, it's that Nighttime Mine, which makes all of Terra Pokemon cost an extra energy to attack. Another new card from Ascended Heroes, but just hasn't really been talked about enough.
Going back over onto Gabe's turn, we did see the Dawn used for the supporter, and that is going to be that supporter that allows for you to grab your basic, your stage 1, and your stage 2. And the basic is going to be that Terrapago CX. So
It was 60.
Oh, Jeremy! Come on, man. I swear I know
Listen,
my
it's
stuff.
been a while. It's been a
I
while.
swear I know my stuff. Regardless, though, so it is going to be Dawn used for the Terrapago CX, the Noctowl, and the Pidgeot here. So here comes all of that setup off of just one singular card here. Now, we talked a little bit about that Nighttime Mine, and why is that important here? It's because Charizard, across, you know, as we've had it for so long, it's played less and less energy, right? So we're going to be moving fire energy to Pokemon that don't necessarily need it, and that's going to be cards like Noctowl, for example, we could be seeing a fire energy on. So definitely something to kind of keep, you know, a thought about if you're Gabe, but I don't know. I mean, Lucas hasn't shown it yet.
And this is the reason why this Dawn Charizard deck plays so many Pokemon, is because most of your Pokemon just search for the cards you need. Noctowl searching for 2 trainers, Pidgeot searching for any one card, and you kind of see it here where the one Pidgeot EX is able to unlock pretty much the entire hand. There's the double Duskull on the bench now from another Buddy Poffin, and this board is exactly where Gabe wants to be. And do we even have the knockout of the Fan Rotom? We do. Energy to the Fan Rotom for your Treat That Pidgeot EX, and thanks to that Area 0 Underdepths in play, Assault Landing takes the knockout on that Zora.
You love nothing more to see. This is probably Gabe's ideal board all through and through, right? You still have a Hoot Hoot ready to evolve to a Noctowl. You still have Pidgeot EX to be able to quick search everything. You have 2 Duskull ready to go, and your opponent isn't playing something like a Darmanitan where you're able to, you know, attack onto the bench as well here. This is a great setup from Gabe. I want to see how Lucas is going to be able to respond here. The attract customer is unfortunately not going to grab Lucas anything that he needs here. It is just going to be the Professor Turo scenario, which is probably a little bit better late game, but we're about to do something that this deck loves to do, Jeremy, and that is draw some cards.
I mean, again, we were talking about before, everyone loves drawing cards.
That's true.
And you even see that Luminous energy in there, part of that Elgium tech with that Nighttime Mine. But it is not a card that you can really utilize with something like Ends PP up to be able to power up a Zoroark EX in one turn.
Speaking of Ends PP up, Jeremy, I mean, I'm not seeing any dark energy anywhere on this board really to kind of use, but there it is, that Team Rocket's Watchtower, kind of the putting in check on how much you can realistically do in a turn, and that is going to be Gabe now having to essentially get rid of all the setup that he's already done here, and now he has some tough choices to make. I mean, granted, you want to keep your Pidgeot in play. It's just the fact, do you want to just have only one Charizard to potentially work with?
Yeah, it's also rough leaving the Fan Rotom in play because it's in the active spot. It's usually a card you would want to discard with that Stadium Bump. And the thing that Lucas's deck is trying to do is just run Gabe out of resources as soon as possible. So you have that Team Rocket's Watchtower. Very good early game against a deck like this Don Charizard. You got Pidgeot and Noctowl. And then as soon as you see the second Area 0 Underdepths being played, that's when you go in with the Nighttime Mine. That's when you're like, okay, I'm going to try to just strand you from energies for the rest of the game.
Really want to see how Lucas is going to be able to come back, because this has been a rather rough start here, just attaching the Luminous and the Iono for turn here. So now Lucas going to have a fresh 6, Gabe going to have a fresh 5 here. I'm not quite sure if we're going to be attacking this turn, Jeremy.
Yeah, not really a way to do that, and we'll just probably have to pass the turn, which is also rough because what, do you retreat into Zekrom so it can kind of take a hit from the Fan Rotom? There's not even the Ends Castle on the list, so you're really relying on those Professor Turos. You just, yeah, all right, Ends Zoroark, that can take a hit.
The thing is, though, with Charizard EX's Infernal Rain, I mean, Lucas hasn't taken any prize cards yet, so that damage modifier on Burning Darkness isn't going to do too much if Gabe chooses to go into Charizard EX, which he will do right now here. But nothing too crazy. I think he was able to draw, of course, into the Charizard here, so we can absolutely start attacking here. But do we just send our Charizard up front? I mean, granted, there's no damage modifier in play for the End Zoroark right now, but I think Gabe is perfectly okay with just keeping this Fan Rotom ready to go.
I mean, we could always see a crazy hand of Rare Candy, Dusknoir,
yeah,
that Curse Blast to not only increase the Burning Darkness, but add 130 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon.
Ooh, oh, I love where we're going here, Jeremy.
All right.
And that's going to be the Infernal Rain to show it. It is going to be a very unusual attacker in this deck, and it is going to be the Pidgeot EX with this blustery wind, where, yes, you're doing only 120, but you actually get to discard the stadium in play, and that was actually Lucas's only Team Rocket's Watchtower. So now those abilities are going to be back online.
Taking a look at Lucas's hand, you see the double Monkey Dory to go along with a lot of the different text we have in here, that 1/1 Toad Scroll line. But here is the second trade. Now we're finding all the dark energies, and Lucas still has an attack this turn, but could have actually had the knockout. There is a copy of Defiance Band in the list to be able to push that Rampaging Thunder to 280, but we just see that Air Balloon retreat to the End Zekrom.
Speaking of damage modifiers in the list as well, there is a Black Belts training in this list, so no poison package. It is just going to be this Black Belts training, which is a supporter card that does 40 more to the opponent's active Pokemon EX. So we can just start to hit those high numbers, and it will be the Monkey Dory coming down and then using the End Zekrom and that attack Rampaging Thunder for the knockout on Pidgeot.
Yeah, very cool play from Lucas there, being able to attach the Air Balloon, retreat to the End Zekrom, utilizing Professor Turo's scenario to pick up that End Zekrom, but not before using that End's PP up to charge up that Zoroark EX to be able to get the knockout, thankfully attaching the energy for turn to the Monkey Dory.
Ooh, okay, using the Night Stretcher, now going to be able to grab the Noctowl here off of it, and we still have this Terapagos EX in play as well. I do also like seeing in the hand, now it's not that useful now, but that Chien Pao, that stadium, the Pokemon that gets rid of all of your stadiums there, but it is going to be the evolve into Noctowl for the Jewel Seeker here, and obviously, once again, grabbing this Dawn. There are 4 Dawns in this list. You do want to see this practically every single time, and I can imagine, Jeremy, we might start to see an evolution up of that very cursed Dusknoir line.
Yeah, Dawn as a supporter has unlocked so many just possibilities with this deck, and like you were saying, 28 Pokemon.
Yep.
You're going to be able to search them out, and here we're even seeing
Double Dawn.
Wow, Double Dawn found off the Jewel Seeker. Gabe has kind of shown his game plan, but knows what to do. And like you were saying with that Chien Pao, that's also a great tech against the Nighttime Mine kind of strategy that Lucas might employ later on in the game.
I also like the way that Gabe went in and didn't grab the second stadium to really kind of go back in and set up all the way, because that is technically a limited resource. There are only 2 there, but it is going to be that Dawn for turn to reestablish some of the board here. You are once again able to grab your basic, your stage 1 and your stage 2 here. So I like the concept of grabbing another Charmander here and then starting to evolve up this Dusknoir line.
Curse Blast is definitely something that Lucas has to watch out for as the game progresses. It has been one of the Pokemon that really just the ability changes the format.
Absolutely. I think Curse Blast in general has been in a statement of its own, right? Being able to completely throw away your opponent's entire board here. But it is just going to be waiting in the wings here as Gabe is going to use Infernal Rain to get this knockout here. So it's Lucas starting off with that attract customers from Tatsugiri, being able to grab a supporter that you can find out of your top 7 cards here, and that boss's orders. We could be seeing something a little bit slower here, maybe going after something like the Dusclops here, or we could just be seeing that pure power play.
Well, if you think about it, Lucas is kind of on the back foot. Just lost the Enzor EX that had the 2 energies on it. There's 1 on the bench with no energies. There's 1 prized. So he's really going to have to kind of rebuild here. And if he wants to attack this turn, that means the last ends PP up. But wow, Secret Box found off the top. That might open up some possibilities.
Well, that unlocks everything, right? You can pitch all of the dark energy that Lucas already has in his hand here, and then really kind of get things going. That can grab your ends PP up to be able to attach a dark energy from your discard pile into one of your ends Pokemon here. And you can also grab some modifiers as well, but I'm interested to see because I think that Lucas actually pitched away the Black Belt's training off of the Secret Box.
Yeah, well, you already got a bunch of dark energies in the discard. There is that ends PP up. Again, needing it this turn if he wants to attack. And then most likely an Iono, Gabe to 3. Is this where you do the Nighttime Mine? I don't know. There's still that Area 0 under depths hanging out in Gabe's deck.
Could also be Elgium time when you really think about it, right? I mean, we've seen a lot of the energy already come into play here, so it could be Elgium time, but I would rather just start, getting back on, a even ground here of attacking here, but I definitely can see the Nighttime Mine going down now, but actually Lucas going to be targeting down this Dusclops here, the Nighttime Mine and the Iono coming into play here. Gabe's going to need a whole new plan after this.
Well, if you think about it, the way Gabe's bench is set up, it's not the best for the late game. You don't have that Pidgeot EX anymore, and since there was no Area 0, there is no Hoot Hoot to eventually evolve into Noctowl. So this is probably Lucas's best point at trying to mount a comeback, and you want to get rid of that Dusclops. That Curse Blast could become a Dusknoir next turn, and then that's when it gets real scary.
Didn't get to see the cards that Gabe was able to, or Lucas, excuse me, able to get off of the trade here, but definitely a lot better of a board here for Lucas, able to reestablish the End Zoroark EX off of using the Night Stretcher, and then able to trade here, so got some energy on board, but also the Monkey Dory setup as well here too. So we'll see how Gabe is going to be able to respond.
Going to be about, what, 4 cards in Gabe's hand. Has the energy, so will be able to attack through that Nighttime Mine.
And the question is, he has the Prime Catcher in the hand, right? And is planning on using it. Now, Charmander in the active has that agile ability, where as long as there's no energy attached, there's actually no retreat cost here. But the question is, what are we going after? Are we going after the End Zekrom? Just because that is the only Pokemon you can technically copy right now? Or is it just going to be the Tatsugiri here? Interesting.
Yeah, well, again, Lucas also Iono'd himself, so going to have a lower hand size. Granted, still has access to trade, but at least limit that option that you're going to always get after a knockout with that Tatsugiri. Now we do see the Elgium with the Luminous in hand. That's the last way to actually attack with it. And I think Lucas is getting a little weird here.
Yeah, it's about that time, right? It's time for not necessarily the words getting punished, right? But this is active, great counterplay here. But I love the boss's orders up as well. So now preventing the Terapagos here with that retreat cost of 2, I believe. And now moving the fire energy off of the Charizard onto this Noctowl here. And now Gabe is in a very strange spot.
Took a quick look at Gabe's hand. Has a Nest Ball, but that can't really get too much. There's no knockout taken, so you can't really get Pheasantipede EX. Just going to have to settle for the Hoot Hoot to hopefully evolve into a Noctowl next turn.
The thing is, with the Elgium here, with that first attack, slight shift, I guarantee you that we are going to be seeing all this fire energy go on to both Owls here at certain points here. This is giving Lucas a ton of time to just take a deep breath and breathe again here. So we're going to see these trades coming back. And now he has time to reset up the second Zoroark as well here. Because now, honestly, this is kind of it's not necessarily a lock. It just feels kind of awkward. But there it is. It is going to be that slight shift, moving that fire energy from Charizard onto the Hoot Hoot.
This Iono is doing a ton of work for Lucas. Gabe just drew a boss's orders for the turn, but oh, wow, has the Noctowl in hand, so we'll be able to Jewel Seeker and open up this hand once again. There is that Area 0 under depths, the last stadium for Gabe.
But even if you solve one piece of the puzzle, Jeremy, here comes the second. All of your energy has been moved off, and that Terapagos in the active has a retreat cost of 2. Now, granted, we could also power that up and use something like a Unified Beatdown, but also, I mean, it's just hard to say where exactly we go from here.
Looks like Dawn is the option. All right. Dawn now will search for Charizard and Noctowl as well as Pheasantipede. Again, just thinning the deck out as much as you can.
When I'm looking at Gabe's list in terms of how we're going to be able to recover the energy back into play here, there's 1 Super Rod and 1 Night Stretcher here. So looking at the discard piles from my end, I'm not really quite, we've already pitched away the Super Rod. I'm not, and also the Night Stretcher. I think these energies are actually stuck,
Is this
period.
just game?
It's always too early to call game, Jeremy, no matter which way you look at it. But there's the Night Stretcher, there's the Super Rod, and I would say it's close to a checkmate. You never want to count anybody out here, but we don't see anything along the lines of something else that could move energy like End's Plan or whatever to move it to that would be nuts.
the counter tech.
But, I mean, this Charizard is not going to be, you know, attacking anymore. And the thing is, I mean, does Lucas even have to necessarily move this fire energy? You don't want to move it to the Fan Rotom, because if he's able to find a way to get this Terapagos out of the active, but I don't even see a way to get your Terapagos out of the active. That Fan Rotom could come in, but could also put it onto the Charmander. But I really don't see this Terapagos going anywhere, Jeremy.
Well, there's 1 copy of Jet Energy.
1 singular one.
And I don't believe it's been used, so there is a way, but what? That's going to bring up the Fan Rotom? And Fan Rotom's going to take a knockout? That's not going to be your best play here.
Going in with the rare candy Charizard EX just to find it. There's 1 energy left in the deck, so could potentially use the Jet Energy to get back into the active and something along the lines of the boss's orders to reach all the way up. But I don't know, man. I think Lucas is kind of in, you know, kind of conservation mode, right? At this point, he doesn't need to attack anymore. He doesn't really need to kind of move things around as such. I think Gabe is now just kind of waiting on this Jet Energy to appear in his hand.
All right, well, Lucas just drew and slightly shifted that fire energy over to the Fan Rotom. And now, again, Gabe is all out of energy recovery. No Night Stretcher or Super Rod left. There is 2 energy left in the deck, 1 water and 1 jet.
it just doesn't feel good, right? So now, honestly, it's Gabe trying to give Lucas the same treatment of, well, now you have to attach an energy to get this Monkey Dory out of play here. But it's weird to say that I don't see the exact line on how exactly Gabe is going to get out of this one. Lucas finding the Night Stretcher, so can attach and retreat here. But do we just start attacking again with Zoroark? I mean, Gabe's down to 2 prizes that he needs to take in order for him to win this game. I think we just go back into Elgium.
Well, one thing you have to realize is Lucas right now does not have a deck.
Oh, yep, he's about to deck out.
So first things first.
Reset deck.
Yeah, play that Iono. There is 6 cards, so you have 3 turns to win this game. Now, I do believe Zora can do it. Lucas can do it. But how many turns do you give Gabe?
I was about to say, the question is how, right?
Yeah.
How do you get there? And I think that's Gabe has found, and it really feels weird to say, Jeremy, that this is an alternate win condition, but decking out your opponent is technically an alternate win condition. But I think Lucas has to kind of put the gas back on the pedal and start attacking here. But the problem is Lucas is at 3 prizes, Gabe is at 2, and that Charizard, I mean, if Gabe is able to find 1 more energy here, that Infernal Rain and the Burning Darkness here from Charizard will win this game 1.
Well, so you have 4 fire energy in play, 1 fire energy in the discard. That means there's 0 fire energy left. So the only possible ways to attack is going to be Fan Rotom or the Speed Wing from Noctowl. But here we just see the retreat. Pass the turn back to Lucas. There's the boss's orders for the game. And it took a while to get there, but Lucas finding a way to win this game 1 thanks to the combination of Elgium and Nighttime Mine.
Yeah, that is going to be your underdog story when you're talking about Zoroark EX this weekend. I don't believe every single Zoroark EX player is playing this weekend, but it's, that control style. But I am excited to see what Pablo has to say about this. Let's throw it on over to him.
Thank you so much, Emily and Jeremy. What an exciting game 1 we saw. We saw Lucas pull out all the strings from Zoroark, right? Just a regular, trying to attack, trying to take prizes, and then trying to deny the Pidgeot with the Watchtower. Gabe responded very nicely with that Pidgeot, knowing it was safe from a Reshiram Rage attack by not being able to deal 280 damage, but there's usually Black Hole or not. But I loved seeing the change in gears from Lucas. We saw this KO Pidgeot, which by denying that resource, it leads perfectly to the end game scenario where I don't think anyone had this in their predictions. Seeing LGM in Zoroark becoming sort of a control archetype, moving around the energy, forcing that extra energy thanks to the mine onto this Charizard, forcing extra resources into play, and then completely denying energy, right? So it doesn't matter if you have Charizard's ability to power up if you have no more energy left in your deck. So really cool to see Lucas just switch gears into his control type of thing. Let's see what happens in game 2.
Yeah, Pablo, it really kind of reminds me of the old Zoroark EX kind of control deck that popped up after a little bit of its time in standard format. Really interesting to see. Now let's go into game 2 for our round 5. Gabe is going to start things off for us. Going first, has that Buddy Poffin, finds the Fan Rotom, of course, but now we see that Ditto, and that is because of that agile ability from Charmander.
As we're looking at Gabe's prizes as well, nothing is too concerning here. When I'm looking at Gabe's deck here, it is going to be not 4 copies of this Poképad, but definitely always down a Dawn here. It is going to be only 2, but honestly, we didn't see Gabe go for it too much in that last game. So I think it's more of a consistency thing for the Terra decks to really get started. But as you were alluding to, Jeremy, using Charmander's ability Agile, where there's no energy attached to the Charmander, so it can retreat to the bench for free. And then here comes that Terra Pokemon, that Terrapago CX with an energy attached. We're already looking good.
That one's for you, Wancho. Nice. Lucas now gets to look at his hand, and it is all right.
Okay, all right, we're good now. We're good now.
Was looking a little lackluster, but that Lily's determination, determined to make this hand a little bit better.
8 cards here, fresh for Lucas. I would have preferred the opening he had in the last game where it was the Artisan coming down and then the TM Evolution and the Energy. Now it's kind of left up to how Lily is going to be rewarding Lucas here. Definitely needs a Buddy Poffin, needs that Artisan now for a little bit more setup. We'd love to see these Zoroarks here, and I believe we actually found we found multiple Buddy Poffins and a Zorua to go. We'll see how exactly Lucas wants to get things rolling here.
Probably with a couple Enzora.
Yeah.
Then Evolution. This is exactly kind of where you want your hand to be. And wow, taking a look at the prizes, you got one of the Monkey Dory. We saw how useful that was in Game 1, being able to take that one-hit knockout on that Pidgeot EX to go along with that Black Belt's training. Again, 4 different matchups, but still a great way to kind of climb the heavy HP that you have to deal with.
We're not going to see the Soroka 6 machinations at all, potentially throughout this set, but one copy of Air Balloon I am a little bit nervous about. There are only 2 in the list here, and Enzekrom does take a little bit to retreat here, but back on over into Gabe's territory, and it is going to be the Noctowl Jewel Seeker here. Already has the rare candy in hand, and immediately, once again, Jeremy, going for this Dawn supporter here, where we're going to be able to find our rare candy Pidgeot right away.
There's a reason there's no real draw supporters in Gabe's deck. It is for Dawn all the time. I do believe that if Gabe can play a Dawn every turn, it's going to be pretty happy.
Even considering the setup as well, we saw that the Area 0 Underdepths was taken off of the Jewel Seeker here. So once again, starting to kind of go into this Dusk Noir line as well here. Needs the middle evolution as well, so a second Noctowl always feels pretty good. I know now it's on Gabe's radar where he has to really look out for the Team Rocket's Watchtower, but once again, there is tech for it. You can put down your second Area 0, but also that Chien Pao too, lurking in the wings. 28 Pokemon in a list, Jeremy. There's got to be an answer for a lot of things.
And when you have a rare candy Pidgeot EX, you're going to be able to find that answer no matter what. Quick search will be able to grab any one card in the deck. What do you think Gabe's going to eye down here?
Well, he did grab the water energy here, so maybe potentially something along the lines of a unified beatdown this turn, just keeping something in the active that can attack, but it's not too imperative here. I really want to see Gabe establish a second Charmander. I want to see this Area 0 go down. It will. It does have Charmander as well here, and another Hoot Hoot. So this is exactly what you want to see, right? Being able to kind of eye up all of your options and have everything ready to go. But it is going to be that unified beatdown that gets that first knockout.
And now with the way Gabe made his board is that when this Area 0 Underdepths gets knocked out of play, you're going to be able to discard that Fan Rotom and the Noctowl and still keep those very important basic Pokemon on your bench. Buddy Poffin for Lucas to start things off. Has the End Zoroark on the bench with that Dark Energy, hoping to maybe charge it up with an Ends PP up. Meanwhile, hoping for something like an Air Balloon on the active, but just finds nothing off the Buddy Poffin. Pheasantipity EX, which is very good in this position, along with a Lily's Determination. That means 8 cards plus 3. That's 11 cards. That's a lot of cards.
The thing is, though, Jeremy, Lucas always has to watch out for the exclusive use in this deck of the Briar. Now, I don't believe we had access to it in the last game, but when it comes to a lot of these terrestrial decks, the one Briar is all you need. And this is exactly how Gabe wants to do his prize mapping here. He wants to take one Pokemon so he can set himself up for a 1, 2, 3 math, essentially. So Lucas, while this Terapagos is really scary, may want to consider taking something like a Hoot Hoot this turn so Briar can be offline now.
Not only 11 cards, but I did forget about the 2 trades as well.
Yeah, more
so
cards.
Drawing 14 cards, 15 cards, that's how math works.
And the unfortunate thing about that is, as we've seen in the past, sometimes you still whiff after 14 cards. So,
oh, trust me, it happens.
yes, it happens to everybody. Nobody is immune from something like that, something so heartbreaking here. I want to see how exactly Lucas wants to line up this play, right? Because I think it's so tempting to just take the Terapagos right in front of you. But as you alluded to, Jeremy, here comes that Nighttime Mine, and there goes that Noctowl and the Fan Rotom. So now Gabe doesn't mind it at all, but what are we attacking with this turn?
Well, all right, Lucas found that air balloon, the one copy in the deck, and here's just another technical machine evolution. Try to find that last Zoroark EX for Lucas. Not the start you want to see in this game, too.
See what Gabe is going to be able to do from here. I didn't see a direct answer, and the bench is technically full, so Champao is gone here, but Quick Search is technically online because this isn't Team Rocket's Watchtower, and there's the Noctowl in the hand. So there are ways that Gabe can maneuver out of this. The question is, where are we going from here? Are we going to evolve straight into Charizard and start swinging there? Are we going to keep going with the Terapagos EX? I think we're just going to set up all the way.
Again, able to use a Jewel Seeker. You're going to find a Dawn with that, and really just kind of shortcutting everything, too. You already have that Rare Candy Dawn off that Jewel Seeker. Dawn's going to find Charizard, Dusclops most likely, and then another Duskull to go with it. This is looking pretty scary for Lucas.
Something also to note, Jeremy, is that this Zoroark in the active with the one energy on it is the only energy that we're seeing in play right now. So I want to see if Gabe is really going to target that down or just going to take rather a slower approach here, potentially targeting something like the Pheasantipity, but that hand is full of options.
Oh yeah, and Gabe still hasn't quick searched.
Oh, yeah, and to stack
you still
it all
can
on
just
top.
find any card in your deck. The third energy is being attached to the Terapagos EX, and I think we're going to see a pretty disgusting play here. A second Rare Candy found off the quick search. You have Dusclops or Dusknoir in hand. Cursed Blast on the active, 130 damage. And that also clears the bench space for that Duskull that Gabe just found off Dawn. And there's that Unified Beatdown for the KO.
And what's important here, Jeremy, is that Gabe was able to re-establish a Duskull there too, right? So essentially threatening the same play, but using, of course, Terapagos here as your main attacker while keeping Charizard EX waiting in the wings here too. It's only Nighttime Mine here, so doesn't technically need to bump it just yet. I mean, Terapagos is a fine attacker, but I want to see how Lucas is going to be able to respond. Has 2 energy on to the Zoroark EX, but I mean, we can definitely get this. We can get this Terapagos out of play here, but this is what I wanted to see. A little bit of hand disruption here. We got to find a Team Rocket's Watchtower right now.
There was also the possibility of something like a Boss's Orders being able to bring up that Pidgeot EX and take the knockout thanks to Defiance Band, adding that extra 30. Here is the Pheasantipity, finds Palpad, Night Stretcher, and a Dark Energy. First trade, finds the Counter Catcher, so Lucas still has this option available to him.
Ooh, this is massive right here. Also finds the Team Rocket's Watchtower as well here. Oh, he's using a Super Rod.
Super Rod to bring up your Pidgeot EX.
A Counter Catcher, which will be sorely missed in rotation. But yes, it is going to be the Counter Catcher into the Pidgeot and then using the Defiance Band and Zekrom to get that knockout. That was a massive turn from Lucas. He's definitely back in it.
280 damage is a good number to hit in the Pokemon TCG. Now it is tied up 3-3 prizes. Gabe down a game, 14 minutes left into this game 2. No Pidgeot EX, had to use the Noctowl last turn, so no access to Jewel Seeker. Just the Boss's Orders bringing up the Pokemon for the KO.
Now we're back into this weird prize mapping thing. We're seeing essentially a different way of how game 1 played out, right? Lucas at 3, Gabe at 2, but the thing is no LGM, and we also have Charizard ready to go. Now granted, there's no bump just yet for the nighttime mine, but Charizard only does need 1 energy attachment to get it going. I'm a little bit concerned here for Lucas. I mean, he's got a lot of cards in hand, but looking for the trades a little bit more here.
A lot of cards have been drawn from Lucas for this turn. And with that knockout from Gabe last turn, it does mean Countercatcher is active yet again. Lucas can choose to take the knockout on the active spot. Let's see, there's the Black Belt's training in hand. Does that make math any better? I don't think so.
It doesn't, because regardless of if you take out this Terrapagos here, you go down to 2 prizes, and then Burning Darkness is all the way ready to go at this point. So I think we're going back into the tried and true LGM here with the shifting of the energy all the way around. The question is, where are we putting it to? I like the counter catcher here as well, so we'll see how exactly this control style end game is going to go here, but we are going to be moving an energy off of that Charizard onto a Terrapagos. Okay.
Again, this plan might work, but Gabe now knows what's going on. Hasn't been forced to use the Super Rod or Night Stretcher, has been actively conserving those cards in his hand. We do see just the pass of the turn, but not before benching a Hoot Hoot to turn on Jewel Seeker the following turn. But now there is that Team Rocket's Watchtower. Lucas bumping his own Nighttime Mine to shut off that potential Jewel Seeker. Energy on that ends Zekrom, and then just that slight shift yet again. This Terrapagos EX is full of energy.
Jeremy, the draw for turn was the Knock Towel right when the Watchtower goes down. It's
that's
such a
dirty
heartbreaker.
top deck.
Yeah, that was a big heartbreaker, but this Terrapagos is full of energy. Now, Gabe still has 1 Area 0 Underdepths in the deck to work with. There's another one in the discard, but I feel like this Charmeleon is going to actively be stuck there.
Well, it is in the active, and it is stuck.
Oh, Jeremy.
Dark energy on the Zoroark EX on the bench with the air balloon. Now attempting to make sure nothing can really get stalled up in the active for a turn. There's that Professor Turo scenario, picking up that Pheasantipity EX. Again, just try to limit the amount of counterplay that Gabe would be able to do. There's that ends PP up. So now everything fully powered up, and we're going to retreat, take the knockout. Lucas looking to go down to 2 prize cards left, again with that Charizard EX not being a threat at all. There's no Burning Darkness coming down on the following turn. That means this end Zoroark EX is pretty much safe.
There's got to be a way that Gabe can find somehow evolving up into the Dusclops, the Dusknoir, using Cursed Blast and then weakening it enough to find Area 0 Underdepths to rebench all the way to Unified Beatdown, potentially. That could be the line that we have here, but it depends on this top deck. Can we get out? There's the Nest Ball.
Nest Ball can find something like a Pheasantipity EX. Still available in the deck. It's not in the prize cards, so spin the wheel, Emily. 3 cards.
This is actually massive. This is a huge 3 cards for game here. We have to find a way to bump the Watchtower, and then we already have the Knock Towel in hand, Jeremy. We already can see where this could potentially go. It's just up to Pheasantipity and these 3 cards.
Gonna take a quick look at the cards available. There is a Noctowl in the discard. There's that Dusknoir, so maybe that Night Stretcher in hand. Maybe you need to find Night Stretcher. There is only 1 copy of Dusknoir in the deck. 3 cards. Ooh.
I don't see it. I see a Dawn.
Dawn, Chien-Pao, Buddy Poffin.
But the question is, can Dawn get us all the way up there without the full bench expansion of Area 0 Underdepths? I don't believe so.
I know you can't.
The basic will be taken as probably just a Charmander. Does Gabe just have to wait using the Super Rod in the hand now to get Dusknoir back into the deck?
All right, well, okay, we're clearing the bench with Curse Blast. This is going to allow Qian Pao to be used. So that gets rid of the Team Rocket's Watchtower. That enables the Noctowl to use Jewel Seeker. Jewel Seeker's going to find the Area 0 under depths, and Buddy Poffin, that's going to find a couple more Pokemon. Did Gabe find a way to do it? I think he did, and there we go. We're going to a game 3 here. Gabe pulling out an amazing comeback, all thanks to that Dusclops and Qian Pao.
I am so happy that we saw it go all the way through to fruition here, finding the Qian Pao there with the ability to get rid of the stadium and then the full expansion.
That is crazy. I thought it was done.
No,
like,
you can't ever count out a deck that has 28 Pokemon, Jeremy.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at how that game went. Take it away, Pablo.
Thank you, Jeremy. Definitely a very intense game with Gabe pulling it out in the end. I want to showcase a quick clip here where I think Gabe almost played into Lucas's hand perfectly. I think in this particular turn, we saw Charizard evolve, get powered up, and also power up that third energy that the mine required for Gabe to attack. Now, in this particular spot, if Pidgeot had just quick search for that energy with having more energy left in the deck, I think that would have played a little bit better towards a more stable late game for Gabe to not be forced to find all these pieces and not have all his energy stuck onto that Terrapagos that we saw towards the very end. But overall, I think that LGM is really taking Gabe by surprise. So I would really love to see a little bit of adaptation in this game 3. We are getting that started right now, so let's jump into it.
Yeah, the biggest thing is going to be the clock. Just over 6 minutes to go. Both of our games 1 and 2 were pretty much back and forth. Lucas started off with a Buddy Poffin, attached an energy, and was able to attract customers. Now Gabe has to figure out something to do, but there is the Jet Energy, the Klefki to the active spot. That means no Fan Rotom this turn, and is there even, wow, yeah.
No supporter.
No supporter, no Charmander, no Pidgey. If this was a game for Lucas to win quickly, it would be now.
And looking at the prize cards just really quickly, even though we're kind of losing time in a moment. I mean, the LGM is actually prized here for Lucas, so it has to kind of work and maneuver around that, but only one Dawn for Gabe is prized. So just a really big, unfortunate whiff here. And now look at Lucas, look at the speed here, understands the position that he's in, already has grabbed En's Reshiram. Can we find an En's PV up to get attacking this turn potentially? Oh no, unfortunate.
There's both ends PP up, but no Dark Energy to be able to be discarded with the trades. Gabe does have that Jewel Seeker from the Noctowl available, so again, not the best turn 1 at all. This is why a deck like this Dawn Charizard wants to go first, be able to get that Fan Rotom, and from there, you're off to the races, but not even having access to that is pretty crazy to see when you're playing so many cards to search for it.
Even one prize just completely getting rid of the odds, right? And now this Jewel Seeker from Gabe has to go a completely different way. And instead of just working on powering up your own hand here, instead Gabe has to go into kind of disruption mode, right? Has to say, you know what, I'm going to try and get set up while actively getting rid of your great hand, and that is going to be the Iono being played here. So now it is going to be just 6 cards fresh. Who's going to be able to attack first?
I mean, still probably on Lucas, just being able to get things set up. You have that attract customers, 2 trades to go along with it, and not having access to a Charizard this turn for Gabe is definitely going to set himself on the back foot. And there we see Lucas speeding through these trades. I thought it was a Lily's Determination being played, but no, it's just 6 cards from these 3 Zoroark. Boss's orders brings up the lone Charmander, and Lucas is going to take the knockout thanks to that En's Reshiram on the bench. And now things are starting to pick up the pace. Gabe did draw into Pidgeotto. We'll be able to evolve that Pidgey, but again, this hand looks a little lackluster, just passing the turn, not even jousting. And then there is another knockout. These knockouts are taking place in the span of 10 seconds, let alone a couple minutes.
And honestly, people say that TCG is a slow game. This is the fastest game of TCG I have ever seen here. The nest ball for the Pheasantipity has to draw into a lot here to get even something going. At this point, our only reliable attacker here is going to be this Terapagos. Doesn't even have the Dusknoir line set up at all to be able to even soften the hit points of the Zoroark here. So now these 3 cards have to keep going with setup. We need something like an Area Zero Underdepths, another Buddy Poffin. We find that there. Can we keep it going, though? There's the Area Zero Underdepths. I mean, I see the Buddy Poffin.
It's a little bit awkward because you were able to Buddy Poffin for the Charmander, but the other 70 HP one is in the prize cards.
Oh, no!
That means the lone Charmander left in the deck is going to have 80 HP. You cannot search that out with Buddy Poffin.
It's gotta be going for the Dusknoir line to use Curse Blast to soften Zoroark at this point. I don't see another option that we can grab, at least in the hand. No Dawn here to grab that 80 HP Charmander, excuse me. But I mean, do we just start attacking, or do we just have to let something go here?
It's getting a little rough. There's no way to search for that Charmander. I think Gabe's gonna just, Duskull, retreat that Pidgeotto. Not even a second energy to attack with Terapagos.
No.
This is looking like a stellar position for Lucas to try and close out this game 3. Again, going to trade as fast as possible, get those cards in hand. Really is just looking for energy to charge up those benched and Zoroark EXs. Palpad Boss's Orders.
The thing is, though, Jeremy, if we take out this Terapagos EX onto the bench here, I know that Gabe has a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in play, but that's not the Terra Pokemon that you want to see at all. Would also have to get rid of some of these very valued bench Pokemon here, but it is just going to be the attack from Lucas in a great position here. What can happen? What's the draw? It's just going to be a Charmeleon. There's still not much we can do here.
Yeah, you also have to think about there's just the En's Reshiram on the bench for Lucas. There's no Zekrom in sight just yet, so not able to take those big one-hit knockouts that we're now used to seeing with Zoroark, and just powering through the deck yet again. And there is another Virtuous Flame for the knockout. Oh no, did he announce the wrong attack? Oh, he announced the powerful Rage attack, I think. That might just actually do it for Gabe to maybe squeak out a tie here. There is the Dawn. We'll be able to find that Pidgeot EX and that last Charmander in the deck. Is this where the tide turns? Less than a minute left, and this turn's gonna definitely take a minute.
It's true, right? You have to line things up correctly, right? So using Dawn to grab the Pidgeot EX, but that's so unfortunate from Lucas. But able to find the Charmander here, and now also has access to Quick Search and has access to Jewel Seeker here. But the question is, are we going to just start attacking, or should we just take it slow? Lucas had 3 prizes here, so can just keep feeding these single prizers, or Gabe can feed these single prizers to Lucas, but after that, I'm not quite sure.
Now, Lucas did Palpad one of the boss's orders back into the deck. That means you can still win in a time situation, especially if time gets called on Gabe's turn. But no, okay, pass the turn back to Lucas. He takes the knockout.
Oh!
That is one of the fastest. All right, does Gabe draw a card? Draws a card with 2 seconds left. Lucas was able to steal a prize card out of nowhere.
Will Lucas be able to trade for boss's orders to win this game in turns? We are back to 3 turns, I believe, post time being called. So at this point here, it's just a matter of finding that one boss's orders, or even finding the damage modifiers to take out something like a Charizard here. But Pheasantipity on the bench is definitely looking like a great liability here for Lucas to charge after.
All right, everyone, we can finally breathe a little bit. Time has been called. Not going to be quick-paced turns here, you know. Gabe has a lot of work to do. I don't think you can take 6 prizes in these 2 turns. So it's all about denying the win for Lucas here. Something like the one of Iono. It's not on the prize cards.
Nope. He only plays one.
Oh, wait, no, the Iono was played turn 1.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, Iono gone here, so there's no hand disrupt. Lucas having 3 Zoroark EXs active, ready to go. So we're going to see a ton of cards next turn. And look at Lucas's hand already. All he needs is boss's orders.
There has to be a boss in there, right? There's only been. All right. I guess there is Briar, right? You can Briar this turn with the Charizard, maybe. Or if Lucas just does not find a boss's orders.
It's a bit risky to kind of even, I mean, are we just hitting into, we're hitting into it now here? Okay, Charizard's coming up.
There is that Chien-Pao discarding the liabilities on the bench for Gabe. Do you discard that Pidgeot EX as well? If you do that, I don't think Lucas... Well, okay, Lucas still has 2 turns available, right? So we'll be able to kind of pick up the last 2 prizes. But wow, all right, Chien-Pao discarding the bench down to single prizes. And there is the Briar right now. So now Gabe will be able to take an extra prize card off of this Zoroark EX, going down to 3. It's going to leave a combination of Dusknoir maybe for the following turn.
Oh, you know what? I see where you're going here too. If we're able to find something like a Dusknoir onto the Tatsugiri, or even just the Ends Reshiram, you would be able to use Burning Darkness all the way up here. The counter catcher is going to be traded away. Could have also very well used it right now here. But honestly, genius play from Gabe, using Chien-Pao to get rid of all of the bench liabilities here. There's that Ends PB up. We will be seeing an attack this turn. Can Lucas win it now? Because I think Gabe is lining up to win it potentially next turn. Has 2 Hoot Hoots ready to go. We could find something like a Team Rocket's Watchtower.
Double boss's orders on the bottom of the deck. Lucas was debating using Attract Customers before this Nest Ball, but thankfully for him, he shuffled the deck. Attract Customers, boss's orders. Then you run the risk of, oh, this is a close one. For how much little time is left?
Yeah, we're in turns realistically, right? I believe that Lucas has the secret box in hand as well here.
Track Customers, the full deck. There is the boss's orders. Now it has to be boss's orders on the Duskull, right?
Yeah.
Get rid of the avenue of the Curse Blast KO to take game.
Yep.
Team Rocket's Watchtower is pretty useful as well with those double Hoot Hoot on the bench.
Does he see it though? Has to take the right target here. Team Rocket's Watchtower coming down as kind of the cherry on top here is great, but you have to take the right target, and the right target here is going to be that Duskull. But honestly, would be at 1 prize here, so it is going to be the Charmeleon.
Oh, that is true, yeah.
So can't even go for that line either, Jeremy. I think Lucas might be able to just squeeze this win out in turns.
Yeah, even for next turn, just finding that last boss's orders. You already kind of have it guaranteed with the Tatsugiri on the bench. Oh, and there's that Rare Candy Dusknoir, just unable to use it now. I mean, go out your own style, you know?
Turn 1, though. That's so unfortunate to see. Can't even Jewel Seeker for anything at this point either. That Team Rocket's Watchtower coming in clutch right at the end here, too. But great mapping from Lucas as well. Getting down to only 1 prize, so Curse Blast off the line as well here. Can go for something like Pokepad, or are we just going to swing into this Zoroark? I mean, we take it out, right? I mean, Burning Darkness definitely does enough here, but that doesn't solve the answer of finding the last boss's orders in the deck, and Lucas Zing in turns will be able to win that round.
What a crazy game 3 that was. Like, from the mispronouncing or the misnaming of the attack into taking a knockout in 2 seconds. into the double boss's orders with 6 cards left in the deck. That was such an awesome match to watch.
Yeah, honestly, it became a little fuzzy right at the end, right, where things were happening so fast. Gabe did such a good job of using the Chien Pao to get rid of all of the 2 prize liabilities. We were even late to kind of calling that out too, but it was such a smart idea to just get rid of everything that wasn't doing too much. But honestly, it just came down to Lucas finding those boss's orders right at the end. Really goes to show how, you know, honestly, he's one of the champions of this deck for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's go ahead and bring in Pablo. We can talk about that match that we just saw. Pablo. Hello.
Jeremy,
No,
Emily,
no,
how are you doing? I'm right here.
I was waiting for the transition and everything, but here you are,
Good.
Pablo.
Thank you. What an exciting game we just had, don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, really back and forth, and I mean, I thought we were gonna have a game 2 winner in Lucas, and then things completely turned around. So, I mean, do you guys want to take a look at game 2 there? A few of the key moments I think are worth discussing for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I think there was this key turn specifically where I touched upon it a little bit whilst we were going from game 2 to game 3, if we can get the footage right there. So in this particular spot, all right, I have the game paused because I want to like explain the situation and get your thoughts, because maybe I'm overthinking here, but I think the big card here is the mine that is really like getting Gabe to try to come up with a brand new solution. But by having Pidgeot, right? Let's roll the clip here. Like by having Pidgeot, you just need to quick search for that 3rd energy, right? And then your Terrapagos can now attack. Now, of course, you also want Dusknoir to get a KO on the active. But what Gabe ends up doing this turn in particular is he establishes the Charizard. And I think that left him very open to that endgame situation with the LGM, don't you think?
Yeah, basically just getting those basic energies out of the deck means you don't have the ability to evolve into that Charizard later on in the game, especially with the Charmeleon being brought up and then eventually getting knocked out.
Yeah, so we saw, like, that's what we're seeing right now. We see the Rare Candy, we see the Charizard gathering those energies. I think the energies would be a lot safer if they remain in the deck rather than being in play, right? Sure, you have your Charizard power up, but you're not even using it this turn to take a knockout, so holding off on that I think would have been a great adaptation to the LGM, which, of course, I don't know about you two, but LGM was not in my books to see for Zork in this event in particular.
Absolutely not. I like where you're going with this, Pablo. I think it's kind of that concept that we always talk about, resource management, right? Where we're really kind of making sure that things aren't kind of getting thrown away by the win side, because you're right. I mean, LGM absolutely could have came in as something like a punish for something like that, but it ended up working out in Gabe's favor pretty well in that game too.
And then I think moving like a little bit farther into his game, we see exactly that happen, right? We see the LGM has already transferred all this energy, leaving a very vitality field, Terrapagos, as Jeremy put it very eloquently. And this is another thing that I think if Lucas had the opportunity, I'm not sure if you guys remember, if there was a boss's orders available for him, because I think knocking out the Duskull here in this spot would have prevented exactly what ended up happening at the end, where the Terrapagos was used to clean out the active Zorg, thanks to that Curse Plus ability. Do you remember if there was a boss's orders available still? Because I think knocking out the Duskull would have been a bit more valuable than the Charmeleon, right?
I don't know if there was a boss's orders, but I definitely see a counter catcher. And Lucas was behind in prizes.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, maybe Lucas felt pressured, right? I think he had like 3 cards left in his deck, so he was definitely feeling pressured to like make something happen. Oh, I see the boss. Yeah, the boss is right there at the very top, so maybe he was saving that counter catcher. I don't know. But yeah, I think not KOing the Duskull allowed Gabe to get this huge turn off, right? Especially with that, with being able to counter the stadium in this turn.
Yeah, the whole sequence was definitely over my head. It was just too crazy with what Gabe was able to pull off with just Pheasantipity into just everything, essentially. It was cool to see.
And then in this last game, right, I think this is the moment that I think it got me the most excited for this high-level play that we are seeing from these two players. And something that we rarely see. I think if you're watching at home, if you want to learn how to play best of 3, how to do better at these regional championships, I think both of you will agree that what we saw from Lucas in this like 2-second turn was so key, right? Like giving himself that extra turn, draw, attach, KO, not even using trade. How important was that to close out this game?
Oh yeah, well, especially with the miss on the attack earlier.
Yes. Yeah.
It's kind of Lucas making up for that.
Yeah.
And it really he would have won earlier, I think. And just the fact with that heads-up mentality, heads-up play, like you know that you do not have time left. You do not want to be turn 0. And he was able to kind of just squeak in there. It was really cool to see.
It's also just a big sign of how much you know the deck at that point. You know exactly your win conditions in something like turns being you have limited time, you have limited deck. I mean, honestly, we saw Lucas play with this many cards in his deck for like at least 2-3 turns out of the whole entire set. So it's his mastery that's really shining through in these moments.
Yeah, the high-level play, the high-level decision-making right here. That very crucial turn, the time management, right? I think that's something that we very rarely see from players on stream, like that true time management in terms of making sure you have enough time, you give yourself enough time, you're playing fast enough. Yes, you have to be careful. Yes, you have to execute everything perfectly, but you also need to give yourself enough time to close out a game that you are very likely to win. And I love that draw, attach, KO, right? No trades, no sitting there thinking what to do. Lucas had everything pre-planned perfectly and executed it perfectly in a very tight situation. Of course, as you mentioned, making up for a mistake at that particular moment. But I mean, that's more adaptation, right? Adapting to your own misplay on the spot, making sure you give yourself that one extra turn, which ended up allowing him to close out this game. I loved seeing that, and I hope we see more of that in the future.
Yeah, it's that real sense of urgency.
Yes.
And I just want to thank you for that battle breakdown, Pablo. Always such great insight into what these players are thinking.
You know, we're only two brains back here, right? And we're looking
One
at
and
the
a half
same.
for me,
Okay, well, we're 2 brains back here, and sometimes there are, you know, things that go under our radars even while we're casting, right? And it's amazing to have Pablo's, you know, expertise in this game, you know, to really call out these small things that led up to a big victory for Lucas.
And speaking of big victories for Lucas, I do believe we have Skarzig with Lucas ready for our winner's interview. Let's take it away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome out to the floor of the Houston Regionals. I'm here with Lucas Zing, who just clutched out a win on stream. Tell me about this deck, this Charizard matchup. It was a real grind.
Yeah. This deck is a Liam idea, Liam Halburn. He's like Mr. Zorg. He's been grinding Zorg all year. He really built this really cool list that's pretty unconventional. When Zekrom came out, a lot of people were leaning towards the power that it brings to the deck with the Mochi patch. But Liam kind of took a different route and tried to include more control cards, more grindy cards, like you saw, like the Aljum, there's Rosic, all the stadiums that we put in. We're worse into the mirror, but I think we're better into the field, and we have like more options to kind of do some tricky things.
And the LGM, this is a really strong card versus Charizard that doesn't run a lot of energies nowadays. Was this tech devised specifically with the Charizard matchup in mind after seeing the Seattle results?
Definitely a good Charizard tech. Definitely one of the reasons we put it in, but it was mainly put in because we don't play the Mochi patch, we don't really have many ways to initiate really well compared to the other Zoroark decks. So we thought that the Aljum would be a really, really good way to slow the game down, to take it down to our pace, so we can play the game our way.
And we've heard some concerns from players from time saying that playing a slower deck might come out to bite you when it comes to a lot of ties, but you've just been finding wins. Can you talk about how you've been navigating your matchups to make sure you're always getting wins and no ties?
Yeah. I think I play pretty fast on a relative pace. That definitely helps a lot too. I feel pretty comfortable with my deck, so like some of the harder decisions maybe come a bit easier to me. I also try to definitely scoop games where I feel like there's no way back for me. So I feel like with all that, I feel like I usually avoid ties typically throughout the tournament runs.
Confidence, speed, the ability to just know when to give up and save time, so important. I know Kyle Sablehouse is hooting and hollering right now. He's a big advocate for scooping early. When you got into Zoroark, were you a part of the original Halliburton team, or did he kind of bring you into the fold to say, no, this deck is actually the sauce?
I was like the first person to really play it last year when it came out, when Journey Together first came out. But Liam has been that guy, right? He's been the innovator. He's been the one who's doing really well, winning the regionals, doing so amazing. So a lot of the credit goes to him. I guess he kind of brought me along, but I guess I've been there from the start. But I've just been kind of his supporter until now.
And now you've stepped into the spotlight. Zoroark, a deck that we had a huge sort of resurgence for this, not just this tournament, but last tournament. Got a lot of big boosts with the Zekrom, and now even with this newfound power, you can still lean into some more tricky ideas for the metagame. Thank you for sharing your thoughts so much with us, Lucas. We're gonna kick things to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We have more Pokemon action coming up. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here with the bad baby himself, Miguel Hernandez, our winner from San Juan. Now, Miguel, I know that you've got a lot of info to share because that stream was broadcast in Spanish. And so your interview and everything, a lot of our international audience maybe missed out on that. So I want to give you the opportunity to share your thoughts about the tournament and some things that our audience might have missed. But to kick things off, how you feeling after that big win?
Well, first, thank you for the invitation. This interview was so fast. I didn't know about the interview like 3 days ago from Pablo, who is a friend of mine. Thank you, Pablo. It's weird. It's my first winning or the biggest winning that I had in a tournament. I feel like a rush when I'm winning, so I need to take a plane at the same time. So I wish that maybe in the past have more time to feel the winning, but right now it's like weird. It's like winning a cup or a challenge.
Oh,
I can feel that.
It's just been such a blur since then that it just really hasn't had time to sink in.
Yeah, I just having fun playing with the deck in that event, so I didn't think that I'm going to win the special event.
But I mean, to win an event like that, were you confident that you were going to win? Because you brought Ceruledge. A lot of people have seen the tournament results. Was this a deck that you knew was sleeper OP, people were doubting, and you had the secret tech? Or was this a deck that you were simply comfortable on and you ended up going farther than you thought you would be able to?
Well, the main decision that I choose Ceruledge is not because I read the meta game, something like that. I was playing Goldingo in last regionals. I think it's going to be the best deck in the format. But one thing of Goldingo is that if you don't have a very good set in the first turn, it's going to have a hard time in the future. So the only deck that hits so hard like Goldingo and have a better set in the first turns are Ceruledge.
That does make a lot of sense. Do you typically play really aggressive, like beat down decks like that?
I don't know. I usually play control decks.
Interesting. What was it like switching from control to something aggressive like this? What made you make that switch to Golden Go?
Having fun. Just having fun. I just want to pass the weekend in San Juan, having parties with my friends and that stuff. So I don't want to pass a hard time playing a hard deck like Gardevoir or Dragapult. So I choose the easiest one. It's linear, it's funny. All the tournament I was having fun.
And I love to hear that you had so much fun and found joy, right? A lot of players will play a deck that they feel that they need to stick with because it's good in the metagame. They're focused too much on the metagame and they lose that spark and that passion. But you got the win with Ceruledge, but it wasn't all fun and games from what I understand. You want to tell the folks a little bit about the kind of odd circumstances that happened to you in San Juan?
Yeah, I was playing a very standard list of Ceruledge. You're already going to see the list in Limitless. I only changed a few cards. I just changed a boss order to a counter catcher to play the combo of counter catcher Ryer. But I was in a party last day before day one. So I was trying to float my list, and the platform doesn't working so good. So I don't know why I hit Churro and Briar in that list, and I put an extra energy and an extra super oath. So I was playing all the tournament with my standard list, but when I hit, I think, round 10, I get a deck check. So the deck check was like 10, 20 minutes. So I was worried that maybe I make a mistake in my list. So the judge told me that my list was incorrectly. I need to play without Churro and Briar that round, and I'm going to have the first round lose. So I need to win the other two to pass to the asymmetrical cut. So I continue the tournament playing asymmetrical and all the top to the final without Briar and Churro.
Wow.
That was hard because the final with Cerulege, I told to my friends, I don't play Briar for the deck check. I already lose. I'm going to lose my flight. If I lose the first one, I'm going to shake my hand and have a good game. You win. I already have fun and demonstrate the things that Cerulege can do.
That was an absolutely wild turn of events. Were you just hoping for the best at that point? Is there any sort of alternate game plan without Briar, without Churro? What are the worst matchups that you need those cards for?
I think for all the top was the finals, because the finals is going to be defined for Briar. It's always for the Briar. So when I play the second round in the finals, that's the reason that I do boss's order in the first turn, because I need to draw the first prize card, because I don't play Briar. So that's the reason that I say boss's order, I need to hit with the Soul Rogue.
Yeah, and a lot of people who might have been watching the stream had a vague idea of your deck. They would be questioning all these strange plays.
It's not a decision that I made. It's the circumstances of the gameplay. That was not intentional. I always try to be a very fair player.
Right.
I'm not so much in this world of Pokemon TCG, so I want to be remembered like a very cool player. That's the reason that I'm having fun always in the tournament.
Yeah, and the fact that you kept it going, you had to take your lumps with that deck basically being played on hard mode for the latter half of the tournament.
And I just went to San Juan just to get points, to try to classify to the Worlds. A friend told me, you are like 300 points, how you are going to qualify? I don't know, I was just going to continue playing, so I win the tournament, so I already qualified.
Yeah, congratulations there.
When I made day 2, I already done. If I lose, I already made points.
And that's great to have a goal, right? A lot of players, they go to the tournament because they want to play. If you're competing, you need a goal. Do you want to tell the audience a little bit about your experience setting goals for yourself as a player and just your experience in the long term with Pokemon TCG?
I think I was not a very old player. I was trying to qualify to the Worlds like 2, maybe 3 years ago. My first attempt was in I think at the mid-season of Yokohama. I tried to qualify to Honolulu. I didn't classify. The first one that I go was in Anaheim. My goal over that was only qualify. So I played the Worlds 0-3 drop, and that's it. I go to Disneyland. My goal for this season, I already told to Pablo that is not to qualify, was to be a better player. Because I don't consider myself like a very good player. I have a very bad luck playing with the prizes, a very bad experience. So my goal right now is just to be a better player, to have fun, know new places in North America, Latin America, maybe Europe, and that's it. I think my biggest goal is to have fun and that my opponent have fun.
That is really inspiring that you're able to work in your improvement as a player with the experience and the journey, being able to travel around and play. Is there any particular locations that you remember as being very fun to visit, or a place that you'd still like to go as a goal for yourself in the future?
I wish in the future the Worlds was in more places. These 2 Worlds that I want to be is going to be here in North America. I have a dream that maybe in the future the Worlds was in China.
Oh.
Cool Worlds. Fun places that I was playing, Argentina, I already go 2 times. It's a very beautiful place. I love Argentina, the food of Argentina. I always try to come here to North America. I like the people here in North America. I try to support the regionals in Mexico because I'm from Mexico. But I always having fun. Well, in Puerto Rico, the party is crazy, so I have a lot of fun over there.
Yeah, I mean, you're partying. Sometimes the system goes down. You got to just roll with the punches, right? And speaking of, playing in Puerto Rico, being from Mexico, I know that has a very strong, tight-knit community. You've already spoken about how you're friends with Pablo Meza. Is there any other shout-outs, maybe some other Pokemon players down there that helped you practice or really inspired you to continue playing and improve?
Well, last months I don't play a lot. I only play in my locals. I usually don't play at live, TCG live. I just see the streams and see the list. I don't play a lot, but I play a lot with my friends in Mexico. I'm not a hard mode player. I'm most like a listener. So I see how my friends playing, listen to other people that I think know more about the game than me. There's a lot of Mexican players that are very good. But yeah, I think the locals in my local store is the only one that I play.
I like
That's
that.
it.
Yeah, it's just about quality over quantity.
Yeah.
Surrounding yourself with great players that you can learn from, and being a listener. I really do like that, Miguel.
Yeah, I just want to listen and don't try to change something that it's already working. So if the deck works and win, I don't change anything. Just maybe one card and that's it.
Focus on fun, focus on playing well, focus on your own improvement, and the success finally showed up for you. Can I get any final thoughts from you? Maybe any extra shout outs for the audience before I let you go and prepare for this tournament?
Well, it depends. I see that, I'm more like a funny player. So I always recommend to have fun in the tournament. Try your best, play the most comfortable deck that you choose. It's not a bad choice. All the decks are fun. Maybe your objective is always winning. My recommendation is not good. Maybe you need to focus on testing and see meta game. But I always recommend to have fun.
Yeah.
And that's it.
If you have maybe just a short-term goal, maybe you want to play meta, go for that win. But for your long-term enjoyment of the game and your long-term health, certainly make sure you're having fun. So thank you for joining me for this interview, and I'll catch you with some more Pokemon action coming up soon.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans and trainers alike, to the Houston Regional Championships. I am Jeremy Jalen here with Emily Foreman, and we just had a doozy of a round 5. Lucas Zing winning with Enzo Zoric EX. Now up for our round 6 action. It is going to be Xander Perot up against Alberto Bonsanto. And it is a good old classic, Emily.
A good old classic, we could say very nicely. A matchup that we have seen across many formats now. A matchup that we will probably continue to see for at least the next couple regionals before Gardevoir takes her final bow and leaves with the large amount of prize money that she has won over the last couple of years. But looking at our players here, we have Xander Perot and Alberto Bonsanto. Both players accomplished within their own right here, but piloting, of course, 2 very classic decks at this point.
Yeah, Xander on the left, of course, Dallas regional champion in 2017 season. And, that's pretty good. Winning in Dallas, a couple hours down to Houston, maybe win again, and 3rd at EUIC last season, 6th at Milwaukee Regionals this season with that Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan toolbox deck. Now, again, Alberto on the right, 3rd tournament finish this season with Gardevoir, and has really just been playing Gardevoir, really hoping to break out of that, top 64 range.
Yep, 2 top 64 finishes, 1 at Monterey and 1 at Merida, and then with a phase 2 at Seattle, so all with Gardevoir, like you had said. So proficiency with this deck is 100% the play here, but I'm excited to see how we're going to be able to see a different type of match here with Gardevoir and Dragapult. Dragapult still, of course, at the top of the meta share, and for good reason. This deck has become dominant. It will stay dominant, and I believe Xander's list is playing 4 Pokepad, and that is the name of the game when it comes to Ascended Heroes. What Pokepad has done for this format, and that is add consistency.
I mean, speaking of consistency, looking at Xander's trainers, it's just a lot of 4-ofs. Got the 4 Pokepad, the 4 Buddy Buddy, 4 Lilies, 4 Iono. Looking pretty good to me. Meanwhile, for Alberto, going to be playing kind of the classic Gardevoir. There is no Jellicent or even Frillish in the list, and it's really just relying on that good old Drifloon and Screamtail shenanigans.
I want to talk about the prizes, Jeremy, because I'm not a huge fan of Alberto's prizes here, and it's because 1 copy of Kirlia and 1 copy of Gardevoir is sitting in those prizes, thus leaving 3 Ralts, 1 Kirlia, 1 Gardevoir to be accessed with here. But we're heading back, or we're heading down to the table. Let's see how Alberto will be able to maneuver around that.
Starting the Lily's Clefairy EX. Now that is a card that is so important in this matchup, but honestly seems kind of like a bad start.
Yeah, you don't necessarily want to start with your 2 prizes all ready to go, especially not with any HP modifiers like a Bravery Charm, for example. There are 2 played in the list here for Alberto, but it's really important to keep this Lily's Clefairy EX safe because of that Fairy Zone ability. Alberto and all of his Psychic Pokemon are going to be able to hit for weakness on Dragon-type Pokemon who historically don't have weaknesses unless this Pokemon has hit the bench.
And again, Full Moon Rondo, as well as its ability just being used in full effect in this matchup in particular. Now, with going back to the prize cards, Alberto did prize 2 Psychic Energy, but is playing 8 total, which is 1 above the usual that we've seen throughout these Gardevoir decks. And I guess it's been helping out a lot, starting out 5-0 here with a deck that really has a target on its back in the meta, at least with a lot of Dark Pokemon.
Not necessarily helping out too much here, Jeremy, as the opening turn from Alberto is going to be this attach to Clefairy, Ralts, and pass here. And heading on over into Xander's turn, we know Dragapult at this point, right? We know what it does best, and it's spreading those damage counters all throughout the bench so you can take these massive knockouts here. And it is going to be that Buddy Buddy Poffin. And looking over at Xander's list, I don't see anything too far out of the normal here. That 4 Pokepad is going to be able to allow for Xander to reliably grab those Dracloaks, but in the prizes, it is going to be that 1 copy of Hawlucha I'm not too big of a fan of here, but double Counter Catcher going down is going to limit a lot of the sources that Xander can use here. The Dusknoir as well could be a big part of the kind of puzzle of taking and board wiping Alberto here, but it's going to be that jamming tower that's also pretty big here. Sometimes you need those Bravery Charms to be able to hit those big numbers. And honestly, something that's interesting about Gardevoir over the past couple months, are Gardevoir players deciding to play Drifloon or not? You need that Bravery Charm to hit those big numbers.
Yeah, and like I said, Alberto is doing exactly that, relying on those Bravery Charms, relying on these Technical Machine evolutions to get out your Kirlias and your Gardevoir EXs. And Xander having 1 in the prizes will definitely come up later, but you still have access to 1 of the stadiums in Jamming Tower. Now, double Buddy Buddy Poffin, Ultra Ball, discarding Dragapult EX and a Boss's Orders to find that Latias EX. This is exactly the kind of start that Dragapult does when you're trying to get that Badoo into the active spot. Itchy Pollen being able to prevent item cards on Alberto's turn.
The biggest thing here, Jeremy, is that Xander had everything he needed plus the energy attachment for turn right at the end here. But going back on over to Alberto's hand, I mean, I see one supporter is going to be that Lily's Determination. Alberto has to find more setup here. Now, granted, once again, Alberto isn't working with too many Curlias and Gardevoirs right now, but at least can we see a second Ralt here to at least give the illusion that we could see it eventually?
Well, Alberto's going to have 8 cards to try to find another Ralts. Again, no access to something like Ultra Ball or the one of Nest Ball or Buddy Buddy Poffin, thanks to that Itchy Pollen. And yeah, no access to Ralts here. Just has a Monkey Dory, has the Dark Energy, but already attached energy for the turn to that Lily's Clefairy. Now with the bench, already has enough to take the knockout. So at least you dealt with Itchy Pollen the first go around, right?
The problem is you're leaving your 2 prize Lily's Clefairy into the active here as Xander heading back on over into his turn. Now, interestingly enough, Xander is not playing a rare candy here, so he's not going to be able to immediately punish right back here, but is going to be able to start sifting through the deck with this Recon Directive here. And the question is, what are we grabbing? I mean, I like grabbing the Ultra Ball to potentially set up for next turn here, but look at that Pokepad showing once again what it is made of here, and even grabbing that Budu to resume this item lock. So even if Alberto is able to find something like a Buddy Poffin or a Nest Ball or an Ultra Ball, cannot go ahead and use those items.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting because Xander doesn't really have a hand, right? It's been the 2 cards found off that Recon Directive, it seems like. Just no supporter. Retreat to the Budu, Itchy Pollen yet again. We know it's going to be great just based on Alberto's hand, but Xander really needs to find something in these following turns with Recon Directive.
I guess the biggest thing that Alberto has is that your Lily's Clefairy is at least powered up here, and you also have a Lily's Determination, so he can refresh the hand here. So your Ralts is safe for now here, and you could, if Xander were to go into something like a Dragapult EX next turn, if you're able to find something like a Bravery Charm, potentially save this Lily's Clefairy, but we just need a second Ralts once again.
It is all about these 8 cards. If you just tune into the stream now, it'd be looking like Alberto's playing a Lily's deck.
It's very true.
A bunch of item cards and energy. You cannot do anything other than just Full Moon Rondo. Now, you can have Monkey Dory move that 2 damage counters with Adrenabrain, but not really going to be working out much math-wise. And there we go. Just another Full Moon Rondo for the knockout. Xander promotes that Latias EX thanks to its Skyliner ability for free retreat. And big Recon Directives here for Xander. First one finds a Night Stretcher. That can get Budu, but that's not really going to advance your board state at all.
Oh,
there's an energy and that Dragapult EX. Xander kind of needs both of those right now.
The thing is, I think on that last Recon Directive a turn ago, Xander actually took the boss's orders instead of the Ultra Ball here. So what could have been going straight into Dragapult and starting to use Phantom Dive, unfortunately, Xander's option right now is to Night Stretcher back the Budu and Itchy Pollen again, but that means Alberto's going to get a little bit more comfortable with just using Full Moon Rondo.
Yeah, it is going to be a little rough. There is that Dragapult, though.
Wait, nope, never mind.
From the discard with that Night Stretcher. Can retreat and take the knockout on the Clefairy, but this is going to give access to item cards to Alberto, and we saw that stacked hand of item cards from that Lily's last turn.
Taking out the Lily's Clefairy here, super important. Going to be able to even up the prize cards here. Now, Alberto does already have the Monkey Dory established here, so he does have to essentially assume that the damage counters are going to be just flung right back here, but at least getting the Lily's Clefairy out of play while there isn't even a Curlia in play probably feels pretty good for Xander. Ooh, interesting.
There is that boss's orders bringing up the lone Ralts in play. Xander will be able to take the knockout and then spread some damage, but it's kind of hurting you as well, being able to have that thrown back at you with the Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory.
And at this point, Jeremy, Xander has benched enough where now out of item lock, Alberto is going to be able to use something like a Body Poffin if he's able to find it and reload the bench here. Going back on over to his turn, I see an Arven in hand. I also see Earthen Vessel. So now Gardevoir's plan, while it was thwart for maybe 2-3 turns before this, now Alberto's going to be able to set up this bench again.
It is definitely going to be scary for Xander if Alberto is able to set up the bench, take the knockout, all without having a Gardevoir EX in play. It's not what you want to be staring down against a Gardevoir. And now both of these players are actually undefeated in their own right for this specific matchup. Alberto has played one Dragapult Dusknoir earlier and is 1-0. Meanwhile, Xander, out of the other 5 rounds, has played 2 Gardevoir and is 2-0. So something's got to give.
At this point, the records will be ruined, you would say, after this match here. And I do believe Alberto played Arven for the turn here, so eyeing up something like a Secret Box to really get your bench all the way ready to go here. But like we talked about, Alberto's...
Arven can't get all that. That's
pitch some cards first. We gotta do it in order, right? So Arven for Secret Box, and in order to play Secret Box, you have to discard 3 cards from your hand. We did see the Earthen Vessel a little bit earlier, so able to grab the Psychic Energy and then put it in the discard, and that's kind of what Gardevoir wants to do with a card like Secret Box here. And then once you're able to kind of resolve that, you can go and grab an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium.
The one of Buddy Buddy along with that Artisan will be able to help Alberto fill up this bench, and then with that Lily's Determination, restock the hand. And all of a sudden, from what seems like this very bad start into this Itchy Pollen item lock from Badoo and Xander's side of the things, now it's turning the corner.
And Alberto's even going to be able to put a Bravery Charm on the Clefairy as well here. So not only is Alberto taking all of the energy off the board on Xander's side, but also saying that this Clefairy isn't just going to go down to a Phantom Dive. So still, even if Xander is going to be able to get that one of Monkey Dory set up to send the damage counters back, there's no energy on the board. So Xander's going to have to find his Ace Spec, Neo Upper Energy, to attack next turn.
Yeah, it's definitely looking rough. No other Dreepy or Dracloak on the bench as well, so you're going to be sacrificing your kind of draw power that you've been severely lacking this game. Is just the no supporters. You got 2 Boss's Orders, that's pretty much it. Alberto's going to be actually taking the knockout with double Adrenabrain on a Duskull, just hoping to clean things up the following turn maybe. There is that knockout with Full Moon Rondo. Just like that, 1 prize card left for Alberto to Xander's 5. Does Xander have what it takes to mount a comeback in this game?
The question is, what do you do from here, right? You know that this Lily's Clefairy isn't necessarily going down this turn without something like the Blood Moon Ursaluna coming into play. And that math would actually stack up perfectly where you can go on ahead and Blood Moon for the knockout here, but you have to find it. And if it's something that we've seen Xander deal with this entire game, it's not having too many cards in deck to do so, but does find the Iono, instantly throwing down the other option off of the Recon Directive. We can guarantee that we will probably be seeing that this turn, but also does have the Night Stretcher to start to try and rebuild the bench here. But this Lily's Clefairy is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, you have the access to the KO with something like Blood Moon, and with the attachment of the Luminous Energy means there's no Neo Upper Dragapult jamming tower shenanigans going on. And off the 5 cards for Iono, does find the Ultra Ball.
Finds the Ultra Ball, also finds the jamming tower as well to turn off the Bravery Charm. Now, it's kind of flipped back around here. The thing is, we still are looking on Alberto's side to level or to get into Gardevoir here. But the question is, we still have to look for Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Pheasantipty flipped the script for 3 cards. Dusclops found, but that's not going to be useful when your opponent's at 1 prize. Ultra Ball is being decided from Xander here. Again, most likely trying to find that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. It's really the only avenue to victory that Xander possibly has, at least right now.
And then you just have to hope that Alberto doesn't find the way up into Gardevoir here. There are 2 rare candy that are in Alberto's deck, but we are, or no, maybe not anymore. No, there is still, the last prize card is the last Gardevoir EX, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So the one card that wasn't taken was Gardevoir. So Alberto still has to sift through the entire deck to find the combination of either Ultra Ball into Gardevoir, rare candy, or just finding the Gardevoir itself.
There is that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX found off the Ultra Ball. Xander discarded that Pokepad and Lily's Determination. Free retreat thanks to that Latios EX, and with Blood Moon's season skill ability, will be able to attack for 0 energy. There's the Jamming Tower, getting rid of the Artisan, shutting off that Bravery Charm, and now Xander is hoping that this sticks.
Drifloon is the draw here.
Drifloon, Monkey Dory, those 2 cards will not do it for Alberto. Just passes with the Ralts in the active spot. Now Xander Recon Directives, finds the Neo Upper Energy and a Dracloak. Grabs the Dracloak. We're going to try again. Recon Directive, another Iono. Not going to be as good as the last one. Going to have to sacrifice some cards in hand if you want to try to dig for that Dragapult EX.
Question is, I mean, Xander doesn't necessarily want to refresh Alberto's hand here. The attachment for turn is safe. Now, granted, Xander can't attack with this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Blood Moon does allow for for it to stop here, but can Xander?
Hear me out.
I'm listening.
Do you retreat to the Dracloak?
Yep.
Take the knockout with Dragon Headbutt? I mean, it's 60 damage, or 70 damage.
Play.
You know?
It's true.
No, we're just going to pass the turn.
I was about to say, yes, you can, but that is all of your energy on the board, and Xander knows that he sent everything, or he sent that Neo Upper Energy to the bottom of the discard at the end of the last turn. Oh my God, Jeremy, you scared me. Still, though, it's looking pretty okay here. It is going to be the Iono from Xander here. At some point, someone's got to give, right? And I think Xander just wants to see his Dragapult.
Did find Dragapult EX off of the Iono. Recon Directive finds double fire energy, not really what you're really looking for. There is a Lily's for next turn. The thing that I'm worried about is Iono put all of the bad cards that were in Alberto's hand to the bottom, just closer and closer to a supporter like Lily's.
If I'm Xander, I'm not going to use Phantom Dive particularly. I'm a little bit concerned about Xander placing damage counters on one side. I actually think it's perfectly okay for Xander to do something along the lines of evolve into Dragapult and then just use Dragon Headbutt to get the job done, or even just keep using this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Totally a fine option here too. We know that Lily's Clefairy EX, that ability Fairy Zone, could come back into play here, but unfortunately, you hate to do it. Sometimes you Iono your opponent into their own Lily's Determination. This could be massive.
6 cards for Alberto. You even saw that Gardevoir EX in the hand with that Lily's being like, all right, don't worry. I'm going to find you again.
6 cards here. 1 prize to take for Alberto. A couple of slow turns, and now it could be completely flipped away. Rare Candy is there. The Gardevoir.
There is. Rare Candy Gardevoir.
And the Drifloon as well, I believe, is in there too.
Is that enough? It should be, right?
It should very well be. Is there a stadium bump with the Bravery Charm? Can we hit that high?
There's no charms left. Both of them are gone. One was on the Ralts, and then one was on the Lily's Clefairy. So no way there, but you have, what, 250? So what, 10 short of the knockout here?
Unfortunate. You hate to see it here, but at least you have a stage 2 in the active at this point, so it's considered safe.
Is there a way to Turo Halucha? No, there's no Professor Turo in Xander's list. That is one of the few tech supporter cards we've been seeing throughout in Dragapult. And if you attack with Dragapult EX, it's going to put damage in play that Monkey Dory can just KO the Blood Moon left. And if you leave the Gardevoir in play, that's going to put damage in play to KO the Blood Moon.
The question is how. There's the counter catcher. Xander has to eye up something else. Maybe Xander should count. I mean, Gardevoir definitely has the energy in the deck, right? To just Psychic Embrace, retreat, and then move it over with Psychic Embrace here.
Adrenaline Brain.
Yep, yep, same thing. Monkey Dory, luckily for us, is staying around post-rotation. Counting it, though, trying to see if there is Psychic Energy, and there is a couple to work with.
Yeah, I think that there is Xander just trying to get as much information as possible before he scoops it up into game 2. Alberto Bonsanto winning game 1 here in our classic battle of Gardevoir versus Dragapult.
And both of their starts, Jeremy, were horrendous, right? Like, let's be honest from what we were seeing, right? I mean, Alberto just attacking with Full Moon Rondo so early, right? And Gardevoir is the deck where you never want to start your 2-prizer, right? You always want to start either a Monkey Dory or a Ralts. So being able to protect your Lily's Clefairy for so long and being able to get back into a way that you can, use Monkey Dory at the end of it to get back into it is pretty good. But I mean, Xander, missing out on so many things here.
All right, let's take a look at game 1 and how things shaped up. It started with just 2 attachments to that Lily's Clefairy EX, taking a couple knockouts on Badoo until finally Xander had that Dragapult EX to take the knockout on the lone Ralts that Alberto had in play. Meanwhile, Alberto finally having access to items, filled the bench up, getting prepared for a big Gardevoir turn. Next turn, taking the knockout on Dragapult EX, but then Xander responds with Blood Moon Ursaluna, taking the knockout on Lily's Clefairy, and then that's where the game just kind of devolved down into, does Alberto have it? And he did.
Well, if you blink and you miss it, that's the first turn gone from Alberto, Jeremy, and that is just Monkey Dory moving into the active attach and then has no Ralts put down. But here we go. I mean, you look at Xander's side as well, and I'm not too crazy about this either. That's Neo Upper Energy being committed on turn 1.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see for either players, but you have to like Alberto's side of things a little bit better. Wow, double counter catcher, jamming tower yet again in the prize cards, but along with double luminous energy for Xander, that has to hurt. Meanwhile, one of Corellia again with 2 basic psychic energies, but that 1 bravery charm, meaning only 1 left in the list for Alberto to work with. But we also saw him take prizes kind of out of order, so it's not trapped up there.
Nope, not necessarily. You don't have to. You can grab your prizes whichever way you want to, technically, playing the Pokemon TCG. But heading back on over into Alberto's turn, the Arven on your second turn, we're probably going to be seeing something along lines of Secret Box to get the Ralts ready to go, because that's what you need in this deck, and especially with Xander having such a harsh start of just Dreepy Attach Pass, I think Alberto's in a much better position to be a lot more comfortable this game, and we know that he can play in a little bit of a pinch, if you will.
Arven will be able to find Secret Box here, which has always got to feel good. When you have access to Secret Box in your deck, finding that technical machine evolution. Again, that's also one of those tools that has really helped kind of stabilize Gardevoir in turns 2 and 3 when you don't have that turn 1 Ralts. And we've been seeing it time and time again. Discards Psychic Energy, Lily's Determination, and Counter Catcher. Secret Box will be able to find that Artisan, Nest Ball, most likely another Lily's, and that technical machine evolution.
I think what's great as well, Jeremy, is that Alberto already has the energy attachment onto the Monkey Dory here for the technical machine evolution. The problem is we're still missing a Corellia. That Corellia is still hiding away in the prize cards, only having 1 Corellia to work with, and we know that Alberto can do it. It's just kind of annoying, right? You want to be able to kind of set up in a way where it doesn't have a giant target on your Corellia here, but I love the Bravery Charm instead of going into the second Corellia, and that is probably going to be Alberto's turn, which is a nice turnaround from turn 1.
Yeah, Alberto shuffling a lot here, but is just going to be using that technical machine evolution. All right, no, I guess you have restart here. Did thin down the hand enough, has that Lilies for the next turn. Wow, Dark Energy on the active Monkey Dory. Exactly where you want it, and there is that evolution. Smartly evolving the one without the Bravery Charm.
Yep, that's the point, right? You want to just make your other Ralts as big as possible to prevent something along the lines of something tragic happening. But here's the thing, Jeremy, that restart was actually very, very risky because if Alberto had drawn into the one Curlia, that Technical Machine evolution would have had no targets. You have to evolve from the deck, not from the hand. And very, very risky there, but Alberto is going to be okay.
Listen, you got to take a few risks if you're going to make it to 5-0 at this tournament, all right?
That's fair, but still very scary.
Xander starting off his turn 2, has the Badoo from the Artisan, so we'll be able to hopefully have some item lock action going on with Itchy Pollen. We know there is that one Dracloak in hand. I think that was the saving grace of Xander's hand with how bad it is having the access to at least one Recon Directive.
Okay, still though, Dracloak and the Jamming Tower coming down with the Iono as well. Xander really just kind of looking for Dreepies, right? At this point, he's already committed this Neo upper energy. I would love to see Xander find another energy as well, but does find not only the energy, but also finds the Buddy Buddy Poffin too, so can establish some more bench to go alongside. So it's not as scary to commit your Neo upper energy this early now, but I like the split of the Dreepy and the Duskull too.
Xander also drew into a Dusclops. So I don't believe there's a way to retreat into the Badoo without it. If you do use Curse Blast, though, that's just going to mean free damage for Monkey Dory to kind of throw back at you. There's that one Recon Directive. Let's see. Buddy Buddy Poffin. Other choice is Blood Moon Ursaluna, but you're not really going to be forced to use that, at least for a couple more turns. How important is it to be in the hand?
Little bit important enough here, but I do like the take of the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well, and being used for the turn 2. So just establishing one more Dreepy here. I feel like in both games, Jeremy, we have seen less than ideal starts for both players, but it shows the consistency that these decks, off of finding one Arven, finding off of one Buddy Buddy Poffin, able to really bring things back here. No Latias in play, so it has to be the Psychic attach for turn, but the evolve like into Dusclops, and you say, an Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, that was the one thing I didn't see was the Psychic Energy. That means it did end up as a pretty good turn for Xander. No real threat of damage being thrown back at you unless a Gardevoir EX hits play. And wow, with a second Technical Machine evolution, maybe, but we're going to start things off with a Professor's Research. 7 cards for Alberto. And again, a supporter you don't see too much, and there is the Gardevoir EX. Things are unlocked now, other than items, but...
The big question here, even under item lock, how many Psychic Energies are in the discard enough for that Scream Tail to come down and to do some damage here? I want to say if there was a retreat of the Psychic, I believe there's still, if I were to check my sources, only just 2 here. But still, finding Scream Tail and finding Gardevoir EX without using items for it, that's pretty good.
Well, with the 2 here and the 10 damage on the Monkey Dory, that is enough to take the knockout on the Dracloak with the Neo upper energy. That not only prevents Xander from getting an attack off next turn because of being only Dracloak in play, but the Neo upper energy means Xander's going to have to rebuild a lot.
You can see why. I guess he was questioning a lot about the grab of potentially the Blood Moon Ursaluna for situations like this, where you're starting to be in a little bit more of a pinch. And the only option I'm seeing for Xander this turn is something along the lines of Cursed Blast to get things going, but does have at least a Dracloak here, and we could. I mean, Xander could go into something along the lines of going into just straight Iono mode, but look at the bench on Alberto's side. Has the Gardevoir EX, has the Lily's Clefairy ready to go, but also I think as much as it is set up, I just wish we had a little bit more Psychic Energy to go with.
Well, that is all due to Alberto not having access to items. That means no earthen vessels, no ultra balls to discard psychic energies. And I do believe Xander's most likely going to end this turn with an Itchy Pollen as well. Still has access to something like the Curse Blast, like you were saying. Maybe you just clean and take out that Screamtail in the active spot. Has 50 damage left.
But the question is, what do you do after that, right?
Exactly.
You take out the Screamtail, but then items are well, you take out the Screamtail, right? But then that allows for the energy to go back into the discard for Alberto to use Psychic Embrace again and potentially even start attacking with a Pokemon like Gardevoir EX. And we know that the Neo upper energy is down, so it's just going to be wherever there is an energy on a Pokemon on Xander's side, that's going to be the target for Alberto to go chase.
Pheasantipity EX will flip the script for 3 cards since that Dracloak was knocked out last turn. Xander really just coming back from behind here, really hoping to stabilize, but it's pretty hard to do that when you're facing down a kind of fully set up Gardevoir EX.
Definitely feels that way too with, I mean, only even one Monkey Dory is doing a lot of this, right? And, oh, okay, just the or I thought it was the pass. It is going to be the Itchy Pollen back on over to Alberto's side. Now, what we were talking about here is the energy, but still, Screamtail ready to go here, and it is just going to be the Iono.
Iono here, again, no items, so any energies that are in Alberto's hand are unable to get discarded. But he still has the knockout on the Luminous Energy Dracloak. Not real much you need to do.
Could also do something along the lines of Adrenabrain, the damage from Screamtail over to Budu, retreat the Screamtail, then power up your Gardevoir EX and go about it that way?
Or you could just take the knockout in Dracloak and call it a day.
Yeah, that's
pretty
true.
good to me.
Some extra steps, but sometimes simplicity at its finest, Jeremy, is how you play the Pokemon trading card game.
Xander finally gets a stage 2, but it's going to be the Dusknoir, not the Dragapult that we're used to seeing this early. Curse Blast can take a knockout on that one Monkey Dory, kind of save you from some shenanigans there, but
how many more prize cards do you want to give Alberto at this point, right?
yeah, exactly. I mean, you could see what, double Curse Blast, Klops and the Noir to be able to take out the Screamtail and the Monkey Dory, and then you can Blood Moon, maybe? Yeah, it's awkward. This is one Dracloak against the world, essentially.
And it feels really bad too, right? Because if Xander were to evolve into something like the Dragapult EX to protect himself from something like the Roaring Scream from Screamtail, Lily's Clefairy is ready to go right on the bench, and that could just be a Psychic Embrace and all that right there. But it is going to be the Dusknoir Curse Blast, so a prize card on over to Alberto.
Stretcher for that Dusclops, so we're going to see another Curse Blast from Xander.
Does he have the Blood Moon Ursaluna to at least try and
Well, he already attached for the turn, I believe, to the Dracloak.
It's fair.
And Iono before that Dusclops, so really just hoping for another Dusknoir the following turn with something like a Night Stretcher. 6 cards found for Xander. Countercatcher. You could see it just in his face that this is not how he expected things to go.
And what Dragapult has done historically so well, Jeremy, is give players so much flexibility through looking through Recon Directive, through looking at even things like Flip the Script as well. But the thing is, when it's just one Pokemon that is doing most of the attacking here, and the other one is giving your opponent the prize cards that they can win the game off of, it's just so risky to do something like to Curse Blast again right here in this position.
Oh yeah, Curse Blast, the Badoo's getting knocked out instantly with an Adrenabrain, and then Gardevoir attacks for the last 2 prizes, 1 prize. It's really rough to be in this position if you're Xander's side of things. But meanwhile, Alberto has been just destroying this setup game 3.
The setup here too in this game number 2 wasn't even amazing off the off the start either, right? It was just Monkey Dory with not even a dark energy, the psychic energy, and a Mew EX, and it was the fact that no Badoo lock from Xander at that point allowed for the secret box to be played, but it is going to be the counter catcher onto the Lily's Clefairy. We talked about this a little bit earlier, not too much psychic energy in the discard, so I don't know. I think Alberto did draw an energy into the hand here for a retreat. But this is honestly the only line that Xander could really see right now, is take the opportunity to stick something in the active and then try and set up as much as possible.
I mean, technically we can see the game end on Alberto's turn if he has the correct combination of cards. Now there is that Bravery Charm still in the prize cards, but one left, or no, it's the one left is on the Ralts. Okay, yeah. So no way to actually take the Pheasantipede EX KO with Screamtail, and would need the counter stadium as well. But so Xander has a turn to play with.
The thing is, does Xander have a turn to play with if Alberto has the energy to just take care of everything now? Going into the Dragapult DX here too, a little bit risky, but we know that Gardevoir hasn't played something like a Boss's Orders in quite some time, does have the energy attachment, and the Lily's determination on top. Alberto going to be able to just refresh this hand over and over.
Lily's is such a good supporter card.
Yeah.
Refreshing the hand to 6, having the energy to retreat into whatever Alberto wants.
Still under item lock though, so Alberto is kind of locked with the current amount of energy that he has, but still, even just having 2 energy and 5 damage counters onto the Screamtail, that's enough to take something like the Dreepy here, or even the Badoo, and can also move things over with the Adrenabrain as well. It's just so unfortunate because we've seen Xander with a great setup and knows how to work with it, but it's just the fact that Alberto, even after being Iono'd, can still maneuver the deck so well where even after a bad start, he could still get things done.
Adrenabrain does finally take the KO on Badoo. Xander now debating what to bring up. Brings up the Dragapult, but again, Alberto has already retreated, so this Screamtail does what, max 200 damage to the active with weakness? So probably just going to target down the Dreepy and call it a day and just win on the following turn, it seems like, unless Xander can pull out something crazy.
We know Pheasantipede can give a couple of gifts here, but there's that counter stadium that you were talking about a little bit earlier, Jeremy. But it is going to be that Dreepy on the bench that is taken out. But it's so interesting because what does Xander do? I mean, the Dragapult is in the active. Xander could Phantom Dive this turn, but even if the Gardevoir EX were to go down this turn, there's still the Ralts in play that is very healthy now thanks to the stadium bump. Also, the Mew EX is kind of chilling there too. That could be something, finding genome hacking if there was enough energy to go around. But I think the only saving grace for Xander this game is the fact that Itchy Pollen has done enough where there's not too much energy to play with here.
It does look like Xander is going to have to thin down as much as possible and hope this Flip the Script draws exactly what he kind of needs just to stay in this game. Now there's 100 damage on that Gardevoir EX. That means 210 HP, so you need to get something like Hawlucha Countercatcher to be able to knock it out with Phantom Dive. But again, we see that Blood Moon Ursaluna found. Oh yeah, double countercatcher prizes.
Just as a reminder, Jeremy,
yeah.
Xander has not had his countercatchers practically this entire set. The prize card's really working against him in this game here. But the Pokepad being played just, I think, as another search here, but or just finding the Monkey Dory. But Hawlucha just, at this point, does Hawlucha save here anything?
No, not without countercatcher. You would need a countercatcher Iono, like Hawlucha combination kind of cards, and not having access to that means that I think you still need an Iono here. That's the thing. But if you don't, then the Gardevoir just stays in play. It's really rough, and those 3 cards aren't really going to do too much.
Well, finds at least the Iono to get things going, but missing the very key piece of counter catcher here.
Xander has the Hawlucha boss play at least. And this would allow Xander to take the knockout on the Gardevoir EX and the Screamtail. But then all Alberto would need is just Rare Candy Gardevoir to really kind of seal things.
Well, you are going to send Alberto down to 1, right?
Well, if you use the boss's orders, you're not.
Oh, very true. But I guess that's what Xander has to prioritize in this moment, right? The thing is, if you take out the Gardevoir and you Iono, there's Mew sitting right there. That's an extra card draw potentially for getting the opponent out of a weird situation here.
And it has to be the Blood Moon this turn, just because there is no second energy for this Dragapult.
Oh, it just feels so bad. Like every option just feels horrendously bad.
What can Xander do? There's the Monkey Dory on the bench. Iono Alberto to 1 card.
Trying to go for it.
And there is the concession.
Yep.
Just like that, Alberto Bonsanto wins round 6, moves to 6-0 on the tournament so far with good old Gardevoir EX.
Gardevoir has overcome a lot in its timeline of being in the trading card game, and even with big bad Dragapult looming around the corner, you know that this deck can get itself out of every pinch available. It's really unfortunate for Xander because I really felt like we just couldn't see him really get anything going in that game number 2, and especially with multiple counter catchers prized multiple times, you really can't see kind of the way that Dragapult kind of puts you into a corner and says, yeah, you know what, you're going to lose this Ralts here and this Curlia here. And it came down to just the Iono at the end, but it truly just could not get there enough for Xander. But Gardevoir wins again.
How often have we said that a lot?
Never. I've never seen Gardevoir win. How about you, Pablo? How many times have you seen Gardevoir win?
It's been a long 3 years, Emily.
I
will say that. I mean, yeah, Gardevoir winning, beating Dragapult, right? It's the good old faithful matchup we keep seeing over and over. And yeah, Xander didn't get a lot to say in that second game. And you might say, well, Dragapult is usually unfavored against Gardevoir, right? But I do think there were like a few subtle things, both pre-tournament and during the games that Alberto did, that really made it so that even though you have a natural edge against Dragapult with your deck choice, he went that step further. Yeah, so I want to touch on this, get your guys' thoughts on this. Alberto went ahead and attached the Bravery Charm preemptively to the Ralts. And I think Emily mentioned, like, yeah, there's no rare candy in Xander's list, so it's not really threatened. But overall, I don't know. That information, Alberto doesn't have it, right? So I love this prep, this pre-prep into, there's a chance Xander could go Candy Dragapult, right? That wouldn't be something that we haven't seen ever.
Yeah, well, there's also a chance of what, Dusclops, Curse Blast,
yeah,
Hawlucha, and then Counter Catcher knockout with Badoo. That would be like worst case scenario. Yeah, double Curse Blast.
Yeah. Yeah, so I really wanted to showcase, like, this was a very subtle thing that Alberto was like, well, it probably won't matter, but what if it does?
Yeah.
Right? You protect from the immediate double Curse Blast, you protect from that Curse Blast, Hawlucha, Counter Catcher scenario, and a potential Rare Candy Dragapult, Hawlucha, or Curse Blast. So it was something very subtle that I noticed, but I think it was like a very high level play. And then I also wanted to showcase in this particular spot, like, we saw what happens when Ichipollen does its thing in one earlier round where Festival League just couldn't do anything. This is what you get when you let one turn of items for Gardevoir, right? Like, you have this explosive board. Alberto even went out of his way to get that third Ralts with an Ice Stretcher, double Monkey, Clefairy in the active. Does it get better than this, guys?
Yeah, not really. That kind of goal, although in my case, you never really want to bench more than 2 Ralts a lot of the times, because then they'll just target everything else down and you're left with 3 Ralts in play. But it is one of those scenarios where like you needed the bench for the Full Moon Rondo, you needed to threaten a Gardevoir for sure the following turn, and really Alberto just playing to his outs based on kind of just not really starting that hot in both of the games.
Yeah, Lily's determination coming in clutch multiple times, right? Even after something like an item lock with Itchy Pollen, Lily's determination allowing for Alberto to draw into the Ralts and reestablish the board, right? I just felt like it was a nice way to come back from just Monkey Dory Mew start.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Alberto was going down to one prize card, right? So that extra third draw switch sometimes can get in the way. At that point, came down to Alberto just making sure he could prioritize his closing out the game, right? And then he ended up winning that game 1. And then in game 2, I think this is what I was mentioning in terms of like the preparation that Alberto did heading into this event, right? His list is very unique. He has Body Puffin, which is not very common, that you highlighted, Emily, throughout the games, that Body Puffin is not a common list, not a common inclusion in Gardevoir decks in general, right? And usually, as of late, I think Professor's Research hasn't been, and Alberto's playing double Arbin, double Technical Machine Evolution, double Artisan, and Professor's Research. And I think that extra consistency was really highlighted in this game 2. And over the course of the game, right, as you mentioned, he kept drawing Lilies over and over. After the Ionos, he recovered very well from the disruption. And having those extra supporters, especially under item lock, can be super crucial.
Yeah, well, especially with that one of Professor Research, it's a card that we've seen in 4-ofs throughout a lot of Gardevoir's like history, and with Lily's Determination coming out, it's kind of been replaced. But it is one of the ways to discard Psychic Energies under item lock as well.
Yeah, and that specific research found him the Screamtail, the Gardevoir, that was able to knock out the one Neo-Upper, and I think the game ended right there. Like the game, of course, went on. It was only the first prize card taken, but when your Neo-Upper energy gets KO'd like that, you have no other energy, you know it's at least 2 turns before you get to do anything significant, right? So those 7 huge cards from Research, discarding energy, discarding cards that he didn't need, and finding, I mean, it was probably not in his favor to find it, but there was a solid chance, especially with the double Artisan, which can be played under item lock.
Yeah, I was definitely wondering if there was even a route to Dusclops Curse Blast the Screamtail earlier, just to stop the second Dracloak from getting knocked out.
Yeah. And then we had this endgame scenario, right? Alberto is, once again, with a huge lead, 3-prize lead already. It is his turn, and Xander just tried to stall out Alberto for a turn with a Countercatcher onto a Clefairy, right? See if he whiffed energy under item lock and could be stranded there. But Alberto went out of his way in this particular turn and prepped the Clefairy preemptively, right? This is such a high-level play, making it so that there's a risk my Gardevoir goes down. Xander could do a big Iono Countercatcher play in order to knock it out. I only have a Ralts, I don't have another prepped Gardevoir or Kirlia even, and even though I have the Mew, that's not drawing too many cards, right? So with the energy right here, then what happens? You just need to draw 1 energy and you probably knock out the Dragapult to win the game. So that little subtle thing, I think, like I said, I'm trying to showcase how Alberto did very small, took very small decisions, or what might seem small decisions, that ended up compiling into a huge advantage towards the end of the game.
Again, I want to thank you for doing such an awesome job breaking down this round. Again, Pablo, I appreciate you being here, helping us as well. And that was round 6. We now have a lot of players locking in their spot into phase 2. And I believe we have a winner's interview with Alberto to feel how he's going in for phase 2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Skarzig here with Alberto, undefeated with Gardevoir here in Houston. Tell me about your decision to bring the deck. We were saying earlier for the show that only the diehard Gardevoir players would be willing to stay with the deck and bring it to this tournament.
Yeah, to be honest, hi everyone. I wasn't sure about playing Gardevoir today. I think, well, I have been playing Gardevoir for a while, but I think that the environment wasn't that great for Gardevoir. There's a lot of Zoroark, Grimmsnarl, Frost's Monkey Dory, and even the Dragapult matchup is more difficult now. So I wasn't very sure about playing Gardevoir today, especially the Zoroark matchup. I think it's horrible. I haven't faced any Zoroark today, so I have been very lucky. But I know I have experience with the deck. I've been playing it for a while, for a year almost. And that experience is unreplaceable. I mean, it's something that you can't gain that quickly with another deck. Some people say I'm a one-trick pony, but I prefer playing something I have experience with than trying to like navigate a different deck. So I'm trying to enjoy Gardevoir until it rotates. That's in like five weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wanted to have it. My list is very special. It's not the typical list that you see. For example, you saw the Professor Research. That's something I added because I was expecting to see a lot of value in the Zoroark deck and also in the Dragapult deck. So I wanted to have that out against the...
yeah, having an extra bit of draw support, a way to get energies in the discard pile.
Exactly.
Research is a really interesting tech. Gardevoir does tend to shift with the tides when it comes to the environment, as you said. But with Zoroark and all of these bad decks out in the field, aside from Professor's Research, is there any other way to tweak Gardevoir? But you're undefeated. Is it just a matter of dodging these bad matchups?
Well, I know all my bad matchups. I played against those during the week. I played with those decks too, to understand how they worked. But I haven't played. Well, I faced one Frostless Monkidori. It was very, very difficult. But I learned that Clefairy is very good against it because it attacks constantly, and you don't have to spend resources like managing like the counter catcher. You only need one energy to retreat in case they like counter catcher and try to grab something, like stuck in the active. So having like a charged Clefairy is the key against Frostless Monkidori. That's a bad matchup in my opinion.
And I do like the point that you brought up where you were playing other decks to kind of play the Gardevoir matchup from the other side and not just knowing Gardevoir specifically, but playing some of these other decks in the room and also keeping an open mind and learning on the fly against some of your opponents.
Yep.
And when we talk about learning Dragapult, right? This seemed to be a pretty easy match. If you had only caught that second game, oh yeah, it's Gardevoir beating Dragapult. We already knew it was going to happen, but you were telling me a little bit earlier during the analysis segment that things didn't look as clear-cut as they seemed.
Yeah, to be honest, during the first game against Sparrow, I think that I misplayed when I played the Secret Box because I like overextended basically. I thought, okay, I have to, and I also like bench a third Ross that maybe I shouldn't have, but I wasn't sure about his list. I mean, he could like have like a rare candy, and he could like.
Exactly, you've got to account for a lot of strange tech, or sometimes Dragapult can be more aggressive than you expect.
Exactly, but I mean, when you're playing in the stream, you're a bit nervous at Terras. But I didn't like think about putting the third route. That was a misplay in my opinion. I thought I should have like benched Mew EX in case to defend myself of what he did. Like I Iono to 1 and I was like stuck for 2 turns like there. And when he Iono'd the second time, I got the Lily. And also during that game, I was very lucky because I had one Gardevoir prized, and I knew. I mean, when I did the first search, I know okay, one Gardevoir is. And I play that research, so that's very important because in some cases you have to like play the research, discard your hand, and that's the only Gardevoir. So you have to pay attention to those details.
And we've seen this come by in the past, right? Where Gardevoir goes to the discard early, and maybe you need a Night Stretcher to get it back, and you can get locked out with Badoo, so it can get pretty dangerous.
Yeah, exactly.
But I like, again, you're still keeping an open mind, learning from your mistakes. So I got a little lucky this time, but I'm never going to make that mistake again.
Yeah.
You're 6-0, heading into Phase 2. And how does that feel to make Phase 2 at a regional like this?
I'm feeling great. I need I needed more points. My qualification wasn't it wasn't like a true fact yet, so I had to I needed some more points. So I'm very happy about.
So your goal is just to try to get points, see how deep you can go.
Yeah, exactly.
And now that you've got a lot of momentum, is that goal shifted at all, or are you just going to try to stick with, okay, but let me just get points?
To be honest, I play every game like. Every game is a different story, basically. I like think about them. If I break in the previous match, okay, I try to ignore it and focus on the game I play. And for example, I didn't practice the Frosted Monkidori matchup. I was like navigating it while playing against Alex Szymanski. So, but okay, it was okay. I managed to understand how to beat it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and as long as you are willing to learn, willing to adapt, that is definitely a big thing. Especially Pablo, as our analyst, is a huge advocate for the ability to adapt and find these really niche game plans or lines, especially when things come down to the wire. Are there any other moments you can think of in your previous rounds where you had to kind of think on your feet or maybe go for an odd Gardevoir line?
Yeah, well, the Terrabox matchup is very simple. That's what people say. I think it's a bit more difficult than it looks like. And the thing is that my opponent opened with a water Ogre Pond, and I had a Ralts, and I said, okay. But I mulliganed like 3 times, so he had like 8 cards hand. It was crazy. And he only benched one single Hoot Hoot. I said, maybe he has everything. He's like baiting me to just like bench another Ralts beside the one I opened with. I said, he has everything. So better I ever put the 3rd one, and I evolved, and I had like 2 Keyless, and he had everything. He Prime Catcher one of the Keyless, and like KO both Keyless. So, but I had like Candy Gardevoir, and I could like attack immediately.
Okay.
But, I mean, and I could like instead of benching the Ralts, I could have like taken 2 energies from the deck with the Earthen Vessel and like thin the deck. But I was like, I played carefully. I said, he has everything, so let's be safe.
You had that read, yeah, and you played accordingly to say, I want to up my chances against the worst case scenario play.
Exactly.
And
think about that.
This is definitely going to be something you have to keep doing against Enzor. Do you consider that to just be an auto loss, or are there still some lines based on your testing?
Yeah.
Is it definitely a bad matchup, or is it a little bit closer than people give it credit for?
I think it's a very bad matchup. There are some lines that you can play, but you need, in order to win, you need to see him like see your opponent breaking for a turn or something like that, like KOing the Zekrom and not having Artisan, and they like missing or like failing to search for the Reshiram or the Zekrom. But it's very difficult because they have multiple basics that they can use. They have 2 Zekroms, 1 Reshiram, Darumaka, Darmanitan, so they have multiple options. So it's very difficult. And you can play with the same tricks that you use with the other decks, like Counter Catcher to something that they can retreat because they have Pecharan. So it's very, very tricky.
But you can already tell, and the people at home can already tell, that you've put a lot of thought into the matchup already. Even though you haven't had to face it a ton, you're still mentally prepared.
Exactly.
As long as you have a plan going into a match that is going to pay dividends for you. You're going to be playing faster, more confident. You aren't going to be wasting time having to figure out your strategy. You know your prize map already, and that's, I think, going to continue to translate to some wins for you.
Yeah, I agree with that. If you have a plan, I mean, it's good to test the decks that you are that are your counters, basically. You play. That's what I did this week, because you can see where the weaknesses of those decks. That's something that, and that creates a plan. Okay, maybe your opponent fails something, maybe they can like get an energy.
Yeah, they have a suboptimal setup. They only have 1 or 2 basics rather than their normal, trolley full bench.
Exactly, and you can, and also when you play those decks, you notice when your opponent misplays. Oh, okay, he forgot that, or they forgot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a point that seems so obvious now that you say it, but it's like, yeah, if you know your opponent's deck, you can know when they misplay and jump on those opportunities. Because even in a bad matchup, sometimes your opponent might let something slip, might not play optimally, and you've got to take every advantage you can get, especially when the matchups are this difficult, as we sort of predicted for Gardevoir. But you're still feeling confident in the deck overall?
Yep.
And do you have any shout outs maybe to anybody who's maybe running same 60 with you, or helps you in some of your prep, or just in your history with Gardevoir in general?
Yeah, shout out to my friend Christian. He didn't come to Houston, and also to Nene Malo, who was interviewed before me. He won in San Juan. he's a very close friend of mine, and also my friends that helped me testing, Eder, Jonathan, and them all. Thank you, guys.
Excellent. I hope that they can keep sending their energy and you can keep on winning out as we get closer and closer to phase 2. But we're going to kick things over to a quick break because we have the next Swiss round coming up soon. So don't go anywhere.
My name is Liam Halliburton. I'm from Washington, D.C.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for our regional championships. The 2026 season has kicked off. Over 2,000 players have gathered, but only one can come away with the title.
Your Pittsburgh regional champion, Liam Halliburton.
Liam is the 2022 Seniors Division World Champion. He won the Orlando Regional Championships a couple of seasons ago.
Liam Halliburton with the Ends Zoroark EX. It's a deck that really turned heads.
Yeah, it was kind of like the secret off-meta deck of the World Championship.
Liam Halliburton on an undefeated run with Ends Zoroark here.
I mean, ultimately, I play the game for fun, right? This is not the kind of game you play for money, right? Playing the decks you enjoy, that's like the #1 thing. Play decks that you enjoy, right? Like even if all the numbers say this deck is like the best, but you just, you really hate playing with it, you don't have to force yourself to play that deck. You can play like the second or the third or the fourth best deck if like that's a deck you really, really vibe with. And I think doing that is really good for preventing burnout and winning in the long run.
This is a very, very good matchup for Liam. His deck is extremely favored into the archetype that Aban has chosen to bring this weekend.
When I first got into Masters, so this was coming off of like winning Seniors Worlds, I kind of assumed that everyone in Masters was like the pinnacle of Pokemon and like everybody was playing perfect. But the more that I compete in Masters, the more that I feel like at the upper level, it still is decided by your ability to play the game, that there's so many mistakes, even at the highest level in every single game.
It looks like he may be missing a card. He may have set up for this game with only 59 cards in his deck.
The person who wins is just like basically the person who makes like the second to last mistake, right? That's what they always say, and I feel like it could not be more true of Pokemon.
Liam, undefeated throughout 2 days, 2,600 players. What is going through your mind right now?
Well, obviously, I mean, at least at this point, it's Worlds that matters the most, but this is the only event we got this weekend, so I would try to win.
Shout out the Trashlands crew, Henry and Aban. Shout out my family. Shout out the Falcon. Shout out everyone we test with.
This event qualified me for Worlds, and obviously it's nice to have like that weight off your shoulders in a sense, right? Even as much as you want to say like, you play every event to win, and like, Worlds is just like a complete afterthought, right? And you focus fully on the event, right? It's impossible, I think, to, right, especially towards like the end of the season, put it completely out of your mind of like what you need for like your Worlds invite, right? So getting out of the way early is certainly plus EV for my events throughout the year.
And we're getting word Aban has actually chosen to concede the match, and that means that Liam Halliburton is going to come away from this situation as the Pittsburgh Regional Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Pittsburgh Regional Champion, Liam Halliburton!
Tell me if we had to start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go, every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time, we've been waiting so long, feels like forever, now the moment has come finally.
take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got a starter, no, I really started a team. From the first loss to the first badge, I articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends. I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low.
And again and again.
Knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, so I live for the game.
Traitors, let me hear you say.
Let me hear you say
it's our time. We've been waiting so long. Feels like forever. Now the moment has come. Finally, it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands tight. Come stay with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run from humble starts to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to Houston, Texas, or Space City, where our players right now are shooting for the stars, hoping to take home $10,000, a world's invite here at the Houston Regional Championships. It's been quite a jam-packed day. My name is Juan Sandan, and I'm joined by a star himself, Kyle Sablehouse. How are you feeling today, Kyle?
A star is a pleasant way to say it, sure. No, I'm feeling great. It's been such a great event to start things off. Some players already 6-0 at this stage of the tournament, and they are really starting to make a really great path for themselves as we look towards the rest of this event, especially in this opening phase here. You have 2 more matches. Try to make as many match points as you can to close this out and give yourself a shot, because there's 2,600 players. If you want to be one of the last 8 remaining, you got to do some work.
Yes, 6-0 is the exact spot you want to be in. If you're there, give yourself a pat in the back, because you're looking good for day 2. But yeah, we've played so much Pokemon already, though, Kyle. So many amazing games. A lot of interesting new cards in, well, one new card, really.
Specifically. Yeah, we've seen a lot of consistency. This is my type of excitement here. These the innovators with the deck lists. Really, those little tiny tweaks that you need to make. Do you adjust that one buddy pop in? You switch in that extra Poképad. What does the supporter count look like? Those things matter so long with the longevity of this tournament. You start to see it through the consistency of the players and their matches and how they set up.
I like it. Poképad has been just the absolute star here at Houston. I'd really like to see maybe some of the new megas, possibly. I know you're.
I tried. It doesn't. I can't just summon it.
We can will it to happen.
Come
Kyle.
on. Yeah, maybe it's out there. We know there's a few players out there. There's just only so much tournament we can show you at this point, and there's so many great names as well. But we've already seen a lot of great decks and a little bit of innovations in there as well. Some fringe tech inclusions with the supporter cards. We've seen the Zorosk Machinations. We've seen the Briars jump back in. We've seen all sorts of different things that might get you those percentage points to get you over the top.
Yeah, a lot of innovation too with just the LGM
Yeah.
and the Zoroark, plus the stadium that I can't even remember the name.
The stadium.
The stadium that stops Terra Pokemon.
It sounds great.
That's just how fringe a lot of the cards that have been played here
Yeah.
at the Houston Regional Championships. Very, very cool, but we're only beginning. We're only beginning. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more. I was walking around the top tables a little bit earlier, and you'll never guess what I saw.
Let's see it.
Mega Charizard Y.
Okay.
I even forgot that existed in Ascended Heroes.
I tried that before online. It didn't go well. So, all right. Nice. Good to see some innovators out there giving it a shot.
That was table 3, Kyle.
Wow. Okay.
Playing against Justin Neudorf. But yeah, that was very cool. How about we take a look at the top tables, actually, as we're talking about it. Let's see who's doing well right now. And here we go. Again, these are the 6-0 players. I was just talking about Justin Neudorf. It looks like he won that game.
Bad news for your Charizard friend there. Justin Neudorf does not care about new cards. He's going to just play whatever he wants. And surely we will see even more of him after that incredible performance at the World Championships. Now moving forward, just even more great young talent there. Caleb Rogerson also in the mix. Henry Chow, it's not going to go anywhere. And the Wet Goose 6-0 with Brent Tonneson as well. These are, I mean, powerhouse names.
A lot of favorite players, that's for sure. Henry Chow there at 6, maybe? I'm just guessing. If I had to guess, it's probably giving Gardevoir one more shot, maybe.
Wow, outrageous claim there, Wancho. We'll see if it's true.
No, but another notable name there in Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi. That's someone I would like to see on the stream at some point. Staying there nicely at 6-0.
Yeah, always lovely to see one of the four kings showing up, doing their job. He's phenomenal. So much fun to watch, and he just brings so much great passion with the game that he plays. It's awesome to see there, and a few other big names as well. I see, I'm not going to give away decks, or at least who's attached to them. There's some Crustle going on in here. So just be careful.
Okay, in the top 16?
Yes.
How many?
At least one. I don't want to...
No, again, a lot of the top players bringing some surprising decks. I think I've even seen... I've seen the Mega Frostlass out there on the field as well.
Yeah.
Who needs Grimmsnarl, right? Frostlass can get big himself.
you can either go wide with Monkey Dory and Frostlass, or you just go to the Mega and go straight for the heart. 350 right to the face.
Who needs to sprinkle damage? But yes, a lot of innovation. We're even spoiling the next match we're showing, Kyle.
All right, and look at these matchups that we have here as well. Blake Ray and Cal Connor. We have Truant Tran right off that victory playing again, and Makani Tran up there as well. Man, this is a great tournament.
What if Makani fights Truant? How cool would that be?
The script. The script.
I'm sorry.
Save it for later.
But of course, our stream match is going to be the top one. Caleb Rogerson versus Joseph Masseau. That should be something. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. No spoilers just yet, Kyle, for that one.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of time until we see all that. Brent Tonneson as well. He has a fun matchup planned ahead.
I don't know what that one is. I didn't get to peek.
All right, well,
let me see the script.
Were you paying attention earlier? If you were, you might know what I'm thinking about.
I was blinded by the Charizard Y.
That's true. All right. Well, Liam Halliburton as well. We know big proponent of the Zoroark deck that we've been seeing as well. We'll continue on with that. I believe took one of those early losses and then just win from that point on. So at 5-1, trying to improve on that record, lock up that Phase 2 contention and keep on trucking.
I like that you brought up Zoroark because I really want to talk about that deck anyway. I feel like Zekrom brought so much to the table.
Yeah.
One extra Pokemon to attack with, to copy, and it happens to be 250. It's not the most perfect damage, but it's usable.
I feel like this is what we were all expecting when we saw this ends style. We saw the Zoroark and we saw Night Joker and trade, and we were so excited we're going to see more cards and have these attacks, and then we had like 3 attacks to choose from. I'm like, that's not right. You guys forgot the rest of it. Batteries weren't included. And sure enough, they gave us our batteries like, whatever, a year later.
Better late than never, and, Zekrom, absolutely. It even has Shred, too. It just fixes up a couple of matchups. And do we talk about the other cool Ends Pokemon that got added? Do you even know them?
No.
The Vanillux, I believe.
Okay. Wow. Yeah.
But we're going to focus on
how many tables did you see today? Did you go all the way down to
That's all the way down to my locals. Not even at the tables here.
Well, let's fade away from your local and move to right here in Houston, where we have our round of 7 ready to roll. 2 phenomenal names. Let's get into these decks as we finally see. It is Mega Absolbox making its way back from the fray. And Marnie's Grimmsnarl, the hot new thing. We've been seeing a lot of this lately, and it's starting to really see the accomplishments as well.
Yes, Caleb Rogerson, of course, so many big finishes at regionals, but hasn't won yet, just yet, in Masters. So I'm sure he's looking for that win. While Joseph actually coming off hot, 3rd place at the Seattle Regionals with the same deck, actually. So very, very practiced player. We're going to see a very good one. I like the ditto on the Absol. That kind of distracted me a little bit.
Well, we'll see if it distracts Caleb, because it could definitely be a big Pokemon here, removing the right card at the right time. Marnie's Grimmsnarl is not a deck that holds onto its resources well, draws cards. It is so based on holding onto that supporter at the right time, the right moment. If that gets snatched out of your hand, uh-oh.
Maybe you can paint even a better picture for me, Kyle. This is a matchup I'm not too familiar with. All I know is damage counters are going to be flying across the board. The thing is, there's not too many small Pokemon in something like a Mega Box. So what would Grimmsnarl really do?
Yeah, there's
big Pokemon.
A lot of softening that happens in this matchup. Just either deciding how many Frostlass that you go for in that initial setup is really important, because that's going to determine how fast the Monkey Dories throw all the damage at each other. If you don't see that nearly as often, then you're going to have a little slower paced game.
Very cool, very cool. As fist bumps have been made, and looks like we are going to start our next round here at the Houston Regional Championships. Caleb looks like he's going to start us off with the Marnie's Impidimp, while Joseph has the Kangaskhan. God. Oh, no, actually, Joseph is going to start us off, and it's going to be running some errands, drawing 2, draws into the A-Spec.
You know, when you go to run errands, you have to grab the cart, right?
That makes sense.
We're going to pick up a bunch of different items here, and these items are all Pokemon.
Yeah, where else would you put the baby Kangaskhan?
That's true. It's not like you have a pouch.
All right, so again, the A-Spec there, Precious Trolley, able to find 5 basic Pokemon. What 5 would you pick, Kyle, for this specific matchup?
Well, you need the Mega Absol 100%, and then you know that this matchup is all about the Monkey Dories. Love the inclusion of the Evadol and the Petron as well. Just gives you that retreat, so you don't have to worry about any stalling that goes on with boss's orders, and also using that poison damage to make sure that you have additional counters to play with Monkey Dory.
I like it. Again, Eviltal with that clutch attack could get something stuck in combination with that Petrant subjugating chain. Able to move things around. Oh, we're not done yet though, because we still have some energies to put into the hand, and getting those precious dark energies into the Monkey Dories right off the bat. Always good to see, as we are now going to pass it to Caleb. Let's see if he can have just as an explosive start, as he does play his stadium for turn, Spike with Jim, so able to find at least some more Marnie's Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a nice start to find this earlier on. Now the real question is, how do you find any of your other Snorunts? If you have those in play, then you have a real chance at this game. And he sees the Ultra Ball early enough, and with the Iono to go along with this, maybe just grab Snorunt and move on to see what else you can find.
Ooh, big Ultra Ball here, discarding the one of Rare Candy, maybe signifying that getting into a Grimmsnarl fast isn't necessarily in Caleb's plans, as, again, able to find the Monkey Door. It's going to be Monkey Wards. They're going to be throwing so much damage counters. I'm going to leave that all to you, Kyle.
Wow, you're such a pal. Thank you. I look forward to the exchanges that they have. It is definitely a fun one to watch, and first energy already onto that Monkey Dory as well. Was unlikely to find the Badoo and move around, lose those resources, so why not just set that up? And sure enough, now we see Secret Box plus Badoo. He had everything.
Don't these players play Arvin to find their ace specs?
it just shows up. The pink card floats.
Yes, Caleb able to draw into his ace-spec Secret Box. Let's see, though, if he opts to play it right now. A Secret Box not as free of an ace-spec to play as opposed to the Precious Trolley. I mean, there is some cost to go with the Secret Box, having to discard 3 cards to find a Stadium, Tool, Item, and Supporter. I was just double checking.
There we go. Yeah. and the Tool is the one that I'm really interested in at this point. If you find that air balloon and move this Impidimp straight into the Badoo, you could start to item lock very early in this matchup. Now, is this as important of a matchup to do that item lock? I'd say no.
I was just about to ask that. Yeah, since every Pokemon is already in play that you want to see.
But the one benefit that we do know at this point for Caleb is that he saw Joseph use the Earthen Vessel, search out 2 Dark Energies, then Iono was played. So at least 1 Dark Energy goes down, that goes into your mind, and you think, well, maybe there's less of a chance to see Poison plus Clutch take the knockout on my Badoo.
That makes a lot of sense. But looks like the Tool grabbed instead is going to be that Bravery Charm. So maybe we're not going into some Badoo action. Bravery Charm does protect. You know, makes your monkeys a lot bigger than your opponent's monkeys.
Yes.
Always good. Oh, this is something I was meaning to ask you, Kyle. How many Frost Lances do you necessarily want to set up in this specific matchup?
It's really a confidence thing. If your setup is great, then you go for 2. If you don't have a very good setup, then you probably need to slow the damage down. Because if Joseph has everything working for him, multiple energies down on multiple Monkey Dory, you're not going to win the war.
Right now, though, back to Joseph's turn. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking was just played at, so Joseph's able to find any 2 cards, put them on top of the deck. But don't worry, it doesn't stay on top of the deck for long, thanks to the Kangaskhan. So 2 big cards here, maybe finding something like Acceleration. Didn't quite get to peek what he chose, but I'm sure we'll see very, very, very shortly.
Yeah, it's always a nice find here with the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Just jumps right into the hand and wants to go for one of those non-essential energies at this point, and using the Mist Energy on the Kangaskhan, because it doesn't matter what the cost is there. And with the Turbo Energize, you guarantee that you have that Monkey Dory energy, and maybe start to warm up this Absol for some attacking soon.
Yeah, looks like is going to play the Pokegear, you know, just playing it safe, possibly playing around the Badoo the next turn, even if a supporter was already played this turn. But of course, don't forget to shuffle the deck first.
Those look to be some very new sleeves. That's a crisp shuffle.
Hey, gotta look nice for the stream.
That's right. Yeah, I mean the 3rd place prize support must have already came in, and we see look at all the bling in the deck as well. You might as well get some new sleeves for it.
Looks like opted to fail the Pokegear. I think there was an Iono in that Pokegear, but I think he opted not to get anything. But it's just gonna be a Turbo Energize powering up the Absol. So that Absol is ready to go next turn, potentially.
Yeah, it's an interesting call to go for this instead of the second energy to the Monkey Dory. Most of the time, players want to guarantee that they have that as soon as the damage can come into play, and you do have one more turn to solidify that, and Joseph now prioritizing getting that attack in with the Absol instead of being prepared for what Caleb could have on his next turn.
I like it, as Caleb, I believe a Lily was just played, I believe. Or was that a research? All I know is there's a fresh hand here for Caleb. Looks like is going to get the Morgem. Was able to establish the Freezing Shroud Frost Blast as well. So things are starting to shape up for Caleb. Board is looking pretty good, but there we go. New card, Pokepad. Do we find Badoo at this point?
Yeah,
no, the bench space is too premium.
The additional Monkey Dory has to be established soon, and since he does have the time to do that, might as well lock that in here. With the prizes, there's not too much to worry about other than the other Monkey Dory that's sitting at the top. So prioritizing the hit points there with the Bravery Charm and getting the damage down now, he's going to look to move this around quickly.
Yep, and it's just a pass here, and Freezing Shroud damage now, pinging everything that has an ability. Back now to Joseph. Gonna run some errands, possibly looking, I think all that's lacking really is energy. Start swinging with the Absol potentially.
Yeah, this can be one of the troublesome points. You saw the Earthen Vessel early on. Now you're finding any other resources, it's a tough call. You just have the one copy there.
Yes, did play the Pokegear. Could grab something like the Cypher to guarantee the energy, or maybe just pick up something with that penny. Pick up maybe the Mega Kangaskhan. He's done his job. Get that energy back into the hand as well. Get a Pokemon with an ability out of play. Things are a lot of good things with that penny.
Yeah, penny can be a really nice card to use in the mid stage of this matchup when you have the monkeys going back and forth. Once the damage finally gets to that breaking point and you know that there will be a double Adrenabrain KO onto your Monkey Dory, you can save that Pokemon and avoid that KO. So looks to hold on to that resource, and I think that's pretty wise there. And this is what I was thinking about now. You don't have the energy. Why don't you steal one?
Energy switch, great way to move some energy around. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to move it from the Monkey Dory into the Absol. A little bit of a small punish there, picking the miss energy as opposed to something like a basic energy, but you gotta do what you gotta do. But with that Bravery Charm, Absol looking really, really big. And, or do we, is there a world we just turbo energize again?
Looking at this, if you use the energy switch and attack in, unless you have an amazing read that this is going to dismantle your opponent's hand, it doesn't seem worth it at this stage.
It's all about winning that monkey war, and with 2 monkeys to 2 monkeys, that's a monkey stalemate.
Yes, it's not going anywhere. We do see the Bravery Charm was attached on Joseph's side to the Mega Absol instead of to a Monkey Dory, so maybe a different strategy on his end now.
Prioritizing keeping the Absol healthy, as looks like Caleb is actually going to be the aggressor in this game. Evolves into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Punk Up allows it to accelerate energy from the deck up to 5 actually, but he's only going to need 2.
And yeah, this is where you need to play the Iono as well. If you're going to use this first attack, you can't attack the guy who just showed you Penny. It's completely wasted damage at this stage. Now you have a chance. Maybe the damage stays on this Mega Kangaskhan, and 3 prize cards can be taken at some point soon.
Yes, again, Shadow Bullet does 180 damage. Kangaskhan, 280 HP right now. We'll bring it lower than half. What do you think is if this Mega Kangaskhan gets hit, do you go for the terminal period, or do you want to rip something from the hand?
The hand can be so important, but not at this stage of the game. I'd wait for a few more prize cards to be taken. So if terminal period can be used in the earlier stages, absolutely make use of that.
Yep, looks like, here we go. We're going to see some Adrenabrain movement here. Everything moved now to that 1 Monkey Dory, or no. Yeah, no, it's split, excuse me. 4 damage counters, and just a big Shadow Bullet here.
Yeah, nice to see. This separating the damage counters to get to that point of 4s as well. Now moves to 5s. You don't have that double push off of the other Monkey Dory. If you do double push off of this one, you still don't see a clear knockout set up on the other side, as both of Caleb's and Monkey Dory are down to just that 1 damage counter on them.
Yeah, so right now, looks like Joseph opting to use the Spiking with Jim. You know, I'm sure he doesn't play any Marnie's Pokemon.
Surprise.
But it's a good way to shuffle the deck. And probably trying to find that 1 penny that was
Yeah.
at the bottom.
You know what? That seems like a pretty great card, and Kangaskhan will give it a shot. Is
Hey,
their
Joseph
world.
plays 3 pennies, so there is a good shot here, but unfortunately, we don't see it. Right now, Kangaskhan, so much damage on it. Monkey Dories have so much damage on it. This is another choice. I'm asking you so many questions, Kyle, because there's so many micro decisions that are really important in this matchup. What do you heal? Do you heal the Kangaskhan? That's 3 prize cards, or your ever so important Monkey Dories?
Yeah, with this matchup, you can lose the opening Mega Kangaskhan. It's not as big a deal because the damage output from Caleb is fairly limited. It's only the Blood Moon Ursaluna at the end of a game that potentially could surprise you with a knockout on the Mega Absol. So you could lose those prize cards and then start to use Iono of your own.
And that's exactly what Joseph is thinking. And even more to the point, he wants to be winning this Monkey War, opts to grab the benched Monkey Dory. Oh, and I was expecting a knockout, but are we just going, oh no, this is the way to retreat. No, it is a clutch.
Okay, yeah, it's nice to get the damage onto the Monkey Dories, put that pressure on, but also just locking this Pokemon in the active spot can be tricky for Caleb. Moving Pokemon is not really a forte here for a Grimmsnarl deck.
So now Lively Stadium also is now in play, so all the basic Pokemon have more HP, and no, never mind, it's just got bumped.
And it's gone.
I was hoping to make you do even more math.
Well, now this game gets really interesting for Caleb, as he has to make a choice of if this second Frostlass is worth it. And he's holding on to it, and it's about time. He can really rev things up here if he throws it down.
Yeah, that 2 Frostlasses in play doubles the timer for Joseph, right? There's so much damage already on the board. There's so many Pokemon with ability as well. The Petulant there with 4 damage counters already. Not to mention the Kangaskhan potentially. Yeah. Putting that down ups the timer, and plus these Monkey Dories, it is, yeah, because of the double Frostlass plus the 1 movement, we'll get a knockout on one of Joseph's Monkey Dories.
I really,
One, right?
I really love this here. Not only do you take the knockout on that Monkey Dory, remove that from play, force an energy for next turn from Joseph to stay up in this battle, but also took the damage counters off of the other Monkey Dory that was sitting on the bench. So now this active Pokemon is a little closer to being KO'd, which then opens up that avenue for his Marnie's Grimmsnarl to start attacking again.
Oh, that's one way to get out of retreat lock.
Knock
Get
me
knocked
out. Yep.
And looks like we're going to see some... I love this engine ever since we've seen Kangaskhan just being able to retreat to it, draw your cards, and then use your Petulant or what have you to get back into your
And find
attacker.
the penny. And find the penny. It was in those 2 cards there. But here is the real issue. Yes, you can set up to take out that knockout on the Monkey Dory, but you had to make a choice there. Do you want to preserve some of the hit points elsewhere, or do you need to save the Kangaskhan? With that single prize taken, now it is important to heal the Mega Kangaskhan. Petulant would get easily cleared and lose you the game.
I like it. And right now, opting with, I believe, 100 damage on the bench Monkey Dory. That should go down.
Hold up. Things are getting wild. The Tool Scrapper's actually nuts here.
I missed that. Okay.
That is so clean.
I was thinking, oh, he's going to trap the monkey one more turn. No, we're taking out. We're taking out 2 Monkey Dories this turn.
This is an absolute punish on that second Frostlass. Way too much damage in play now. Caleb just has his hands full. Needs to get down these Monkey Dories once more. And do you want to take a look at the prize cards again? Because it's not pretty. There's another Monkey Dory sitting in there. Got to need some help from his Night Stretchers.
Ooh, looks like Joseph opting. I thought he was going to take a knockout with the Eviltal. I think choosing to get.
Well, imagine if you took a Night Stretcher out of the hand here. This could be so nasty. Instead, does see Research and Iono. Do you want your opponent to see more cards,
Maybe
or
it's
is
the
your
energy.
hand important?
We've seen
Yeah.
a couple monkeys go down. There's 2 energies on the Grimmsnarl.
At this point, the hand doesn't seem too precious for Joseph to protect. And there's a little bit of a mind game if you throw away the research. You're saying, go ahead, please. I'd love a new hand.
Well, taking out a choice, taking out the fresh 7-card potential there, but Absol, absolutely terrifying. Able to dismantle the board, but more importantly, dismantle your hand. Your hand is your safe space. How are you doing this?
Get out of there. That's mine. Yeah, this is tough. And this is where you see the differences in this deck, where for Joseph, it's really easy to get these energies onto the Monkey Dories. You have the Technical Machine Turbo Energize. You have the Energy Switch. For Caleb, he has to find the energy itself and manually attach it. The Marnie's Grimmsnarl isn't going to help you search those out in those spots because it's only to the Marnie's Pokemon. So what do you do?
Ooh, right now, just Iona was played, able to find the Pokepad. Pokepad equals a Monkey Dory. Do we have does Caleb have an energy in his hand, though?
Does, and that's the one card that you were talking about. Maybe that discard could have been pretty impactful at that stage, but this is the last Monkey Dory with the other one in the prize cards. Found the Dark Energy to go along with it now, and you can start to push a little bit of this damage over, but when the Monkey Dory War is not going in your favor, it feels pretty bad.
The nice thing is Grimmsnarl can try and even out the Monkey Dory Wars, right? We did see the movement of the 30 damage with Caleb's Monkey Dory, but the Shadow Bullet with that extra 30 plus the Frostlass pings can clean things out. Actually, he's just going to win the Monkey Dory Wars. This is back and forth.
That is how you do it right there. I didn't see that he had the counter catcher to go along with it, and that was a pretty crucial point there. If you find that, you remove both of them from play now, and it is +1 Monkey Dory to Caleb now.
Yeah, don't look at the prize cards. Look at the monkeys. And right now, Caleb's just winning with both prize cards and the Monkey Dory. Joseph, a little bit on the back foot, does still have the very healthy Mega Absol, but is there any way he can deal with Marnie's Grimmsnarl without Monkey Dories?
Well, the Monkey Dory is pretty crucial at this point. That's the terminal period waiting to happen. If you have that Pokemon in play, just move 1 damage counter over, take the KO, and you're up against Frostlass Monkey Dory, which is a completely different deck that I think you can handle at this point.
Ooh, and Arvin is going to be played here, able to find an item and a tool. Item is going to be the Knight's Treasure. If I had to guess, probably going to get a Monkey Dory off the discard pile.
That's a great call. I love it. Honestly, it's either that or the energy at this point. He's got the Nest Ball in hand, actually. So, we could see either one.
I was wrong. Double. It was the energy.
The double. He found both. We both win.
But this time does have the Bravery Charm, probably going to protect. Is it going to be the Petrant? It's hovering over the Petrant now. Okay. It is going to be onto the Monkey Dory. 160 HP now on the Monkey. And yeah, it has to just move 1, I believe. Yes. Terminal period. Again, gets a knockout on anything with 6 damage counters on it. Is it?
Yeah. You start to get a little nervous there, hoping that you don't overcommit there to save some health on your Petrarunt. But no, it's very worth it in this stage to just move the 1 over, take the KO, find 2 more prize cards, and wow, are there any better prize cards in that spot? With that hand that Joseph was sitting on, now he adds Fezandipity and Boss's Orders. We saw Caleb last turn, added the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Counter Catcher into his hand. What could we see here on this next turn? There's so much that can happen.
So much indeed. Caleb with 3 prize cards, Joseph with 2, both players with 1 monkey apiece. Almost seems even. See the Blood Moon go down.
3 prize cards away from closing this thing out, and the damage counters just aren't really lining up at this stage. You could commit that attachment to the Blood Moon Ursaluna and start to work that Pokemon in, but then you're missing out on that second Monkey Dory, which who knows if we're going to see that.
Big research here. Opted to not attach Dark Energy that was in the hand with the research, probably signifying that he's not going to be attacking with the Blood Moon Ursaluna this turn.
Yeah, it's a nod to the fact that that second Monkey Dory could be crucial at this stage and wants to leave that energy open. And I think we see the energy now, but if the Night Stretcher was in hand, that's the real question.
I don't think I saw it, Kyle, but could be wrong here. Again, just trying to establish more Monkey Dories. Do we not? Is there a world we attack with a Grimmsnarl again? Is that something that would be better than maybe the Blood Moon Ursaluna? But looks like it is just going to be the attachment onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, it's real tricky at this spot, bringing that Pokemon up, attacking in that stage. This is where Caleb just does not have a great plan afterwards. Moving this Blood Moon Ursaluna with this deck is very tricky. Once you attack, you're hoping to be KO'd.
Ooh, and looks like we're going to see some damage movement, damage on the Petron right now, down to 50 HP. So just a couple more ticks. I believe Joseph has to win this turn, or the game is going to potentially run away from him. Is there a way to get this knockout on the Blood Moon Ursaluna?
Yeah, it's got massive hit points loaded up. Found that has the Night Stretcher, wanted to actually attack in with the Blood Moon instead, and now Caleb just wants to push damage counters with Monkey Dory to that Petron to close out here. For Joseph, he has a few cards that he could find to stabilize and save that Petron. Of course, the 2 other copies of Penny that could be found. But winning the game in this spot now, it has to be Monkey Dory. Does he have enough to get there? And even then, you won't be short because of the Frostlass damage. Blood Moon of his own? There's so much to think about here. Oh, boy.
There is the
and
Blood Moon.
there it is.
Yeah, okay.
Arvin finds the energy switch. There it is, a knockout Blood Moon battle to the end, and Joseph sneaks out the victory there. What a great game.
Yeah, my mind was racking there. I was thinking, oh, maybe it's a double monkey with because we did see the energy switch earlier, but it wasn't used. Remember, he opted to use the Turbo Energize as opposed to using a resource on the E switch and removing Monkey Dory stuff.
Yeah, this is where I really want to see what Pablo is thinking over here. We had a great game, Pablo. What were your thoughts on it?
I mean, I really want to highlight how this is like we have these huge mega Pokemon worth 3 prizes and nobody cares about them. It's all about the Monkey Dories, right? You can see in this setup we have full establishment of like energy. We have the doll monkeys as well right here, but both players are fully concentrated on just eliminating each other's Monkey Dory so that the residual damage from Frostlass ends up being an advantage or a disadvantage to whoever has the least amount of Monkey Dory. So here we see how Joseph was able to essentially trap both Monkey Dories, and then Caleb has to take the risk of the double Frostlass, which of course, a lot of damage counters on the field makes things very chaotic, and it almost feels like a double-edged sword. Sometimes you want that extra damage, but if you only have 2 Monkey Dories, then the damage could be counterintuitive or counterproductive, rather. So the double Frostlass really puts a lot of pressure on both players. And afterwards, we have this situation where the Tool Scrapper really surprised, I think, everyone, right? You guys, me,
agreed.
Everyone. And it feels like players, now that we are heading towards the very end of this format, they're trying to find an edge with these little cute inclusions like the Tool Scrapper from Joseph, like the LGM we saw earlier in Zork. All of these little things that can give you a slight advantage sometimes can really make a big difference in these high-level matches.
Really appreciate it, Pablo. Great insight there, and we are excited to see not only 1, but 2 games, maybe even 3, from these great players.
A lot of damage counters are going to be placed. A lot of damage are going to be thrown. But right now, looks like Joseph did start us off to get an energy attachment plus the Bravery Charm. No hard opening of the Kangaskhan with the draw 2 or the A-Spec. A little bit less explosive here.
Oh, that explains it. We were looking for the opening trolley again, and it's in the prize cards. Unfortunately, paired alongside a Monkey Dory, which is a 3-copy card. So one of those down can be a little more unfortunate for Joseph than it would be Caleb.
Yeah, honestly, if I was Joseph, I'd be more heartbroken that another Monkey Dory is prize as opposed to my A-Spec. We saw how important getting multiple of those in play was. Right now, let's see Caleb. Caleb did open up with the Lily. Question is, what can he put together this turn? I think I'm seeing some Badoo. Yeah, a Badoo there, plus the energy attachment on the active. We're going to see some item locking, and this is an item lock that could matter.
This is a great spot for it. Have the energy already lined up here, and we'll see the damage counter start to make a bit of an impact. This is not the best start for Joseph, not only obviously with the fact that there's only 2 Pokemon in play, but Latias instead of Petrarunt means that you can't play down the Petrarunt most likely in this matchup now. Those 2 EX Pokemon, just too easy of a prize card to give up in the Grimmsnarl matchup, so has to probably forego the poison damage, which he loved in the Monkey Dories.
Yes, Joseph now under item lock, is under the Itchy Pollen, able to play this Arven though, but only half of the things he finds in Arven are going to be useful. And right now it's just the Turbo Energize, but what do you energize to? And can you even Turbo Energize?
Yeah, if you have the energy, then you're close enough on attachments, but maybe it's worth it to waste that, well, not waste, but take that turn off, and use the Turbo Energize, and just set up for a slower game that Absol has to just start ripping apart the hand. I mean, look at where this is. There's nothing else to do other than set up for some Claw of Darkness and hopefully take away some really nice pieces from Caleb's side.
And not every day you see a Darkness Energy on a Latias EX. But you got to do what you got to do. And that Darkness Energy is just going to live on that Latias from here on out, right? There's no way to retreat, pay the retreat cost, put it in the discard pile. But hey.
I can't wait to see the late game energy switch.
Okay, yeah, I was about to mention it.
He's going to make you eat those words.
You're right. But right now, Absol with 3 energy. Caleb Rogerson, though, with 2 Monkey Dories and a Frostlass.
Isn't it crazy that we play a game where 4 energy in play, a Mega Absol ready to attack, and you see the other side where a little Badoo is so much more intimidating than the other side.
Oh, no.
I would 100% rather be Caleb in this spot, and rightfully so. Look at this setup. Things are really starting to move for him. Just needs to find the energy to go along with this. You don't want to miss that step with the Monkey Dory, and that's why you see him cashing in on the Night Stretcher early on.
Nice Stretcher, again, able to find a Pokemon.
That's okay. So he's got the rare candy. That's another way. You say, oh, you're fast, I'm a little faster.
Indeed. Rare candy into that Grimmsnarl, able to power itself up here. Gonna take 2 prize cards, 30 damage onto the Absol. He's gonna strike first. Strike hard.
He had another Night Stretcher.
Okay, wow. everything Caleb could have wanted this turn, he got.
He's just lined up great setup for himself here, and wow, what an interesting card to find off the top. The Cypher Maniacs code breaking.
Ooh, do you?
It's slow.
It's patience over drawing 6 fresh cards.
Yeah.
So I like this.
So you know what? I just need a little bit of time, and it's looking like there may be some time in his future. Latias can still, of course, for your treat out of the active, move into the Mega Absol, start to rip away at the hand from Caleb, but you are staring down the double Monkey Dory with Grimmsnarl on the other side. It's a lot to walk into.
Cypher Maniacs code breaking. I did get to peek on what he's opting to put on top. It's a Darkness Energy and a Monkey Dory.
That seems like the right call at this stage of the game. and with the order of it as well, you want the Dark Energy on the top if the Itchy Pollen is broken at this stage, because then you can just nest ball and rip it off the top.
And so much restraint from both these players. We saw Caleb Rogerson go Rare Candy Punk up, have the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, but not take prize cards. Then we did get to see Joseph, though. Now has the Mega Absol, has the option to knock out a Badoo, rip a card from Caleb's hand, but opted not to attack as well. So much restraint.
Yes.
What do you think of those plays?
It's smart from Caleb. He's making really quick work of this game, but he needed that turn to slow down and establish the Monkey Dories. If you have them in play, then your opponent has to either decide, do you attack into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, remove this threat, focus all your energy towards it, or do you try to continue this Monkey Dory war, which you haven't even started participating in yet? The one issue that we have at this stage for Caleb is he's down a game, has 20 minutes left to close this out. If he's looking for 3 games, he has to get moving.
I don't think 10 damage a turn is going to be enough, especially when your opponent's Pokemon have what? How much? 330 HP basic?
Slightly more than 10, yes.
But Badoo's doing his best, Frostlass is doing his best, and the monkeys are absolutely doing their job. We're going to see some damage placements. Are we going to finally see some Grimmsnarl attack? Or we know, or Caleb knows, that there are 2 good cards on top of Joseph's deck. Is it time to just start swinging? Time to put on the pressure?
Well, that's the beauty of seeing that it's not the right card to find with the cybernetics code breaking. If it's just one card, then you're obviously in a bit of a rut. But thankfully for him, he has the Iono, which means he draws right back into the card that he needs, actually making the ordering of this even more optimal now that he plays the Monkey Dory, then draws right into that Dark Energy here.
Imagine he put the Dark Energy first.
Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. If you expected the knockout from the Grimmsnarl, it was actually more correct to have the energy there because you could just nest ball into the Monkey Dory and get rolling. But he was ready for a slower approach, and he sees that from Caleb.
Looks like Joseph is going to be our aggressor here, moving 3 damage counters onto the Badoo, taking a knockout. And now is going to have the option to be able to attack with...
And this is a brand new hand. The Iono was played. Caleb did put Secret Box and I believe another good supporter to the bottom of the deck now, and you have a chance to get rid of a Dark or a Monkey Dory, and he wants to throw away a Monkey Dory. I definitely don't hesitate with that.
Indeed, but right now Caleb still has 2 in play. A lot of damage now on the board, though.
We also have seen both Night Stretchers.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
But when Monkey Dory goes away, it's gone.
Yeah, that monkey is gone forever. So what's the game plan now, though? So we're going to start potentially trying to boss up monkeys, right? That has to be the game plan.
Well, it just depends now for which players, because for Caleb, he has to figure out how to get through this Mega Absol with just pure damage at this point. It's not going to line up for him otherwise. And Joseph, he needs to set up any Monkey Dory on his side. He has the 1 copy so far. When you have that second, that's when terminal periods line up, and you can start chipping away, or even push enough damage over to this Grimmsnarl and try to take a knockout there.
Yeah, a lot of damage on that Grimmsnarl. That's has 80 HP left. I'm not going to do the math there, but 80 less 30. I believe, because of the movement.
And now 60.
Okay, so it has 140 HP.
Yeah.
I'm so thankful for our layout here.
we got a great crew helping us out. You need all the help you can get at this point, as Caleb also believes that as he finds his final Monkey Dory, this will be the last one that we see. There's just the Super Rod that could help out at this point afterwards, and you probably want to hold on to that for the perfect time.
Yes, right now, damage has been moved up. Believe an attack as well, and a knockout on Joseph's Monkey Dory. That's 3 Monkey Dories, granted 2 with energy to none. Well, to 1.
Yes, it's back, and this isn't the end of it as well. There could be another with the energy switch and playing down another Monkey Dory, but it has to be Night Stretcher at this point, right? We know the other one's in the prize card still, so with just 3 copies in the list, you have to take other precautions. Go to the store, find a charm, and hold on.
Joseph's deck just really reminds me of the supermarket. Bring your kid in the trolley to the market. Yes.
Wancho just needs to get some milk.
But right now, Monkey Dory, a lot healthier. This is going to help out a lot because of how much Caleb is throwing damage, right? You have to remember there's double Monkey Dory plus the 30 damage off the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. That's 90 damage pushed plus the Frostlass as well. That's 100 damage pushed per turn, potentially.
I mean, you look at how bad this hand is for Joseph. There's just not much that you can do at this stage, but his only other option was play Pheasantipity into this matchup and also give up those prize cards. Like, it felt terrible to play down that Pokemon. You know your opponent typically can work around giving up those prize cards that are giving up the prizes in that order.
So it was Claw of Darkness here. There's a Lily in hand, as well as the 1 Super Rod, the one last way to get back to Monkey Dories.
Well, it might be the one last way to get back Marnie's Grimmsnarl at this point as well. If you get lucky and you miss out on that resource, you could remove that now. So maybe removing the Grimmsnarl itself that's in hand, but there's Super Rod Ultra Ball. Uh-oh.
Oh.
He's got too many good cards.
I know.
Make them play. Make them play them though. That's the part that makes sense. You force the Super Rod early now, when there's only the one copy of Monkey Dory in there, and then maybe there's a world where you can remove a couple.
Oh, that's one way to get value for sure. I like it. I like it. As right now, again, Caleb's hand still looking nice. Super Rod plus has a supporter for turn. Has the knockout lined up on this Mega Absol. Is going to go down to 2 prize cards potentially. And then there's just a simple issue of finding a knockout on what, the Darkness Weak Latias.
Yeah, I think he'll get there. It doesn't seem too tricky at this stage, but Caleb has really lined things up nicely for himself now. Can choose from a multitude of options. The Dark Energy seems like a pretty great choice, as you can pretty much guarantee that you'll have that energy for the Monkey Dory down the road if you want to get to that third one. You also will be pulling a few with the Punk Up ability.
Doesn't even have to use the Ultra Ball, does have the Spike with Gym, able to find any Marnie's Pokemon. I really want to see the Tool Scrapper come into play once again. It did scare us that last turn, but Joseph did just attack with the Absol that one game into the Monkey Dory anyway. Might have been just good information to keep secret that game.
It was very nice to move in the Monkey Dory War, but this is just not one that Joseph is winning at this stage of the game. He's already down just soon to be 2 prize cards remaining on the other side for Caleb, and with this amount of attackers, you have to have the Miracle card.
That's a lot of Darkness Energy in hand. Is there enough? Okay, there's. That's what I was worried about. I was wondering if, with all the Darkness Energy in hand, if there was enough to accelerate with the Punk Up. Luckily, there is still 2 in the deck.
That's a great point. There was just 2 copies left in the deck and chose not to attach before going into that ability. Maybe a nod to, if I get really unlucky, at least I can attach for turn there.
Right now, board is just absolutely terrifying. How much damage is being pushed now? This is 3 monkeys. That's potentially 120 plus the Frostlass. That's doing more than Dragapult.
Yeah, it gets scary pretty quickly on this side of things, and softening up the Latias so that Pokemon can be removed by Monkey Dories alone at some point in the game. Now the Mega Absol in range of being KO'd here by the Shadow Bullet. You're getting pretty close to locking this thing up.
Looking at the board, though, is there anything Joseph can do to bring this back in? He's down to 3 prize cards. It almost seems so close.
Yeah,
but
the Monkey Dory is the real key piece here. If you have second Monkey Dory, energy switch, attach, and bring up a Blood Moon Ursaluna, maybe you can knock out a Marnie's Grimmsnarl in this spot. If you get just enough damage, I think you might be able to get there at that stage, but you need the perfect set of cards here.
Ooh. Have to see, and I like the adjustment from Caleb. Just really having 1 Frostlass seems a lot better this time, just as long as you're winning the Monkey War. Mine's the A-Spec.
Who doesn't love a turn 7 trolley? Right where you want to be, but assuredly, he actually does need some help here.
Yes.
The problem, I don't think there's a Monkey Dory left in the deck.
That is right. The one did get pulled from the prize cards.
And maybe we had 1 shuffled back in at some point, but I'm not seeing it just yet. There also is Petulant, a pretty nice attacker that could go into the fray if you have that energy switch later on.
Petulant, I believe the 60 damage times the amount of prize cards your opponent has taken. Right now it's, what, 240. Still not quite the knockout just yet. Kangaskhan finally hitting the board. A little late there, Mom, but...
There's at this point, you have to consider how you go about the rest of the game now. Just 2 prize cards remaining for Caleb. You're trying to dodge any copy of what, but so much can win the game here for Caleb with all the damage counters in play. Maybe it's something with Yveltal to slow things down, but there's too many Monkey Dory in play. The damage just gets pushed over.
Penny picks a lot, some of the damage off the board, potentially the 2 prize liability in the Latias. Then what do you do from there? You're picking stuff up, but how are you progressing the board?
Takes a look. We see Penny and Erica's Invitation in the mix, and healing seems like a pretty great call. You will need to use that Monkey Dory likely more than once, and that could be a surprise that Caleb wasn't expecting to see if that Pokemon gets replayed and uses Adrenabrain once more.
Drawing 2 more cards here.
Counter catcher. There's been a lot of energies played, but as you mentioned, we saw a few in the hand remaining, so stalling on a Frostlass may not work in this spot.
Unless you trap it with an Eviltal.
Yeah, and that's why I was curious about the Precious Trolley and not going for that extra bench spot. You could just pull that Pokemon out now, but maybe was hoping for finding one of those Monkey Dories out of the discard pile and giving it that spot.
And if you have the Nest Ball in hand, keeping the option open after you do all your draws, maybe plans could change. But we are going to see the Eviltal finally hit the board. And the counter catcher on Monkey.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's just, it doesn't line up super clean at this stage. Needs to use the Pecharunt itself as the retreat already happened. Put the damage counter onto the Eviltal with the poison. And you don't want to do that because you're staring at 3 Monkey Dories on the other side. The damage, well, I guess with the way that it's lined up, there's not actually a second Pokemon that has, or a third Pokemon that has the additional damage counter to go 90 at this stage. So would actually save it, and it has the Lively Stadium. Hold up now, Joseph.
So much damage counters. Not only do you have to worry about Monkey Dory, Frostlass, you also have to take into account the 10 damage in between turns with poison.
Yep. There's a lot happening here. Pokemon Checkup is going to be a very pivotal time here in the last 7 minutes of this match. And Caleb now has the counter stadium. Do you ever hold on to it and see if you can benefit from Lively Stadium a little more than your opponent? You've got triple Monkey Dory.
Right now, 90 damage on that Monkey Dory. If you bump the stadium, go down to 20, so it's not necessarily getting a free knockout to get a switch. Let's see what he opts to do. Looks like is going to opt to bump the stadium, though.
It's a tough call. It's you want to win the game fast enough to go into a game 3, typically, if you want to find that extra match point or 2. And does have plenty of Monkey Dory to work with. Actually has 4 of them now, and there is, with the clutch damage, now you do see enough damage in play to have 120 damage forced to the other side of the board. With Punk Up, is there, or with the Grimmsnarl, can you get to the rest of the prize cards now? It's close.
Again, the Monkey Dory is still trapped, so.
Oh yes, you're right.
So right now, it could just be the 120 damage moved with the Monkey Dory hitting the opposing Monkey Dory. That's 4-on-1. That doesn't seem fair.
No. You're going to lose that fight, assuredly.
Looks like it's going to... Oh, is there enough damage on... Yeah, there's 20 health left on the Monkey Dory on the bench. So it doesn't necessarily get knocked out in between turns just yet.
It might be softening up to get to that point at sometime soon, but you don't really want to take that knockout just yet and just walk into whatever world it may be with Pheasantipity, Blood Moon, Ursaluna. Something could be a problem for you at that stage. But
oh, just like that, it's down to 10 now.
Yeah.
So it is going to be the knockout in between turns. Now just damage, a lot of damage movement.
Really tough call now here. Just how do you move on from this point? 3 prize cards remaining. You don't really have the knockouts lined up. 0 Monkey Dory to work with. 5 minutes remaining on the clock, and
there's like 1 energy to your name on an Eviltal.
Yes.
That you can't even hit with the Eviltal just because you're pushing 120 damage. Is this just checkmate? You have to pick it up with a penny or something, right? And then possibly hit with Blood Moon Ursaluna. Is that even the line?
The damage out point at this point, it's negligent. You don't you have too many Monkey Dory looking you down on the other side of the board, and that is why we see so often in this matchup you have to target that down and remove them from play. Joseph's going to keep fighting. He has an energy to work with now, and maybe something with that Petron could steal some prizes that we weren't expecting to see. However, just being on 3 prize cards at this stage with no Monkey Dories is it's an uphill climb.
Unfortunately, Marnie's Grimmsnarl isn't Mega Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
We don't need any more help up with this deck. It's already pretty good.
Right now, new Monkey hits the board. It's going to be able to push 30 damage. Or just 20. Does it matter here?
Yeah, once more, you're looking to lock up some Pokemon. The Frostlass probably would make the most sense at this stage if you could bring that up, but how do you get there? You just have this last card to work with, and you have to choose between Boss and Penny.
Penny picking up the Monkey Dory. Unfortunately, that was the attachment for turn, so he can't put it down again, try and move even more damage. Just going to be a pass here, but isn't there 120 movable damage here?
I think we're going to get pretty close to this point at this stage. You can see all the damage from the Monkey Dories. 4 shift over, take the KO on that Petron. Caleb Rogerson cleaning things up here with sub 3 minutes remaining. And we have game 3 if they can shuffle.
It's a lot of math, Kyle. You can't see it right now, but my head is steaming a little bit.
I can confirm. It looks like Wancho's hair is on fire.
Yeah, a lot of math, a lot of pro plays, and again, I just want to talk about the restraints on these players, the patience, waiting for the right plays, and that's pro Pokemon levels.
Yeah, just slowing things down for Caleb bought him that game. Now, is it going to help him get to the match win? Unlikely. It's really hard to close out at this stage with this amount of time left. You do have +3 turns, so maybe if we don't see that trolley set up, there's a world where Caleb can use that rare candy, get really aggressive in this game now. And for Joseph, he's got the same strategy. If you have the Turbo Energize, just go straight for the Absol and start ripping away.
That is right. Ooh. And I'd love to see just the complete opposite. The explosive gameplay, rare candies, damage, punching, but we'll see. It's probably going to be just 4 monkeys, though. But
the cards are technically on the table. They could do that. Will they? Who knows?
Yes, 1-1 right now. Either way, both these players still in a pretty good spot. Just having those 6 wins already seemed pretty good. But looks like Caleb Rogerson is going to start us off here. Round 7. Game 3 at the Houston Regional Championships. And we see a stadium. We should see an Impidimp.
Yes. Nope, I think that's assuredly on the table for us now. And with the energy as well, the Monkey Dories are ready to get rolling. If this were to be a longer game, I like where Caleb's at, but that Arfin is pretty nice too.
Now this is the more traditional way to get the trolley. You ask Arvin to pick it up for you.
Yes, yeah. Anything you need while we're at the store. Yeah, just get me a little bit of everything, as we now see a way to move these Pokemon around, fly into the active spot, and to double Monkey Dory. It's a great setup. You have 30 seconds to use it.
30 seconds. I didn't even see if the energy was in hand. You have to assume it is. If not, there's still the Kangaskhan to try and draw into it. And Petron is going to move the Eviltal to the active. Eviltal has free retreat to retreat.
He's hoping. Oh, there is the dark, thankfully. Okay.
Oh, but now we're going shopping a little bit more. Just thinning the deck. But 3, 2, and 1. That's time.
Yeah. That news for our players is bittersweet at this stage. It's been a really great match between both of our opponents, and it's just a little too tricky for Joseph to get through 3 different Pokemon at this stage. There's no damage in play. Yeah, you do have an Absol, but probably limited to 1 or 2 prizes at this point.
Yes. Is there a way to get 2 knockouts on 2 Mega Pokemon? Not in Grimmsnarl, I think, but
I need to see a calamitous snowy mountain or something. How do you get the damage in play to help out? There's just nothing really to work with. But Caleb will continue to play it out here. He's got his own store to visit, and I own to go along with this. could see a few more Pokemon solidify this opening, and maybe you find the rare candy. Maybe you find the Grimmsnarl and get the opening damage in early.
I have to see, but Iono is going to be the supporter for turn. Fresh 6 cards for both these players.
Candy. Oh, Secret Box. That kind of works.
Okay.
Let him cook. Is it a double-edged sword here now? I guess you have enough Pokemon to where it won't matter, but throwing the damage in play doesn't seem great.
Ooh,
Give me that Secret Box. What are you doing? You fool.
We're sniping something from there.
Yeah.
It's going to be the pink card. Oh.
Get it out of here. I don't have time for that.
I believe this is going to be the last turn, and that's going to be a tie. But what a tie, Kyle. This was probably, and I know I was talking about how I wanted to see a boxing match almost, where we see these big mega Pokemon swinging, or the Grimmsnarl swinging, but this was a boxing match. There was a lot of back and forth between the Monkey Dories.
Yeah, it was
right?
just jabs. It wasn't big swinging fists left and right. It was just these little jabs.
Like 30.
It just looks like a little Hitmonchan over here, guys. You're missing out. It's a wild show. But no, truly, that's where we were. The way that the damage compiled and the chess match that we saw between these players of when to take your prize cards. For Caleb, slowing things down even when he had the advantage really paid off for him, because he didn't walk into that counter catcher play that we saw in the opening game. Game 2 wasn't available until very late, and by then, you already got 3 or 4 Monkey Dories. You don't have to worry about anything.
Yes, again, it's not every day you see these big Pokemon already powered up. The correct play is to pass or just keep itchy polling. Honestly, Badoo is still just the scariest Pokemon in that entire board. Badoo scares me the most.
Are you a happy Badoo year believer, or is it a cursed year?
I don't know. All of those Pokemon are scary, to be honest. I don't care about the big mega guys. The Monkey Dory, probably. I don't know what I'm more afraid of, the Monkey Dory or the Badoo.
Yep. There's a lot to worry about. And when you see any Monkey Dory on the other side of the table, you know what you're walking into. It's going to be a lot of damage counters flying your way. They took some pretty great precautions. We saw the unique battle with the Bravery Charms, the Tool Scrapper, the Penny. So many ways to heal up or give yourself that essential buff. The Lively Stadium even jumped in there too. But
Tool Scrapper, don't forget that guy.
Yeah, it was in there. And for Caleb, it just ended up working out for him a little easier because he had all the resources to work with, found all the Monkey Dories, and you take it.
Yeah, I love that match. A lot of back and forth. Again, jabbings of the 30 damage with the Monkey Dory. Right now, Kyle, I heard that Pablo has a little treat for us.
Hey.
How about we throw it there?
Thank you so much, guys. Great to hear from you. As always, I'm here with Adam Watson. We're going to take a look at what happened in Game 2. Game 3, of course, we didn't get to see much. We saw a Trolley get played, and then an Ace-Spec get discarded for the fun. But Game 2, I think, really showcased how, not necessarily how the matchup works, but how a player that has gained an advantage wants to make sure that he continues to keep this advantage and not let a game slip away afterwards, right? So
we knew that this matchup was definitely going to come down to a grind, so you have to find those advantages wherever you can and edge out your opponent.
Yeah, with the Monkey Dory advantage, with the Frostlass damage counter, and every damage counter ends up mattering despite having these huge HP Pokemon, right? So first off, the big advantage that Caleb gained was this Trolley being prized, right? Obviously, Ace-Specs are so powerful, right? So when one is prized, you're really put in a pickle, if you will.
If you don't have that Trolley, there's no early setup, and against Monkey Dory Frostlass, that gives them so much tempo to get out ahead of you.
Yep. And then afterwards, we saw Caleb, obviously, with the lack of setup here for Joseph, was not able to establish multiple Pokemon. He, on the other side, was able to just get that triple Monkey Dory going. As we saw, every match came down to Monkey Dory. Whenever both players have multiple Monkey Dory, it's about who has the most usually.
Yeah, when you have 3 Monkey Dory, I mean, what's even better than that?
Yeah. 4 Monkey Dory, which is the dream, right?
Yeah.
Caleb was living the dream in that last game with the 4 Monkey Dory, but I do want to highlight, speaking of these like small advantages that Caleb kept giving himself, I thought this very subtle thing that he continues to do, many top players do this, he will always choose to use a stadium, whether it was Town Store or even his own Spike Myth, despite not having like any leftover targets in the deck. He wasn't using them to see what he could grab. He was using them to double check every resource left in his deck, just to make sure that he doesn't make a mistake by evolving preemptively before playing the Super Rod, wants to make sure he doesn't grab the wrong card off of Secret Box perhaps. Every search you have off in your deck that is essentially free, right? Then that means you have a guaranteed information or 100% accurate information, so that how many times have we not seen players go play, I don't know, an Arvin, go through their deck, and all of a sudden they're left there being like, oh no, the card's not here.
That's me. But this is so important because it also allows you to partition your deck searches out. You don't have to think so much in the early game of knowing exactly what's prized, your precise counts. You can just use it to refresh your memory throughout the middle and end stages of the game, especially when those clutch plays come down to the wire. So really smart by Caleb to just rely on those free searches, and a little bit of extra information goes such a long way in a matchup like this where it is grindy. And I wanted to ask your opinion, Pablo. In general, going into this matchup, did we consider one side favored over the other? Has this matchup been played enough that there is a prevailing opinion?
I would generally say Mega Absol usually has an advantage, a natural advantage, just because it has the slightly faster attack route, if you will, with those Mega Pokemon. Mega Absol has a way to one-hit KO Grimmsnarl, whereas Grimmsnarl does not have a way to immediately deal with the Megas. It has to like rely on that passive damage, the build up throughout the course of the game, whereas Mega Absol can be very aggressive very quickly, and sniping resources out of your hand can also be very detrimental. So,
and that's extra information you can use against your opponent.
Yeah, so yeah, Mega Absol usually favored. Of course, Caleb was able to take away a game where he slowed down his opponent. Ichipolen came into play. The Trolley Being Prize came into play as well. And the slow build-up happened with no pressure being applied to Caleb.
And once you get Punk up, you accelerate energy into play, getting your attack plans online, and that allows your attached return to go over to Monkey Dory. And we saw this in the early days of the Gardevoir Monkey Dory arms race, where once you get that tempo, you're getting the Artisan for Monkey Dory, your attached return for Darkness Energy, and it just compounds, and it's so hard to keep up with all of the damage you're sending to your opponent being sent right back and setting up devastating multi-prize turns, even without the threat of TM de-evolution. I'm playing big basics. I don't have to worry about that main game plan, but as we saw, it was a slow grind. Went to a tie. I would have loved to see game 3, but there's definitely a lot to learn.
Oh, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of Monkey Dory in our near future as well. Adam, we have round 8 coming up very, very soon, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Skarzig here with your favorite segment, Draw Your Faves. You can see my art class has grown. I'm here with a couple new students, Glitch and V, and we're going to draw their favorite Pokemon today. And I want you at home to follow along. We're going to start with V's favorite Pokemon, Fuecoco. Now, this is a modern Pokemon that has captured everyone's hearts, so this is definitely a great pick for a fave. So let's see if we can make this happen. He's a hot pepper, so we're going to just have a nice curve like that.
Oh, gosh.
And then he's got a cute snout like that. I think I'm doing okay.
I think I am too.
While
I think so too.
Yeah, follow along. I got to... Maybe there's a Fuecoco plush right here to study off of.
Might need a little bit more pointers here.
Just don't be afraid to put those lines down on the board. You know, we've got erasers.
Okay,
it's
yeah.
all good.
Yeah.
Now, when we're going down to Fuecoco's cute little body, he's a hot pepper. So just imagine that pepper shape like this. And then I think his feet are like this, right? He's got like little
surely.
hooves.
It's kind of like square shaped.
He's got like little hooves.
Yeah.
And then his cute little arms. And he's got kind of like a derpy little face like that.
Oh,
I
wait a
think,
minute.
Right?
It adds character. This is.
I think that's right.
That sounds right, or it looks right to me.
And I think he's got like one of these going on. Or is that on the front?
No, this is correct. There's like a little like yellow on the back of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, he's a chonky boy.
I think so.
Oh, wait, I see the vision.
Now I'm like
Okay.
second guessing myself.
I see the vision.
And that's so funny. When you go to draw the
Wait a
Pokemon, you're like,
minute.
wait, what? Is that what it looks like? He's singing, right? Are
Ooh,
these
that's
music
a good
notes
point.
facing the
Yeah.
right way?
Point. Can't forget about the singing.
Fuecoco has the voice of an angel.
Okay, so I think that's Fuecoco. Did you do a good job at home, viewer? But we've got to see how my students did.
Oh,
Were they
man.
able to follow along?
Are we both gonna turn around together?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see those Fuecocos.
3, 2, 1. How's that?
Oh, that's amazing! That's super cute.
Oh, you have
Fuecoco.
more music notes though, so
Yeah.
you know, I think I might have to do a redo, but this is good enough.
Okay,
I
that's not
think
too bad.
everyone's Fuecoco looks fantastic.
Amazing, but we still have one more Pokemon to draw, folks, so don't go anywhere.
Players from all over the world flew in for the first ever Las Vegas Regional Championships. Breaking records, becoming the biggest TCG regional of all time, and breaking the metagame with multiple world and international champions in attendance. And sure enough, we find ourselves with a star-studded final with one of the best players in the game, Tord Reklev, playing the Mega Absol box against Liam Halliburton, fresh off his Pittsburgh regional win this season with his tried and true Zoroark EX. In Game 1, Tord identified that all of Liam's attackers had abilities and leaned into playing a tight board involving 2 Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. That insurmountable wall was impossible for Liam to get over, which led to a commanding Game 1 win for Tord. In Game 2, Tord walled up once again, but Liam found the right moment to swing with Ensdar Manitan, taking a key prize card, and followed it up with a 5-energy Blood Moon Ursaluna, Team Rocket's Watchtower, and Iono combo, which left Tord unable to respond, leading to a Game 3. With most of the time taken up, this led to a tiebreaker, where the first person to take a prize would win. Liam set up Blood Moon Ursaluna and needed to buy time and hit Tord with an Iono, but it wasn't enough. Tord found the boss and the win, becoming the Las Vegas Regional Champion.
And just like that, Tord Reklev punches his ticket to the World Championship with a deck that he created.
You can start your Pokemon journey here at Pokemon.com/compete, and maybe you too can become a regional champion.
Welcome back once again, Pokemon fans, to the Houston Regional Championships. It's things are heating up right now. We're down to our last couple of rounds here for Phase 1, and I just made it back in time to be with Kyle.
I'm glad. Yeah, I was playing Where's Wancho, and I got nervous that I was going to solo cast this thing. Good to have you here.
It's good to be here, Kyle. But where's Adam? I want that booster box.
How big is his jacket? My man just kept pulling things out. I was scared. I want to see the script too.
Oh, you haven't seen it yet?
I'm gonna pretend I haven't.
We're writing it down as we speak because these players are fighting their hardest to be a part of that top 8 script. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we are blessed with talent here at our top tables. It is some incredible names. We did just have pairings set up here for Swiss Round 8, so players looking to lock up those last final match points into Phase 1, moving to Phase 2 as we start off very shortly here with that. But as our players are finding their way over to the table, maybe we could take a peek at some of our caster predictions.
Okay. I'm ready to fight you with my predictions, guys.
I don't love mine as much. It hasn't gone great yet.
Yeah, I feel like people might think I'm joking around with my Ditto here because I believe in the power of belief. I believe that
Believing in belief? Okay, let's hear this.
Okay,
Yeah, no.
I should have said that
Take me on this ride, Wancho. I want to hear where we go.
What is the #1 thing in people's minds right now?
Belief.
Yes. Yes, Kyle. Yes, it's the Pokopia. So many people are playing that. So many people are channeling their inner Ditto. It has to be good.
That's beautiful.
Right?
Wow. Touching moment here on stream.
No, but honestly, in all seriousness, I chose Ditto because it's more of the philosophy of what the Ditto is. It represents going turn 1, going first.
Okay.
Because right now, I think if your deck can go first in this format, you're happy 100% of the time because your opponent's going to choose second. Yeah. So that taking out the coin flip from the equation feels good because you're happy no matter what.
When losing is really winning.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all right. Wancho flipping the script on his opponents. No pheasantipity. He's just gonna just go first, find his Raging Bolt, and get in there. We've seen some success from Raging Bolt players. There are a few sprinkled into the top 20-ish tables, so maybe Ditto could work its way onto the table at some point for us. So you also called out that End Zoroark, which seems to be a pretty great pick at this point. There's a lot of grass Pokemon out there. They don't seem to care. Zoroark's just got some great pilots right now.
Yeah. I mean, giving a good player more cards to work with is just a recipe for success, right? And yeah, there's grass out there. Sometimes we have Dark Vanitant to sometimes do something. I like decks that can do multiple things. And if your Zoroark can copy multiple attacks, that's a lot of options, right? But what about you, Kyle? Looking at your picks, Dragapult seems safe.
Good card. Got a pretty great inclusion with the Pokepad edition, so we see some players starting to really draw into all their fun resources.
Did we all just throw? How did we all just not pick Pokepad?
Because that's like picking boss's orders. That's like picking Buddy Poffin. But that's like picking Energy card. We all have a little bit of more morals than Heggy, as he started off with his initial stream, picking whatever he did. But yeah, I picked Dragapult. It's pretty good. It's one of those decks that seems to get targeted every once in a while, and you just can't do much about drawing cards. It works out fairly well. Mega Frostlass took a shot in the dark. Didn't pay off yet. Maybe we'll see something down the road.
You saw how good Baby Frostlass was.
Yeah.
Right? So surely...
Don't punish me for dreaming big.
Yeah, no, I respect it. I respect your beliefs.
Now, drawing cards really lined up for Jeremy. I don't think... Maybe there was one at the top tables around like round 5. I'm not sure how that's gone. But
he went all in with the Alakazam, actually. Those are just 2 Alakazam cards.
Yeah. And then we can give Emily a shout out. We saw that Mega Absol play out fairly well. She's also on Team Zoroark with you.
Yes.
Pablo, he's got the Mega Dancy. I think he might be winning.
Oh, actually.
Yeah. We know what that means. We don't have to spoil anything just yet. That is going to be pretty interesting card. Maybe not be the key card, but we'll probably see it go to a discard pile or something.
Yeah. I mean, you know, in the world where you're playing a Psychic deck, having the Pokemon that's not weak to Dark in a metagame where 3 of the top 6 decks are Dark-type Pokemon, I like Pablo's picks. And again, Frostlass, the baby Frostlass, we just saw do so much work the last round.
Yep.
I believe we have updated standings.
Yeah, moving into this last round here of phase number 1, and we've got some amazing names here. Looks like 7 have survived the gauntlet of going truly undefeated now with 21 match points. And they are all some pretty familiar names that we've seen time and time again. You know, just regional championships, the most traveledest player there ever is, if that's a word, and Justin Newdorf, who's just at a final table at the World Championships.
Yep. Are you sure this isn't like just a graphic from any of the other regionals we've done?
Yeah, these are names we've seen many a times. There's also a few new ones for me as well that I'm going to look forward to seeing how they close out into this final round here of this phase and move on to that next phase where players are really looking to move into that top cut. You only have so many matches to work with here.
Speaking of this phase, I believe we have our match step. I think our players are on the desk, and I want to show them off right here, right now. 2 of the best in the world.
Don't even fly the names at this point. You know who it is. All right?
Henry Chow, probably one of the best, if not the best Gardevoir player out there, but against the Wet Goose, Brent Tonneson, your favorite player's favorite player, both on the Gardevoir. This Gardevoir mirror. Kyle, my brain is still recovering from all the damage counter movements. This is going to be another high-level gameplay.
Who likes Monkey Dory Wars? Who likes Scream Tails? Let's see if the prize cards do, because that could ruin things. Wow, synchronized.
I know. That was the energy into the Iono. 2 rare candy. Oh, sorry, rare candy prize on both sides. A Curlia and a Ralts for the other. I think these are fine.
Yeah.
All of these are fine.
We see the copy of the rare candy in the prize cards there for Henry. We see the Curlia for Brent, so even footing there. I guess you see the candy for him as well, but it could be pretty great with the Monkey Dory count going a little lower this time around. We don't see that massive count of 4 anymore. It's just 3 copies with the 3 darks. Could be a really great one.
Ooh, and again, both these players are 7-0 right now. They're both undefeated, but that's going to change this round.
we stole them straight out of the top tables and threw them onto the stage. And Brent Tonneson will start us off here now with that Ultra Ball. Get the Psychic Energy into this card pile. You know how crucial that is to get the energies flowing with that Gardevoir. Get the damage counters down for that Monkey Dory.
Very, very good. Getting those into this card pile, always massive for the Gardevoir deck, obviously, but throwing away, tucked behind that Psychic Energy is the Professor Turo. Sometimes throwing away your one of supporter in such a technical matchup doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword in this matchup. It can be pretty nice for you when you're trying to incorporate that final Monkey Dory. If there's not too many in play, you could throw that down and then reattach from a Night Stretcher, get that energy in play, and surprise with more damage. But other than that, you don't see too much damage compiling onto like a Pokemon like the Gardevoir itself. It's usually Scream Tails, Monkey Dories, and trying to chip away slowly.
Right now, though, Brent Tonneson did get an attachment onto the Monkey Dory. Are we going to start counting again, going who's winning the Monkey Dory war? But before we go into that, obviously, it's going to be who sets up better. Right now, though, Henry Chow using the Earthen Vessel, discarding a Psychic Energy. That's just a classic. That always feels good. Get more energy in hand, discarding an energy. But what else can he put together?
Yeah, just wants to see all the counts at this point of the game. You see Earthen Vessel looking for energies, but wants to count out all of his Pokemon first. This is because you want to have all this information. You're staring down one of the best players in the world on the other side. As you are in your own right, you want to make sure that you play this game to the fullest.
Ooh, and again, what a send-off for this deck, though. Again, Gardevoir EX is one of the cards we are losing to rotation, so I'm so glad we get to feature 2 of the best Gardevoir players right now on stream, and they're facing against each other. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, this is pretty nice to see. And this hand goes along with that fairly well, not only with the Earthen Vessel discard, but there's a little more to it. As we see the Arvin that can go along with this, you could see a Secret Box. There's an energy already in the hand to discard. This is getting pretty nice. And then you can hold a Lily's Determination on top of all of it if you so choose.
Ooh, I got to, there's like a different colored CD there for Henry Chow. I believe, yeah, there's the TM Devolution. Do you think that's going to come into play? Well, obviously not now because it's in the discard pile, but eventually is that something that could be good in this matchup?
It's so fringe, but you do have opportunities every once in a while where you could sprinkle that in. You see that early rare candied Gardevoir and a setup that goes full-fledged into the Monkey Dories as opposed to any more setup. You might capitalize on a window and surprise your opponent with it, but Brent now knows, oh yeah, that could be a thing game two. Let's put that in the catalog.
Again, whenever it's, you know, top tier players with, you know, one of the best decks out there, I really do try and pay attention to the small differences in the list, you know, the differences in stadium, the differences in the tools, what techs they're playing, because it definitely could come into play, or sometimes it's just, hey, I set up way better than you did, as we do see double Curlia now. Back to Brent.
This is so clean. You already see the dark energy for the Monkey Dory, double Curlia loaded up. This is exactly where you want to be. There's no Pokemon to look at as a pitfall. You will just set up exactly as you need to in this matchup, which is reactively. You always set up your Monkey Dories as fast as you can, but then with those additional spots, you have that information. Do I need another Gardevoir, or do I need to set up a different attacker at this stage? Maybe surprise my opponent with something they're not ready for.
Right now, Brent Tonneson, though, just the Lily, I don't think as explosive as Henry Chow. There's not as many darkness energy, psychic energy, excuse me, for Brent in the discard pile just yet. But things could change because, hey, just Earthen Vessel with an energy once again.
The combo, it's back.
Classic.
Found it, and with no energy attached for the turn just yet, and with that technical machine, maybe not in your favorite spot, but Ralts could still help out here. And we do know that there is one Curlia in the prize cards on that side. Did we see if it was if the other one hit the hand, though? That could be really bad, and don't know if that's happening just yet, thankfully.
Yeah, right now, at least one Curlia will hit the board for Brent Tonneson. And this is now where I'm going to pose a question to you, Kyle. Do you take the first prize card? Do you be the aggressor in the Gardevoir mirror? Sometimes it's so tempting to just take your prize card, but activating so many, well, more specifically, like counter catchers on your opponent's side of the field. Do you take it?
Absolutely. In this spot, without anything to really worry about losing, that one-of copy of Gardevoir or whatever it may be, then you can take that knockout on that Monkey Dory with the dark energy and try to clear away any threat from your opponent. Screamtail, such a great attacker in this matchup. You can just push 80 damage over with it, have 40 on that Pokemon. It's not really in range on the other side, and you just continue to clean up with one Monkey Dory push. Perfect math from the 80 and the 30 to hit that 110 KO.
Yes, and it's managing the HP on the Screamtail is always key at these matchups. You don't want to leave too much damage on that Screamtail where you're knocked out by a Monkey Dory or whatnot, but yeah, math is perfect there. Just want to talk about Henry Chow a little bit. You know, he's the 5th ranked player in the U.S. And Kyle, did you know every single one of his results are with Gardevoir?
Yeah, wow, shocking. Whoa.
Fact.
He may have a bit of a struggle adding to his accomplishments list if it's going to start looking like this. That pass of the turn, really unfortunate. Missed out on what could have been a Gardevoir in that hand, or something to start accelerating with the Screamtail. Just completely whiffed on that spot, and not much else you can do except to get that psychic energy into the discard pile is the one benefit.
I was expecting something a little bit more explosive here for Henry Chow. Card just fell there, but sure, it's fine. Yeah,
it's the 6th card that he would have drawn anyway, so like, sometimes it works out.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more, but now, you know, it's on Brent.
And guess what? Brent just missed 2. He doesn't have a Gardevoir to work with. Both players.
Collect.
No, it's collect time. What a gamer.
Not what I'm expecting from two of the best Gardevoir players out there. But again, this is what can happen in the game of Pokemon. You can brick, your opponent can brick, you can not have the most optimal starts. And honestly, sometimes those are the matches you want to see. When things don't go according to your flow chart, that's when the juices start flowing.
Yeah, this is what a lot of players are looking for when they're watching a game, is how does the top player find their way out of these interesting spots? And now you see he has a few ways to get the ball rolling. Screamtail and Ultra Ball ready to go. Gardevoir is lined up. A knockout is very easy, but he still has some considerations because you have that supporter now with the Arven. There's a few more resources that you might be able to line up. Maybe some thinning that could happen too, just see even more energies.
So Arven, what will you grab here, Kyle? I saw the Lily. So why would you choose one card over 8?
I want a guaranteed dark energy. I don't take chances, okay? There's some risky things in this game that go down. When you cut down to 3 dark and 3 Monkey Dory, you want to make sure that you have that. Already has Screamtail, already has Gardevoir lined up with this Ultra Ball. Might as well line up that knockout on the Monkey Dory and feel pretty safe winning the Monkey War for now.
And that's exactly what just happened. And Henry Chow even Ultra Balling away the counter catcher is going to signify he's going to pull ahead.
It's the ultimate alpha play.
Yeah.
To throw away counter catcher and to say, I will never be losing in this match. I may not be winning, but I'm definitely not losing.
Ooh, and the Bravery Charm as well onto that Screamtail, protecting it a little bit more or even increasing its damage output potentially in the future. Let's see, of course, that was a Psychic Embrace. Retreat the Gardevoir. That's where there's 2 damage counters on it. And then now 40 damage on the Screamtail. Moving the, again, it's going to be 80 damage plus the movement of the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, the beauty of this play with the Bravery Charm Screamtail is you don't have to worry about double Monkey Dory on the other side of the board, taking that KO on you, and then maybe Brent attacking him with something like Gardevoir and removing a Monkey Dory that way with Counter Catcher. It's just, you walk into so many extra avenues where he could take that prize advantage. Instead, now guaranteed with those hit points that if you're going to attack into this, you're going to have to commit a little more.
Now that Henry Chow has taken the lead here, you know, it's Screamtail City. As Brent, do you start to target down the opposing Monkey Dories with your own Screamtail, or do you just deal with the active?
For now, it seems like the opportune play. Just continue this battle. Use your own Screamtail to your benefit. Remove the Monkey Dories. Put the pressure on your opponent. One of you has to flinch at some point in this matchup, and you will falter if you use too many Earthen Vessels earlier on, if you don't have the Night Stretcher at the right time. If we ever see Artisan countered by a different stadium, there's a world where you can make your opponent miss on that Monkey Dory and then take the advantage right from under them.
A lot of sense there. But right now, Ultra Ball, before we get anything done, we are going to see a Gardevoir now hit the field for Brent Tonneson. And as a Gardevoir player, just Ultra Ball, double Psychic Energy feels absolutely amazing.
It just falls out of your hand. You don't even have to play it. It plays itself. And when you see the cards flow in that order, and rightfully so now with the Night Stretcher and the Counter Catcher. If we didn't see that Bravery Charm, it could have got pretty ugly on that Screamtail if he wanted to. But this is the play that we're looking for now. With Gardevoir, you just want to take advantage of the fact that you have these hit points and your opponent does not have the damage output. It takes a lot to remove this Pokemon.
Yeah, 310 HP. Is there even anything Henry Chow that can take a knockout into the active? In any other world, this is such a gutsy play where your lone main Pokemon in the active, the only 2 prizer is in the active spot, but both these players know exactly how this matchup plays out, where this should be fairly safe.
Yeah, this is where knowing the math really helps in that spot, because you have to think about some surprise attacks. Mega Diancie coming into the mix, dealing 240. If there's double Monkey Dory, that's only 300. You're still 10 short of a Gardevoir KO. Brent really thinks about everything when he takes a knockout like that on the Monkey Dory to solidify that this Pokemon sticks around for a little longer.
Yes, and Henry Chow opting to bench the Pheasantipity. How do you feel about that, Kyle? That feels like...
It feels like a man who really wants to make sure his Monkey Dories stick around. This is what we're talking about with the Screamtails. If you see them back and forth as players have to move around as the knockouts happen. If you don't have the return Monkey Dory, you're in a lot of trouble. And even a Psychic Energy brought back into the deck, that is really key from Henry. Do you know why he's going for that? Because I think truly it only is for like a Pheasantipity retreat at some point or something like that. If you just need to make sure that this Pokemon could move, you want to have the flow to have that energy at some stage of the game and not lose a Night Stretcher or Dark Energy to that.
Very, very heads up as, well, he draws into the Psychic Energy potentially that he put back in, and we are going to see some flip the script. The extra cards here. And again, I like what you said. If he's knocking out, there is a liability in play. There's a 2-prizer in that Pheasantipity, but that means what, my Monkey Dory is safe? Honestly, I'm thinking right now, if I would chase after the Pheasantipity over the Monkey Dory.
But you could do both things. If you target down the Pheasantipity with a counter catcher, but then use your Screamtail to target down Monkey Dories, you take that Pokemon off the board, remove a Dark Energy, and then force the attachment for the turn to Pheasantipity instead.
Right.
But you only have one counter catcher to work with from this point, as we saw Brent use that earlier on. There are a lot of things to think of that aren't exactly showing up on the board just yet.
Right now, though, tried and true, move some damage, take a knockout on the monkey. Oh, just maybe I should pick Monkey Dory as my guess.
No, that's just as bad.
just goes to show how powerful this card is as Brent finally places down his own Screamtail with the Bravery Charm, a true mirror match here.
I'm just smiling ear to ear looking at this. Henry takes a look at the discard pile, sees double Monkey Dory in the discard, Artisan in play, and he's thinking, is there another way that this Monkey Dory comes back into play? Lily's determination. Really all the hopes and dreams riding on that Pokemon to see a Monkey Dory this turn. That could be game-breaking if you find it here, though, because you have the counter Screamtail to work with, and you could get the additional damage counters rolling.
Well, if there was a way to put it back, or to get a Monkey Dory in play, Brent Tonneson has the key with the ace spec, of course. Could be something like a Night Stretcher, Super Rod. He has it, though, right?
Oh, yeah. He's got all of that to work with. The one missing piece now is to have the Dark Energy attachment at some point of this, but I guess you're not forced into that this turn. The main key is that you have at least one Monkey Dory to Adjourner Brain onto one of those two Monkey Dories on the bench, remove that Pokemon from play.
It's not as immediate as the last match that we casted, where you need to be moving damage counters, you need to be healing, you need to be putting pressure, just having access to it throughout the match.
Look at that. He had the Earthen Vessel. I didn't see if that was included in the hand there, but that really makes this feel good. Now he has the energy to go along with it. Takes away that Monkey Dory Dark on the other side. And we saw that Brent also, with that Secret Box discard, he threw away some...
I think it was like nest balls.
It was like, yeah, some pretty low impact cards along with the Mew, but he held on to that Gardevoir EX just because you know that can be a great attacker, but it also can be one of your biggest weaknesses if your opponent does full send into your Gardevoir and you run out of them.
Right now 3 damage counters on, or sorry, 6 damage counters, excuse me, on that Screamtail means it's doing 120, so it doesn't even have to move damage around. Just gets the knockout on the monkey. It's on Henry Chow to see if he can set up another monkey.
And look at the prize card that Brent finds. He sees another Dark Energy. What a great call there out of the 5 prize cards remaining to rip that one now. And just another piece that helps you stay in this battle as you're down essentially that half a prize card to Henry at this stage. And he is flying through the deck. 3 more cards into the hand. And is this the turn where you make something happen? Iono and Watchtower try to slow down these Monkey Dories?
We'll have to see. Is Henry Chow the one with the Watchtower? Yeah, Henry Chow is the one with the Watchtower. I had to double check. Again, just...
It's in the hand.
Both these lists look so similar. All I see is purple, Kyle.
Then you are loving this game. There's plenty to go around. Now the question, is it worth it at this stage to burn those resources. Try to slow down on a Monkey being found on Brent's side. Can limit him to 4 cards in the hand. Looks like it's time.
That's exactly what happens. It is going to be the Iono. We've been talking about how important the Monkey Dories are, Kyle. Maybe could you explain to the viewers at home, what would happen if, let's say, one of these players missed on the Monkey, if they ran out of Monkey Dories?
Yeah, the damage compiles so quickly as you have Psychic Embrace on the Gardevoir to accelerate these energies onto the board, but it also puts the damage in play. Once you see that, you know that the Monkey Dory can just start to move that over to the other side. In combination with Screamtail, it just takes these surprise knockouts very quickly. That 10 damage on a Gardevoir could potentially end up in a giant knockout if there's multiple Monkey Dory in play. These are the things you need if you want to make these big KOs happen.
Do see Lily now played for Brent. The Artizone isn't as automatic. Is there any more Monkey Dories in the deck? I
think he's in trouble. With the 3 copies that we'd seen, with some of them hitting the discard pile already, it was one. Well, we saw the Super Rod. I guess that could have brought back some friends. Looks like it's just the 1 in the discard pile now, so should have that 1 to work with.
right now, not. Is there a way to find it? Is there a Night Stretcher in the hand?
Not sure if we're seeing that just yet, but does have the Dark Energy now with the Earthen Vessel. Finds an additional piece.
The deck is so thin, too.
Oh, then you're not prepared for what Henry's working with, because he basically put his hand on the bottom of the deck with Iono and drew the rest of his deck. They are very low on resources, and that's why grabbing the discard pile is so important for both of our players. Need to see exactly what they're working with, and there is a Night Stretcher and a Dark Energy. Monkey Dory reestablished. What do you reach for at this spot?
Two Monkey Dories in play once again for Brent Tonneson. Still has that Screamtail doing 120 on the board. True mirror match. Just look, exact same plays almost.
Yep, no reason
turn after turn.
No reason to accelerate extra Psychic Energy onto play at this stage to get the damage counters down. That's a mistake that we often see with some other players, is you just play down too many Psychic Energies, walk right into an issue where you don't have the energies to retreat a Gardevoir or to attack in and take that KO that you need to reach for. And look at that Psychic Energy. It's found its home. We don't take any chances here, Wancho.
Yep, Pheasant Dipping drawing 3 cards. How many cards does Henry Chow have left in the deck?
Let's count to 1.
1!
You did it! Thankfully, that's why they invented Iono. It'll help him survive this onslaught. As now we see the retreat here from the Screamtail. Is going to think about it first, but...
Ooh. Where would he go into if he retreats with the Screamtail? That means we're taking a knockout on the active, potentially?
This is... when you get down to the 3/3 prizes, you can start to include some additional Pokemon, but this is...
I did not
where I thought we were going. That's one way. He wanted to find a way to get the energy into the discard pile and also remove the option of KOing the Pheasantipity. Wow. There's levels.
I was not expecting that. We were retreating the Screamtail to go back into the Screamtail.
Well, think about it. If there is another Monkey Dory in some way of fashion, if you get that all into play, maybe you could KO the Screamtail and the Pheasantipity all in one turn, pushing damage over and then removing that Pokemon with your Screamtail, Roaring Scream. However, that's not all lined up there. Brent has 2 prize cards to look at on the other side from Henry. If he wants to close this out, he needs to close the gap a little further. Do you use the hit points of the Gardevoir at this spot now?
Iono being played from Brent. The board is exactly similar. Screamtail in the active, 2 Gardevoirs on the bench, a Monkey Dory with a Darkness Energy. We are going to see the retreat now on the Screamtail.
There's really not much else that you can look for in this spot. from Brent. Preserve the hit points on an EX Pokemon. If you can move this damage off of the Gardevoir, then that'd be even better because you need to be careful. On the other side, if Henry has the pieces, there's a Mew EX waiting in the wings to copy Roaring Scream and try to take a massive KO on the other side. But he only sees 2 cards off Iono, only has a few left in deck. Can he even chain together the draws to make this happen? It's a lot to ask.
Not that much left. I want to see Henry's hand. I didn't get to see it.
Ooh. And that's another piece of the puzzle here too from Brent. He did not have the Monkey Dory this time, but he had the Mega Diancie. A little more flair, a little more reach to try to take the big KO. Both players down to 2 remaining, and that is a Mew EX in the hand. The draws for Henry might all be there. If he can get enough pieces, it's a lot to ask.
What does he need to put together here, Kyle?
Every Psychic Energy in his discard pile pretty much to reach, but he can't copy now that the Pokemon's been moved. It's just running low on these options.
I think he needs to, just get back the Screamtail, potentially? Does he have more? Again, it's just a matter of what resources. There's like 1 stretcher left in the deck here for Henry. And not too much left. It has to be Screamtail attack. That's all he has to be looking for, right? But then if he draws with the Mew, that's a 2-prize liability.
Yeah, exactly. It can't be benched at this spot with the move of the Screamtail. Brent foreshadowing, knows every move that could happen at this stage, locks in on the Gardevoir's hit points, and now Henry just has to try to manipulate the hand once more. Puts those cards to the bottom. And what 2 cards can he even see at this stage to help out? If you commit the resources to bringing back a Screamtail, if you even have it to work with.
Attacking with your own Gardevoir EX and hoping that your opponent can't reach it either, but...
Both players have already played Turo. We saw the early discard from Brent. He threw away that resource to start the game off, so...
You were talking about how the 10 damage could potentially matter later down the line, and we're seeing it here right now.
I mean, we're there with the Mega Diancie. If a Monkey Dory Dark Energy is found, then you have 300 damage lined up perfectly with Mega Diancie's 240 and double Monkey Dory push over to that Gardevoir. I don't know if Brent has the resources to even close out on that. With the Super Rod double Night Stretcher, if enough cards have already hit the discard pile, he's running low. So it might just be the hit points that he's relying on at this stage. You do have an ability. You get 30 reduced damage from attacks, and we are just in the nitty-gritty. The jabs are coming in strong. Attacks into the Gardevoir, throws down the damage and says, if you don't win this next turn, maybe my Monkey Dory helps push the damage over the edge. What do you do? Oh, just a few cards left.
Is that another counter catcher? But
he just has to risk it with the Iono to try to find the resources. What can he find here to get this done? What if he finds Screamtail? Nice stretcher. He's got the Screamtail, and he can take out the Gardevoir for the prize cards. And Henry Chow, with the well-warranted risk, cleans things up here in a ridiculous mirror match.
I was at the edge of my seat there, Kyle. Again, yes, it looked like every turn was just, let's knock out a monkey, let's knock out a monkey, let's knock out a monkey. But the tension was there. Can he reestablish it? Can he put it back?
It was all, what could they do to me? And playing in that sense of making sure that you're not going to walk into any of these issues. If we don't see Brent retreat that Screamtail in that spot and bring up the Gardevoir and hold on to the hit points and the attacking there, then he just gets knocked out by a Mew on the other side. It's a crazy surprise, but he's ready for it. He's thinking about all these things. Both players held on to the Ionos. Let's see exactly what went down there in that opening game. It was an absolute pleasure to watch. It's Screamtail early and often for Henry.
I have a feeling the next clip is Screamtail knocking out another Monkey Dory.
Tell me if you've seen this one. Brent did mix in his Gardevoir to start things off, but once that was settled, Screamtail really threw down the gauntlet. Henry, he sprinkled in that Watchtower along with Iono, and it did start to make an impact. Brent was running low on resources, did not establish that other Monkey Dory, just could not find the pieces for it. Had to take a chance. Brought up that Deancey has as many hit points as he could in the active, but we're not looking at the active. Screamtail taking that knockout on the bench.
And the game-winning play there was the Iono to 2 to find the last Night Stretcher in the deck. Seems like low odds, but again, with a deck that thin,
he's thinking about that for the entirety of the game. I'm going to get to a point where either I need to draw it off of a weak supporter or a Pheasantipity or a Mew, or Brent's going to put me on an Iono and I need to have that last key resource. He did everything in his power to make sure that the odds were as high as he could.
Exactly. Whew. Again, absolute masterclass of Gardevoir. Not sure how useful that class is going to be in the next couple of weeks.
Maybe
you're getting the best one right now.
There's got to be a discount code, right? Like something that you can work in to keep this rolling. But our eyes are here now on Houston. 2 7-0 players. Henry Chow up 1 game against Brent Tonneson. He's got a pretty interesting hand to work with, starting things off. I really like it. I don't know why he's freaking out. He's just going to hold on to all the cards. All right. Don't Iono me, please.
Yeah, this is a bad head. I didn't have an attachment or anything. But yeah, that is a lot of things to work with. Let's take a look at some prize cards.
Okay, the prize cards actually gave it away for me, as Brent prized the rare candy. I think Henry's actually holding on to the rare candy. So by holding on to all their cards in his hand now, he can go Earthen Vessel, Arven, Secret Box, Gardevoir, Ultra Ball. He can get everything rolling on that next turn. So he's just got to bank on keeping that hand. And he did.
Yep, right now, though, it's going to be the typical play here for Brent. I was like, oh, were we going? No, okay, we're getting at least 2 Curlias.
Yes, and for Brent, this is exactly where you want to be. Find the perfect answer, even an energy on your Screamtail, but it's not the ideal place to be attaching. As typically you want to have the damage counters onto the Screamtail before you get the energies in play. Sometimes you get a few too many stranded, but we're not complaining at this stage. You got 20 minutes to figure out a game against Henry Chow. You're going to take that double Curlia when you can.
I was just going to say to Kyle, is there anything at all that either of these players can do to surprise the other? You know, these are very seasoned Gardevoir players at this point, but Henry Chow's turn.
I think that this turn is going to be the surprise you're talking about. From Henry, he completely slowed down the pace. He had the resources to get the ball rolling, but he's going to take a calculated risk here with the Gardevoir. Rare candy into the Gardevoir, get that established early, and it would be a problem if he was playing against anybody who followed the Henry Chow school of thought and included that devolution. But we don't see that on Brent's side. So throwing in that rare candy on turn 2 can't be punished.
I mean, Henry Chow didn't see everything in Brent's deck. Just like 95%.
I mean, they probably know each other's lists. Let's be fair. If there were any Gardevoir decks to look at and go, well, who am I looking at? It's going to be these 2 players and whoever follows along suit.
Taking a look at Henry Chow's prizes. The Monkey Dory at the bottom's not too bad. Oh, wait, real quick though. That's a Frillish.
Yeah, but I mean, if your opponent has a hard time finding their own Gardevoir, then you could really sprinkle that in and have some help. It's hard to just find the raw Gardevoir. It's typically going to be the secret boxes and the Ultra Balls and some other cards helping you out.
Yes, and again, just the power of item lock. Again, Henry Chow opting to at least, well, both these players actually both opting to play the Frillish, forgoing the whole Jellicent line at this point, because item lock is just enough. This 20 damage stopping your opponent from using things as, here we go, we are going to see it. The big Gardevoir.
You have to. It makes too much sense at this point. Your opponent has a clear weakness in their deck when you see this mirror match, and it's the fact that they can't punish this rare candy Gardevoir. You throw that down now at this stage, you already have the energies to move around and get an item lock of your own set up with Frillish. And the subtlety of this, it's so helpful when you can slow down your opponent with the items and start to push a little bit of damage in the right direction.
Yeah, this is beautiful. I'm stopping my opponent from setting up, and I have a monkey. This is everything. This is the world.
Count me in. And if you were worried about the setup for Henry, don't worry. His hand is Lily's Determination, Dark Energy, and a Night Stretcher. He is so ready for his Monkey Dory to be KO'd at some point because Brent just has the Gardevoir that he's going to have everything going for him. Brent, however, did not have it yet. He's got to find it off this Lily's Determination for 8.
This is going to be everything here. Big turn for Brent Tonneson. Lily does draw him 8 cards. He hasn't taken any prize cards. The only thing that can help him is his own Gardevoir. No Ultra Balls here. No A-Spec. Do we see it?
I guess that's the key piece, too, is when you item lock here, you can't get those Psychic Energies into the discard pile. And the one key piece that we saw for Brent was he did not find a great way to move get his energies down.
Energy attachment there onto the Monkey Dory. This Screamtail can, what, slap?
Wham!
Pass.
It's a tough consideration. You're staring down another Monkey Dory. It's very likely with Artisan that you will see that Dark Energy play down. Don't give your opponent extra cards to work with. Just pass, or extra damage to work with. Just pass that over. Deal with the item lock that you see, and it's going to have to be attachments and retreats to get energies moving here.
I love this completely different play here now from Henry Chow. I was expecting more Screamtails into Monkey Dory shenanigans.
Why accelerate at this point? You just won a 30-minute mirror match against Brent Tonneson, and now you have a chance to make sure that he never sees a Psychic Energy in the discard pile ever again. If you can hold on to that hope and prayer for, what, 8-10 minutes, there's no way this game finishes.
Just more cards in hand for Henry Chow. A lot of ways to discard more energy. We did see the Earthen Vessel plus, again, Wombo Combo. Dynamic duo of Earthen Vessel, my energy to get more energy. Then the Ultra Ball in hand. Is missing a supporter in the hand, but and everything you want on them.
I'm not shedding a tear for him right now. I think he's feeling pretty fine at this stage of the game. Even not seen prize cards yet, and Brent will feel the pressure to take that initial prize card. Typically, when you don't have the energies down, you just have to retreat and move around, get things going. You could see that counter catcher really make an impact at some point.
Chow opting to grab the Pheasantipity. Just thinning it out of the deck, getting the discard now while he can, and just in case something gets knocked out.
Oh boy, there's some nasty stuff here. There's a TM Devolution in the hand too. If you get enough damage down, maybe you could clear like a double Ralts at some point. Like this could get scary.
The problem is always just generating your own damage on the board. Right now, there's so much energy stuck on the Frillish. I remember back when Gardevoir players used to play 2 Frillish just to retreat from the 2.
Yeah, yep.
The fact that they gave Frillish 3 retreat costs was such a boon.
Yeah, they thought it was going to be a bad thing, and we're just like, make it 7. Like, please.
But Henry Town, of course, right now only playing the 1 Frillish to be able to re-establish energy in the discard pile. He's going to have to be able to use something like the Turo potentially. But here we go, Brent Tonneson just hoping once again with this Lily.
1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, it could be 0 for all that it matters at this point. You need at least 3 to get the ball rolling, or 2 in your attachment for the turn. So attaching this energy makes a lot of sense. Put it on the Kirlia, maybe even Call Sign if you don't get lucky enough to find some Gardevoir friends along the way, and just getting that into the discard pile as soon as possible is necessary.
I see a lot of purple EXs, but not the correct purple EXs in hand here for Brent Tonneson. It might just have to be the Call Sign. And Kirlia putting in some work. I've Call Signed in a tough spot before.
Well,
not against Henry Chow, though.
You don't want to overcommit with the Call Sign, though, because you know your opponent plays those Ionos. If you put too many good cards into this hand, they have to do something on the other side. especially double Gardevoir. I would hesitate to say that would just be strictly incorrect. So single Guardy into the hand, along with that Frillish, if you want to try to slow things down on the other side. Henry, he's got the retreat if he needs to find energies again. He still even has some Psychics in the discard pile, but with this, do you have the reach for triple Monkey Dory and a Screamtail KO on Kirlia? If you can make double Kirlia KO happen here, I will shake your hand.
That's going to be a lot, but we do see triple Monkey Dory.
And at this point, it's just how many Psychic energies do you have? How much Psychic Embracing can you do to leave damage counters on the Screamtail and also have 6 to move with the Monkey Dory? You have 2 damage counters that you can put on this Gardevoir to put it up to 6. If you throw down 4 onto this Screamtail, you could get there. He'd be 1 short right now at this spot. But he can be short at this because he only needs to get 8 onto one of the curl. Or no, you got to get a little more. That's too tough.
You're thinking too hard, Kyle.
I'm thinking of.
Let's just knock out the Monkey Dory.
Yes, Curly has 100 HP. I'm thinking about old Curly with 80. I'm like, maybe you get there, but yeah, this is a little too big. Let's just take away what he's given us, and at this stage, Brent finally has some energies for the discard pile.
Yeah, I mean, getting a 2-prize lead against the mirror match, and you have 2 Monkey Dories already with energy. Things are looking. It's a phenomenal spot here for Henry Chow.
Yeah, the pressure's on. The one key piece that we see now on the other side for Brent is he could target down that Gardevoir, and if he removes that Pokemon from play some way, somehow, then Henry does not have the energies to accelerate. He doesn't have the damage counters to move, and this whole board is for naught. So can Brent set something up to remove that Pokemon, probably in a 2-turn span?
Is there even anything in Brent Tonnison's deck? There's nothing like Drifloon plus Counter Catcher. Has to be, I think, only one way, which is the Mew EX copying the Screamtail.
It'd be a lot to ask, especially with this setup where you only had 1 Psychic energy. But with the Secret Box, 2 energies in the discard pile, Ultra Ball for 1 more. So 4 Psychics now to work with.
Plus the retreat on the Gardevoir, that's 5?
Slowly getting closer to that point, but...
How much energy do we need?
Well, without Monkey Dory, it's you're not getting there this turn. This would be a chipping opportunity with maybe Frillish Counter Catcher into the Gardevoir and just see if you can stall it up for a little bit. Or maybe attack in with your own Gardevoir, place a lot of damage on it now, and then see if you can bring it back up in a 2-turn window.
Looks like it is going to be the Frillish play. Frillish with a Bravery Charm here. How important is that Bravery Charm right now?
When you see 3 Monkey Dories, you know that anything 90 or less is in a lot of trouble. So locking that in forces the fact that this single prize Pokemon will do its job and actually require an attack into it to remove it from play instead of Adrenal Brains.
Brent Tonnison able to establish now 2 Gardevoirs in play, a lot of energy to work with. The only thing is he's down 2 prize cards. He's on the back foot. His Monkey Dories counts is lower than his opponent's. And he's going to choose to slow things down. And now the item lock is on the other foot.
Yeah, gets to push enough damage counters over to the Screamtail to take the KO along with the item lock. No Bravery Charm for Henry this time. But now, with this item lock established, how much is that really doing? We've seen the energies already hit the discard pile. We don't see a true key piece falling by the wayside. The one thing that does matter now is no Night Stretcher access to the Screamtail, but Henry can find a different attacker in this spot. The only issue he has is he can't go counter Frillish along with it. It's a little too much to ask with the 120 mark.
There's a couple of things to work with. Can still play a Stadium under item lock and find a Pokemon if he needs it. Is there another attacker he can go with? I think Gardevoir might just be... Your lone Gardevoir might be just the best one at the moment if you know it's 100% safe.
Just depends on your plan. If you think the prize card is more valuable, great. If you want to slow this game down a little more, then you could also just include your Frillish and take on the fact that these Monkey Dories are just going to push the same damage counters back and forth at each other. It doesn't seem like it's going to be beneficial to you at that, that spot, so probably removing the Frillish would make a lot of sense.
I really wanted to see this TM Devolution come into play
Hang
potentially,
on.
but is it? I don't. It's not.
It's
not,
I
right?
mean, it is in play, but can it make enough of an impact here? It's you don't have enough damage to really throw around. If there was a rare candy Gardevoir, then there'd be something to think about.
Yeah, 100 HP Carlia is just a little too big. It's like last bench spot for Henry Chow is going to go to the Curlia.
He's got the Ralts now, and
oh, it looks like it is going to be the prize card, Kyle. No, never mind.
Well, either way, if you don't take the prize card now, you can try to just get enough damage counters to work on that Frillish later on. You only see the one Monkey Dory on the other side with an energy ready to go, but you see the nod from Henry to Brent. If that Gardevoir is KO'd, which it's in a little bit of danger right now, he had nothing else to work with. He puts down that Ralts and says, I'm going to have to set up something with this extra bench space.
Start time, I was thinking, is it going to be Miracle Force? Is it going to be Item Lock? Is it going to be who knows what? But this entire time, it was going to be Mind Bend.
Yeah, you fool. Yeah.
So many options. Did they really need to give Monkey Dory this whole psych confusion aspect to it?
It's pretty helpful. And in this spot, it also means you will likely not see item lock from this side of the board. If Brent were to do it, it involves that combination of like retreat plus Turo to get the job done. You're just asking for a really unique set of cards on Brent's side if he wanted to keep this going.
You see the counter catcher onto the opposing Monkey Dory and Bravery Charm onto the Pheasantipity for Brent Tonneson, giving it a little bit more survivability. 260 HP on that Pheasantipity is pretty big. Just a big lily. What could he be looking for?
It's the dark energy really stands out to me at this point. If you find that for the other Monkey Dory, then you are back in this race once more. And sure enough, Night Stretcher lines up perfectly for that. Now you need to retreat this Pokemon. Tons of damage onto the Frillish. Be a great bank for damage counters down the road. And Gardevoir is getting aggressive.
You just hate to see it when your attack turns into resources for your opponent. And a lot of the times that does happen with Monkey Dory.
Yeah, but this is a spot now for Brent. He has to consider if another Monkey Dory is likely to come down into play with a dark energy, then it's not worth putting the damage counters back onto the other side. You should just push them onto the active and KO them with Gardevoir.
Things to consider. Also, 6 damage counters on that Gardevoir means it's what, 250? Do we need to heal from that? Do we need to heal more from the Frillish?
I think he invites that damage at this point. There's only 2 ways to handle that, and you either have the counter with the Mega Diancie, and you commit this 3-prize atrocity. you can't really have that happening. It's just too much of a liability at this stage when you're already ahead in the prize cards, or you have to overcommit onto a Screamtail, which just means that you can Adrenabrain that Pokemon off the board later.
Great points. Right now it is just back into this Monkey Dory with the 2 Psychic Energy. Looks like it's going to be the Ultra Ball for the Pheasantipity. I could have sworn that was in hand, but that must have been like a couple of Ionos like a go.
Cards don't last long in this game. Either you throw them down or they go to the bottom of the deck almost every turn. Iono's thrown down left and right. Fez will draw back up. And what is there to see? A Turo is super interesting, but I don't think it's the right call.
So it's going to be the Iono. Essentially kind of like a judge at this point. 4 prizes to 4 prize cards. There's 6 damage counters right now on that Curlia.
What is this hand? That's terrible. It just sees all the EX Pokemon in a TM evolution. I guess if there was ever a turn it's when you don't have the additional Monkey Dory, the only other one's in the active, and you don't have the Dark Energy this time around. Miss out on that play.
Yeah,
I mean, he had Gardevoir return KO lined up. If he had double Adrenabrain, he could push that over to the active and remove it, but now he's going to be a little short. Big whiff.
Yeah, and is going to attempt to heal some damage off this Ralts. Now there's potential for Brent Tonneson to take the prize lead potentially.
Oh, this is so tricky now. How do you handle this? You can... Oh, if you take it slow and bring up this Curly, you are madman, and that is the play. He slows all the way down and guarantees that he has another Gardevoir for next turn where he will be able to potentially draw out of this with Fezandipity. When you see a completely dead hand and you find that line, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I'm grinning ear to ear if my opponent's going TM Evolution, what, turn 8?
and it's seemingly correct. There was such a temptation to put the damage onto the Gardevoir, maybe even get the confusion in there, item lock switching over, but it's going to be Brent now on the item lock, hoping to avoid seeing another Gardevoir at some point, and maybe he can bring up enough damage to get some of these Pokemon off the board. He has 1 minute and 30 seconds to find some more knockouts, and it's getting a little closer.
Ooh, have you ever seen a Game 3 in a Gardevoir mirror?
Ever? I would hesitate to say yeah, but I think it's happened. I don't think we're getting there this time.
1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Damage counters are now flying. This is a completely different game, though, from Game 1. No Screamtail after Screamtail. This has been, we're going to item lock sometimes. Sometimes we're going to confuse. And
all right. Well, this confusion's a little more interesting than the last one. This forces the Adrenabrain first if you were to use any Psychic Embracing to move this Pokemon. You have to get the damage counters off of it before you can retreat.
that was a double Monkey Dory into the active Monkey Dory for the knockout. That was still in between turns. No attacks have been done just yet. There's the Psychic Embrace Acceleration, and we're retreating to Gardevoir EX.
At this stage, you have so much damage in play already. Just have to use hit points as a resource. And yes, Gardevoir can lay down some pretty big damage, but talk about liabilities on the other side. Henry has a plethora of options to try to close out these last few prize cards.
I could have sworn Henry Chow had a 2-prize lead on Brent Tonneson, but right now, now it's Brent Tonneson with the 1-prize lead on Henry Chow, but...
You blink, and sure enough, this is what happens. Henry's dead hand turns into Fezandipity into a counter catcher as he finally is in a deficit, as if he wrote this script by himself.
It's all according to plan.
Now, what do you do with it here? He counts the energies. Is this ever Fezlock time? Fezlock bring in a Screamtail and destroy stuff? I like that. How many energies are available for Brent now? He was struggling to find them early on, but now we see a lot of them committed.
That is true. I think he has still a couple in the deck. Do you ever just go grab the Fezandipity and item lock, potentially? So right now, Henry Chow is turn 0. Brent Tonneson has to close this out in the next 2 turns to be able to tie this game.
Yeah, at this point for Brent now, yeah, thinking about all of the ways that you can take those last few prize cards. If we've seen the Turo on the other side of the board, if that damage is going to stick around. A lot to wonder about.
And just, I forgot how intricate the Gardevoir mirror has been.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been a minute.
This, I mean, there's a lot to consider. If you want to move in and take a knockout, it's hard to even consider which one you want at this point. A Monkey Dory Dark Energy seemingly would be a nice call. You want to lock those energies onto the Gardevoir, keep those there for a while. Item lock also very tempting. Your opponent, I think Brent's down to just 2 energies remaining with the Psychic and the Dark, but are they in the? I think they're in the prizes. I think he might actually be ran out of energies at this point. He's gone very low.
Yeah.
I mean, what a ridiculous call if that actually is where we're at this stage.
I think that is.
I mean, let's flash it. Brent's prize cards. He's got just a little bit to work with here. I don't know if he has any other pieces.
Well, item lock is definitely going to make it a little bit tougher. Definitely not in the hand. That was the Oceanic Gloom coming out from the Furlish. Brent Thompson now under item lock. And is just going to Iono here. If there's still any energy in the deck, now would be a really, really good time to draw into them. 3 cards. Those are 3 unplayable cards.
Man, just look at what's remaining. This is wild to consider. For Brent, the last 3 prize cards, he has a Psychic, a Dark, and a Turo. Just some really great cards that could have helped clean up here, but it's just not helping now. Fez locked in the active, and that is it. That's all she wrote. The 3 ways to move that Pokemon were the last 3 prize cards.
Yep. That it was exactly that, Kyle. My brain is fried. That was quite the match. But again, game goes to Henry Chow for this one, for this very intense Gardevoir mirror. But again, Brent Thompson still in an absolutely amazing spot either way.
Yeah, this is where you want to be, regardless of how it all goes down here. You're playing against the best players in the world. You get to have this really great exchange with the Gardevoir minds, and this isn't going to be the last we see of either one of them. Obviously, for Henry Chow, he's moving on to 8-0 this event and just destroying the opening phase here. And Brent's able to take this game and learn from it and take that into the rest of phase 2 now.
Yeah, that's definitely some good practice when you're up against Henry Chow. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the replay. Again, this was game 1 where it was Screamtail after Screamtail after Screamtail into the Monkey Dory.
It lines up so well. The damage counters just make up everything that you need at this stage, taking away the knockouts. And Brent didn't have to overcommit. He didn't have to play down with additional Monkey Dory damage and throw energies on the board. He goes with the 3 energy strategy on the Screamtail, and it's really effective in that spot. However, Henry, thinning is winning. He lines up every resource perfectly to draw right into the combo for Iono.
Yes, again, the key was the dropping the Pheasantipity. Sometimes it did seem like a liability, but there's always ways out of it. Just able to thin the deck so much, able to guarantee off the Iono. And then here in game 2, again, different game plan, where both players weaved in item lock. Henry Chow did get the prize lead very, very early on with the perfectly timed, oh, I'm just going to pass this turn. My hand's not great. Just kidding. Rare Candy, Gardevoir, everything in the world. Everything in the world. But Brent Thompson was able to get back into it, somehow take the lead.
Yeah.
But just wasn't enough.
It works out so well. It was really fun to see. You could see the idea from Brent as well when his back's against the wall. Every card that he could use for the Fez is no longer available. It's stuck in the prize cards. It's as if Henry knew exactly what he was doing. And he did. It worked. He removed 300 damage from play. It's just the risks that you have to take at that point of the game. And it didn't pay off, but also it was what you needed to do.
No. Yeah. Brent, identifying he needed to win that game. Win that game, you need to take prize cards. Unfortunately, activates a couple of things on Henry's side.
Yeah, he attacks with Gardevoir more often than any other Gardevoir player I've seen in a long time. This is it's just what the cards entailed for you, though. If you don't have the Psychic energies in the discard pile because your opponent item locked you and you didn't see them earlier on, these are the plays you need to make. Just bring this Pokemon up and start attacking in, force the agenda. Unfortunately, when you put that many damage counters in play, Henry's gonna find a way to close it out.
Did we see every single attack possible in Gardevoir in this matchup? I feel like we've seen...
We saw collect. We didn't see Ralt's attack for 10 or whatever.
Okay.
Did we see every Pokemon attack?
Because there was the Kirlia.
No Lily's Clefairy attacks.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Boo.
Let's play that again. Play one more game.
Come on back. We didn't see any cruel arrows. Gross.
Oh, the Mew attack. We didn't see anything.
We talked about it, so it counts.
But again, that was a lot, though. Like, with that one turn where there was so many options that Devo was even in play, but the correct play was Mind Bend.
Yeah, the mid-game TM Evo to lock in your Kirlia because your opponent could take out your lone Gardevoir. It's just what you got to go for.
So many tricks, because at this point, you know, we only have so little time left with Gardevoir, and this is a deck that has won so much already. All the tricks are out. This is peak Gardevoir at this point.
Well, there's nothing more than I love hearing from Wancho about Gardevoir, except from Henry Chow, who is 8-0, and I'm sure he'd love to share how that match just went.
Hello everyone, Skarzig here in the lounge with Henry Chow, the Gardevoir player. Of course, locking in the phase 2, maybe locking in another big win. Is that how you're feeling right now? Is this going to be another win, or is it just business as usual?
I mean, you know, I can't make any promises, but for this tournament, I mean, there's only 2 tournaments with Gardevoir left that I'm attending at least. We've got this tournament and Orlando. I mean, I think I've had an all right season so far, but I haven't been able to take home any of the wins quite yet this year. And I mean, it would really mean so much for me to be able to get one more win with Gardevoir. I mean, obviously my favorite deck ever printed, and being able to get one more would be amazing, but you know, long way to go still until then.
And it's been a long history of Gardevoir, and you were incredibly dominant, and I don't think anybody's selling you short at this point. Like Abon Ahmed was maybe stealing your thunder for a little bit, but from what we understood, you were kind of you know, tutoring him on the deck a little bit. You want to talk about your relationship with Abon and the history of Gardevoir in that era?
Yeah, I mean, Abon is a great friend of mine, and yeah, I mean, you know, everyone makes contributions. I think people generally are willing to say, like, that I have the final say on the list, I guess. Although actually, he's playing a couple cards different from me today. I hope he won his last round. Yeah, I mean, Gardevoir is just an amazing deck. I mean, I think I'm really excited. Well, I'm not excited for rotation, but I think once rotation hits, people are really going to reflect on how Gardevoir changed the game. I mean, it's very, very rare for a deck to be around this long. And also, it's just changed so much. I mean, from Shining Arcana to just going aggro Drifloon to Monkey Dory to Jellicent. I mean, so many different evolutions. And I think Pokemon, you know, some people complain Gardevoir's overpowered, but I do think that Pokemon's done a good job sort of printing different ways to play Gardevoir, so it's not feeling stale. I mean, if you compare Arcana to Jellicent Monkey Dory, it's a completely different idea, right? So Monkey Dory maybe a little too broken, but, you know, I really cherish this deck. It's really cool.
And even with these powerful tools at your disposal, you've still been able to shift the deck and adapt it to the metagame. I am also getting word that Abon did win his last round, so I know you're rooting for your boy. He's got a couple cards different. How are you feeling about that mirror?
I mean, the mirror in general, I think we have the cards that are pretty good in the mirror.
Okay.
Like, I played against someone who didn't play the Turo, didn't play the Frillish. As you guys probably saw on stream, the Turo and the Frillish are very important. They pretty much decided game 1. Brendan had to discard the Turo on turn 1, which made the game a lot harder for him to play. He couldn't put his Fez down. So, yeah, I think our deck is pretty good in the mirror. I mean, it's nothing special, of course. The best card you can play for the mirror is the Mighty Jellicent to just shut your opponent's deck down. No one's playing that, which honestly is great, because then you get to have sort of these long games like we saw on stream. But yeah, no Jellicent, but besides that, as good as for mirror as can be, I'd say.
Okay, and when you're going into this meta game specifically, you're the Gardevoir specialist. I don't think anybody would say that you are afraid to play the deck, but with Zoroark's resurgence, rise to power, we'll say, has that kind of shaken your faith in the deck at all? Have you tested the matchup? What are your opinions on the Zoroark?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Gardevoir's dominance is extremely evident these days. I mean, I don't know the exact numbers. I didn't see the graphic today, but it feels like over almost 50% of the room is Dark-type decks. And Gardevoir is still fine to these Dark-type decks, but those are, of course, the decks that have the best matchups into Gardevoir. So it just feels like Gardevoir, Dragapult, and Dark-type decks. In terms of Grimmsnarl, Charizard, Absol, those matchups always felt quite close. I will admit that the Zoroark deck, it's quite scary. Yeah, the Zoroark deck is really aggressive because generally to beat the Dark-type decks, you want to get an Iono involved at some point. but Zorark's got usually 3 trades to work with, maybe a Fez, so it's quite a bit more difficult. I built the deck today to have a chance in a Zorak, and I have beaten one so far today, but I'm not going to be too delusional here. I don't think the matchup is favored, but it's definitely winnable, but it's not favored.
Okay. And just keeping realistic is super important as well, because I think even from this conversation, you're a player who does hold yourself to a really high standard, and you want to try to give Gardevoir the send-off that it deserves. You want to talk a little bit about your history as a competitor and maybe where that mindset comes from and heading into the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I've probably talked about that stream a little bit before, but yeah, for those who don't really know, I played as a kid back between around 2009 and 2013. I took a long break from Pokemon, but then I saw the NAIC stream in 2023, and I saw Ian Robb play, who is someone who I played in the finals. Shouldn't omit that. And I played against him a lot as a kid, and I thought it was really cool that he was still going out, and I wanted to give it a try again. And then, yeah, ever since then, I've only played Gardevoir. Just kind of a coincidence. When I first started playing, Scarlet Violet was the latest set, and I was like, let's just try this Gardevoir deck out, and then it never was that. It was just good from then on, so it kind of just worked out naturally that way. Of course, the rotation is coming in a month, and I will have to change my strategy at that point, but, you know, we're going to cross that bridge when we get there. I know a lot of people are probably wondering when I'm going to play. Dragapult certainly is an appealing option, as you still sort of have that damage spread strategy that Gardevoir has with the Monkey Dories. Another deck that I was looking at in Japan was the Jellicent Dustrow deck that has the Jellicent, the lock aspects of Gardevoir. So Gardevoir will live on slightly through some of these archetypes.
Yeah,
it'll definitely be different, but we'll be trying it out.
Successor, but yeah, you heard it here, folks. We can't look to Henry Chow to see where the Gardevoir players are going to go. You're going to have to find your favorite aspect of the deck and then maybe build towards how you like to play the game. And this will definitely be a moment of introspection for a lot of players. Do I want to just continue to play the best deck in the room? And that's a viable strat as well, to say maybe I just want to play what's strong. And if you're like yourself, it's just a coincidence I happen to be playing a deck that's good for so long. And you touched on it earlier, Gardevoir, kind of the GOAT, right? One of the greatest decks of all time. People have compared it to some of the really big boogeyman decks from the past, like even ADP, Lugia V-Star. Gardevoir is really hanging on that kind of Mount Rushmore of decks. Are there any other lists that, in your experience, are sort of up there in terms of power level for Gardevoir? Anything you look back on fondly?
I mean, yeah, I might make a video about this at some point. I mean, I really think about the different decks, the different kind of Gardevoir decks I've played throughout history. Probably my favorite Gardevoir deck I've ever played was at NAIC 2024. That was the set right after the tournament right after Monkey Dory got released. And I was sort of one of the first people to come up with this spread strategy of playing multiple Monkey Dories and Fluttermane and TM Devolution. And that deck was broken, because having multiple Monkey Dories when everyone else had one was not fair. So definitely one of my favorite decks of all time. Whole bunch of other ones that I really enjoyed, but that one's probably at the top, yeah.
Okay, and I love that too. Like the Monkey Dory, people knew it was strong, but we saw it as more of a tech card back when it first released, and just jumping on that immediate, if I have more of these than anyone else, then I basically become immune. And it seems like we're seeing a little bit more of that right now with Monkey Dory Frostlass, the Dragapult, and every deck seems to be on 1 or 2. But now I'm getting nostalgic. You know, I'm looking back in the past and looking forward to rotation as well. But while I have you here in this moment, you know, you've been helping other Gardevoir players kind of find their footing with the deck and innovate on the list consistently. Do you want to give any shout outs to somebody who's inspired you and helped you practice and keep up your, you know, toughness as a player?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of names, but I mean, there's so many people who help me day in and day out. I play a lot of Pokemon on Live. I guess before I shout out any person, I'll shill for PTCG Live again. I think I'm sort of one of the first players who really got their start just grinding PTCG Live and the ladder. I think it's really an invaluable resource, and honestly, I'll just list off some names of people I hit on ladder a lot. We got TE Forerun, we've got Omega Scizor, we've got Gumi35 World Finalists, we've got yeah, I mean, there's so many. I mean, it's a community up there. I mean, really, you know, it's so fun to play someone on ladder and then just like, you know, you get unlucky, you go in their DMs and start complaining. You know, all of that is really, really great about it. So, you know, I have dedicated people that I do play private matches with, but really the vast majority of my training is on the ladder. So I highly recommend anyone who's trying to, you know, take their game to the next level to play that. Beyond that, I mean, Aban, of course, Liam Halliburton, Isaiah Bradner, Andrew Hedrick, Caleb Rogerson, Justin Templar. I mean, I can't list them all. I don't want to hold you guys up, but yeah, it's a long list.
I mean, that's a long list of big names, and birds of a feather flock together, folks. I mean, if you build a community, if you're out there grinding, other players with that same mentality are going to gravitate towards you, and you're just going to rise up together. That's a great batch of names and a great mindset, Henry. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. We're going to kick things back over to the desk, but we've still got phase 2 coming up, so don't go anywhere. We've got so many more things to cover. Thank you once again, Henry.
Thank you. Always great to hear from Henry Chow, and honestly, I wonder how many people really just owe their list, owe their winnings to Henry Chow at this point, right?
And just everyone who's ever ran into him on the ladder, there's so much to think about. Also, probably to some of the most notorious ladder names of Eat Food 86 that he is, and the Goomy 35 of Justin Newdorf. They're the 2 8-0 players of this tournament. So if you run into those goofball names on the ladder, you're toast.
Oh, absolutely. And oh boy, I just love hearing that interview. Adam got to mention, Gardevoir as one of the top decks of all time, comparing it to like ADP, Lugia V-Star. And with that, I want to bring in Pablo Meza to actually join in the conversation and put his 2 cents with Gardevoir.
Yeah,
decks.
bringing in, talking about old decks, and then we bring in our pal. Hello, Pablo.
I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna say you were bringing in your old pal.
I didn't say it, you did.
Yeah. I mean, as you guys were mentioning, Henry, PTG Live, such an invaluable resource to test. I myself have lost against Gumi 35 both online and in real life at NAIC last season. So, I mean, if you're up against those big names, you're in for a good game, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like whatever you get out of the game, whether it's a win or a loss, you're gonna learn something. Yeah. So definitely cool to see that time investment translate to good results, right?
Yeah. Press record the moment that you see that name, because you're going to get a great game out of it, and it could lead to something like we just saw with Brent Tonneson up against Henry Chow, Gardevoir mirror match. What a crazy back and forth we had in that match, Pablo.
Oh, you have no idea though. In my household, when I've run into Gumi 35 so many times. Once I log into that game, it's like, whole family, I need everyone. I need Ira, I need Aiden. We're going to go look at this game. We're going to learn something here. And we all play the game together. It takes 3 of us to try and fight Justin Newdorf. But yeah, again, PTCGL, just the dawn of like having this resource, I feel like optimized so many decks.
Yeah, it's a great resource to have. We've seen so much testing that's been done with it, and it leads us into moments like this where we have these big names clashing. Pablo, what really stood out to you in that last match that we had?
I mean, game 1, I feel like we were literally putting an actual mirror in between both players. They were doing the exact same things. They were knocking out the exact same Pokemon, right? We did see towards the end, finally, some deviation, and it all came down to a turn 1 decision, right? Which Brent was probably forced into, right? Discarding that Professor Turo, and that meant Henry had access to Professor Turo, and Brent did not, right? So Henry had the privilege to be able to welcome Pheasantipity X to his bench, whereas Brent was just not able to do that, right? After we took down Monkey Dories and whatnot, it all came down to this Fez, drawing a lot of cards, and I think you can compare the deck size right here, right? Do you guys see the difference?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Resource access, right? That means at some point, Brent was gonna not find what he needed. I think both players really kept up with each other overall. But in the end, I think I could tell your guys' minds was blown after this play. So was mine. Like, I just want to roll the tape essentially with how Henry played this out to make sure that all his energy were available next turn.
Yeah, such a great idea here. He wanted to have that additional psychic energy. We saw that brought back into play with the Super Rod, and he plays it onto the Fez, and then he loses it because he now needs it in another fashion. It's just brilliant to think of that now he has access to everything because of the way he lined that up.
Oh yeah, exactly. I was thinking too, like, why we're retreating the Screamtail to itself. Perfect play. Keeping the damage on it, having access to more energy. I loved it.
Yeah, and I mean, all that energy could have been utilized with like a potential snipe eventually on the Gardevoir, or making sure that there was no liability of the Fezandipiti getting trapped. I think all of that, there was just so many things to prepare for, right? And I think also it came down to like not having the Turo in hand, right? Maybe the Fezandipiti wasn't in any immediate danger at that point, but by thinning out the hand, I think this game closed out by Henry going Iono to find his last Night Stretcher in order to get back the Screamtail and get the last KO, right? So that really makes all the difference, getting access to more resources and then getting rid of all the resources in your hand so that when you get Iono'd, there's very few cards left in your deck so you can access whatever you're missing.
And this isn't to say that Brent wasn't finding incredible plays on his own side.
Yeah.
He just had his back against the wall. As we see a little more of this play out, the Screamtail that's left in the active as this moves on, it leads to a really unique decision where Brent either can continue with the Screamtail, taking the single prize cards as he does, but if he does, he walks right into that Mew EX on the other side. He can't let that happen, so he makes a really nice play to get out of that situation and attack with another Pokemon there.
Yeah, I really wanted to see it. I like seeing big damage thrown across the room, but no, Brent's not going to fall for that.
No. he's seen this one too many times. Regardless of if his hand is conducive with the exchange here, he still makes the right call and plays this out. Has an answer for the knockout now, and maybe can find the reach there with Mega Diancie and some Monkey Dory, but at that point, I don't think he had the resources to find another Monkey Dory Dark.
Yeah, definitely played to all his outs. They were both running low on recovery, pre-establishing that Diancie was the right call. It all came down to that top deck, or that draw of the Night Stretcher. But I also wanted to highlight something we talked about earlier today, is what happens when you item lock Gardevoir versus what happens when you're no longer item locking Gardevoir, right? We saw that in Alberto Bonsanto's game where he had like a full spread of Monkey Dories and Ralts, and this is the difference we're seeing right here. Henry has been item locking the whole game, and we can see a huge difference in resources available, being able to search for your energy to establish your Monkey Dory versus just having to Kirlias and having to use Juancho's favorite attack, Call Sign.
Yeah, Call Sign was lined up there, and sure enough, it was just about all he had.
Yeah.
I think the more important part of all this was just attaching energies to the active to either be knocked out or retreat. He needed to get energies down as soon as possible to that discard pile because Frillish said absolutely not from the moment turn 2 happened.
No, when you're looking at these boards, as a Gardevoir player, I feel so safe once I have 2 Monkey Dory to my opponent's absolutely nothing. But still, this still turned into quite the game, though.
Yeah,
you know?
It certainly did. Next up, we had this very unique situation where Brent was able to find this knockout on the Screamtail whilst item locking Henry, right? I think this was a key moment where Brent had the opportunity to turn things around. He ended up with the prize lead eventually. This game didn't finish, so we didn't have a full 2-0 win for Henry, but this is something very key and very, I don't want to say unique, because many top players should be doing this on a regular basis, but perhaps for those viewers right now at home who are not as experienced, could learn a lot from this moment where by item locking, you are shutting down this Screamtail recovery, right? There's no Gardevoir players usually don't play any way to recover this, and therefore, what happens? You are indirectly protecting your bench from both a potential counter catcher, not active here, but could be in other situations, and the Screamtail snipe.
Yeah, this was a really nice call from Brent, taking that knockout and slowing things down. Just, yeah, giving himself that defense that he was looking for. He needed to slow down the clock here against Henry, and Henry, he struggled a bit on this turn. This was a bit of an odd situation where we saw, I think the Fezandipiti came down. There was just a lot of unusual things happening.
I think shortly after this was when he went for the Evo.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just it's soon after we'll see the Ralts played back down because he realizes, this Gardevoir actually could be a big problem for me.
Yeah, definitely things could have spiraled away from Henry, and I think he had to make a call, right? And that's what we saw towards the very late stage of the game. He went for a counter catcher on the Fez, and he went for the item lock. Once again, denying any potential energy recovery. We see him exactly grab the energy, count how many resources were available, and I don't think he was counting fully on Brent not having any way to retreat this serendipity anymore. He was hoping to buy like one more turn in order to stop this game from finishing, but as we saw towards the very end, both energies and the Professor Turo were the exact last 3 prizes.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous that that's how it ends up going.
Yeah.
It was the right call either way, but boy, does it feel a little better when Brent takes over those prize cards at the end and shows, yeah, I wasn't going anywhere, pal.
Yeah. Are we sure Henry Chow doesn't have access to our prize cam?
I mean, he's been at the top table for so long. I'm sure he might have some tricks up there.
My hypothesis or my theory is that he's been playing Gardevoir now for so long that some psychic abilities being like transferring from his psychic Pokemon to him. Like how for what 3 years of straight Gardevoir, pretty much a whole year of.
It does something to a man.
Something, yeah.
he embraced it.
He embraced
He's
his
becoming one with
psychicness.
Gardevoir at this point in time.
I don't know what's going to happen to him in a month's time, and I'm scared to find out.
And I mean, I wonder if even Brent knew that he had priced all his energy with like the rush of trying to finish this game and whatnot. Once you whiff of the item, you're like, okay, fine, I didn't get it, right? But then I don't know if he checked his deck at some point afterwards, only to realize that there was just no energy.
Yeah, well, Pablo, absolute pleasure having you here once more to go over this game. What an absolute blast, and we'll see more of you as we move into phase number 2. Remember, that's the way things work here at our regional championships. You get into phase 2, and you get to play one more game, a bonus game, and that'll be coming up very shortly. Juancho and I will be watching from behind. We're going to see Emily and Jeremy take things over for our final match of the day. Stay tuned.
And welcome to Draw Your Faves again, chat. We're here once more with drawing class, and we still have to draw Glitch's favorite Pokemon, Dragonair. This is going to be an exciting one. Another OG Pokemon that a lot of people love. I know there's a lot of people out there that don't let their Dragonair evolve into Dragonite. They keep it real with the true middle stage.
I am one of those people.
Okay, so Dragonair has the cute little snout, right? I think like the rounded face. And I think it's like this. And then the iconic wings.
Okay.
Like that. I think that's what I remember the most about Dragonair. And this is a detail I think a lot of people might not remember, is this cool little like crystal that Dragonair has right here on the neck, right? It's a... And then a fun, curvy, snaky body. Just try to follow the first line that you made all the way around. Oop, oh no.
Oh.
And then get a little skinny at the end. And then one more for the underbelly. See, just a few curved lines. Drawing Pokemon's not that hard. You don't need to be intimidated.
I think I might need to make the crystal a little bit bigger. Following along, I got this.
Okay.
There might be a little piece missing at the end of the tail.
What am I missing?
You know, another little round.
Yeah, see, this is why you need the experts, the true
enjoyers of everyone's favorite Pokemon so they can help you with the details you might miss. So I'm really liking that.
Oh, I like my Dragonair.
And as an extra little shine, oh, wow, perfect.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay, that doesn't look too bad.
I think mine might be a little worse.
Okay, I
Kind
drew
of scared.
Dragonair. I know that your Dragonair at home looks fantastic. I'm so proud of you. But now it's time to see how my students did. Let's show off those Dragonairs.
I'm so sorry in advance. 3, 2, oh.
My Dragonair. My Dragonair's a little surprised.
Mine looks a little upset, but I mean, you know what? It's fine.
Oh, I see them eyelashes popping. Okay.
I'm trying.
And that is Dragonair. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you
did
so
great.
much. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for joining me, and you as well for joining us and helping us draw your favorite Pokemon. And we'll see you next time.
The best advice I've gained from my friends is to probably not give up. I've been to many regionals. This is actually, I think, my 18th, and I have only ever day 2'd at one of them, but I played all of my day 1s always because all of my friends are always like, don't give up. One of these days you'll break through, and when I finally did, it was really awesome, and that's helped a lot with enjoying these tournaments and making sure that even if I'm not doing the greatest, I'm still having a good time.
The best piece of advice I've received from my friends is learning my move count so I can optimize my gameplay.
The best piece of advice I've gained from my friends is probably to take it slow. More specifically in a match when you're like really stressed out or maybe you made the wrong read. Try to just, you have a little time, take a breath, take a step back, reevaluate it, and then just see if you have any outs or see where you can go from there. It doesn't hurt.
I believe the best piece of advice I've received from my friends is to just take it a game at a time, relax, don't worry about it, know your lines, and just have fun.
Best piece of advice I received from my friends is, when you lose a match, there's always a lot to learn from it. So I always say, losing's learning, and that's a great way to improve and a good outlook to do better in future tournaments.
I think one big piece of advice that I would give to people, or that has been given to me by my friends, is to find a Pokemon you like. Obviously, you can kind of see my get up here. I found Glaceon. I decided to use it on my team this year. It tests your limits in ways you probably wouldn't otherwise, using more meta picks. And those are totally fine to use. But for me, choosing my favorite Pokemon and finding a way to make it work, it was really impactful for me.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillas, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff.
So, what's your favorite?
On Valentine's weekend, thousands of Pokémon TCG fans, including a record-breaking 3,988 Masters Division players, descended on London for the European International Championships. Entering the weekend, the discussion was about the format being dominated by the 4 decks we've been seeing for the past few events: Golden Go, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Dragapult. And the metagames for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 looked like it was business as usual. Moving into Top Cut, however, it was a different story, with 3 Mega Absol box and 2 End Zoroark decks, proving there's still plenty of other decks that you can take through a huge international championships. After 3 intense days of action, though, it was time to crown our champions. In the Junior Division Finals, it was an all-Japan affair as Hotaru Matsudaira defeated their friend Rei Watake, but not before they both confirmed their Worlds invites. In the Senior Division Finals, Jacob Lee took the victory with a Mega Kangaskhan X deck that nobody saw coming. using Boothmont to prevent damage and Jumbo Ice Cream after Jumbo Ice Cream to heal any damage that was dealt. Finally, in the Master Division, Edwin Mesman took the lesser-played Maga Absol box into a matchup which looked unfavored on paper, but was able to play carefully, using Poison, Monkey Dory, and all his other tricks to take home the crown. Thousands of players, thousands of matches, 3 champions, one fantastic weekend of fun. Don't forget to head to Pokemon.com/compete to see how you can join in for future events.
Hello, Pokemon trainers and fans at home. Welcome back to Houston, Texas, home of the Houston Regional Championships for our 2026 season. And we have just finished Phase 1 of our weekend. And now we are ready to go into Phase 2. Start things off with our Round 9. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Emily Foreman. And it has been a great day of Pokemon action so far.
Honestly, it's flown by today. I feel like all of a sudden we were walking in the venue around like round 3, and now all of a sudden we're, all right, now it's time for Phase 2, right? And honestly, I didn't expect to see a lot of the matches that I expected to see today. Like, for example, a Gardevoir mirror. I really didn't expect to see it today, realistically, right? I know we're all getting our one last rides out with all of our favorite decks, but I mean, a Gardevoir mirror between 2 of the best Gardevoir players, period, point blank. I mean, Brent and Henry both have made lists that have longer results pages than a lot of receipts that I can count my fingers on, honestly. So it's been a really interesting metagame, so I'm excited to see how the rest of Phase 2 kind of rounds out before our top cut.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our updated standings that we have to see how our players have been doing. And of course, sitting at the top, Justin Newdorf, Henry Chow, 2 Pokemon TCG Live grinders, sitting at the top, 8 wins, 0 losses. It is great to see when you have just that consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, once again, use TCG Live as one of your main testing tools. It obviously does well for our top players sitting at the top, but let's look at some of the notable matches that we have now officially going into our Phase 2. The one that we will be seeing is Joshua Frank, who we see a lot on stream, but also going up against Eric Johnson. But look at all of these matches here, Jeremy. We could have picked any single one and it would have been amazing.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go down to the stage. I believe our players are ready for our Round 9 to start off Phase 2 here at Houston. Now it is going to be Joshua Frank up against Eric Johnson. It is Golden Go EX, where Joshua's really just piloting this list for a while now, up against Eric, who's actually a local of mine from Arizona, who has been on Zoroark for a while. And as soon as the Senate Heroes come out, he knew that this was what the deck needed to make it over that last hump.
Absolutely. I think one thing to notice about Joshua Frank is that not only does Joshua Frank coach a lot of players, he is really upfront about being kind of the pave maker for a lot of these decks, right? Dubbing this deck known as, quote, the agency. And once we jump into the match itself, we'll go into some of the individual interesting things about Joshua's list. But like you were talking about, Jeremy, one of the big stars of this weekend is going to be that Zoroark EX with its new best friend, Zekrom, able to hit these really high numbers now, especially onto a Pokemon like Golden Go.
It is one of the matchups that traditionally Zoroark has kind of struggled against in Golden Go EX, just being able to make it rain. You one-hit knock out a lot of your Zoroarks. It is a little bit detrimental, and we've seen lists kind of pop in and out of counters to really kind of play against the matchup. We've seen Toad Scroll lines being included, where it's like a 2-2 line. We've seen that ends Darmanitan being able to try and play on the weakness of everything. We've even seen just a Badoo to maybe I'll surprise them, and then all of a sudden they're running out of energies. We're gonna have to see what Eric can pull off in this match.
Prize cards going out now. One thing as Golden Go that you never truly want to see is a lot of energy and even a superior energy retrieval go into the discard here. But there's that one of card that we were going to talk about a little bit earlier, but I guess we can talk about it now since it's staring us in this face. Golden Go playing Iono, something that you never really expect to see, but having hand disruption, never necessarily a bad thing.
I believe it was one of the previous regionals or special championships that Joshua got top cut with this Golden Go, and he was playing that one of Iono. It's something you're never seeing, like you're saying, with Golden Go, but it really does just take your opponent by surprise sometimes. Starting things off for Eric, we do see the Badoo going down onto the bench. Energy to the benched ends Zora and just pass, so no items there, no Buddy Buddy Poffin, but still having access to a potentially strong next turn, barring, you know, a Soul Rock being able to attack.
Jeremy, I'm looking at Joshua's hand here, and I'm about to look through Joshua's deck because it is going to be the announcement of the minor errand running here. Doesn't even give me time to talk about what these decks do, but your main goal with Golden Go, now granted, it's not what you want to see right now. Maybe you want to see another, you know, gimme goal on the bench here, is to get all that energy into the hand and then unleash it onto your opponent, doing 50 times and hitting these really big, high numbers. But my goodness, we got to go back on over to Eric's side to talk about Zoroark EX, the big star of this weekend, and of course that secret box not coming to play here. I think Eric might be able to even go as far as to take a knockout on the lone gimme goal this turn.
Definitely will have to try and work through some of the decisions with this secret box. Not having the ability to discard dark energy with the secret box means no ends PP up or anything like that, and there is 3 of them in the list for Eric, but maybe you get the ability to discard an energy with something like that Zoroark. And we see Serrano here, which is a supporter that was very good in Zoroark for a while and kind of seems to fall by the wayside a little bit, but it's been doing a lot of work for Eric here this weekend.
This was kind of the Zoroark experience that I was waiting for a little bit earlier, right? Lucas Zing showing us a different way to play with control style elements, but I think Eric's list is a bit more to my expectations. Playing the Ends Darmanitan line as well, so he's going to be able to hit multiple targets on the bench here, but it is going to be the Cyrano card, being able to go in and grab 3 EXs out of your deck, and that's exactly what you want to see here. If you're Eric, you're going to be able to grab your 2 Zoroark EXs, but also the Pecharunt package as well, finally coming into play here, and that Binding Mochi, where Zoroark EX, thanks to the addition of Zekrom, now is going to be able to hit super high, well above 300.
And the Pecharunt EX also will allow Eric to bring up that benched Zoroark if just an energy is found. First trade, it does not look like it found much. Got rid of the Ends Castle, which is one of the stadiums, again, that used to be played a lot in this deck, and now people have opted for a whole smorgasbord of different stadiums.
I think it was really nice to see the Night Mine a little bit earlier, right? But it's much more standard to play something like an Ends Castle to maneuver around potentially having one of your Ends Reshiram or your Ends Zekrom getting stuck into the active and then being able to retreat them for free back in. But still, Eric, while having such a golden opportunity here to really kind of take out the lone gimme ghoul, has to work a little bit differently. But my goodness, Jeremy, is this just going to be subjugating chains? And the scratch, thanks to the Binding Mochi, will be able to hit, I believe.
And the weakness.
Oh, it's weakness too? That is going to be the knockout.
Binding Mochi along with that subjugating chains, making that Ends Zora poison. And Joshua just has not seen this before. What a play from Eric, being able to take out the lone gimme ghoul in play. Now, hold your horses. Joshua did draw a Fighting Gong for the turn, so this will be able to grab Lunatone, and we'll start to see that Lunar Cycle, and Joshua discarding those fighting energy found from that minor errand running.
Listen, no energy, no problem for Eric at the end of the day. You got one, you got all that you needed. The Pecharunt and the Binding Mochi is going to do the rest of the work here. But honestly, Joshua actually top decking the Fighting Gong there. It easily could have been over next turn if he wasn't able to find anything to go forward here. But here comes this new draw engine that we found through Mega Evolution. It is going to be this lunar cycle here. Soul Rock and Lunatone working hand in hand. You can't lunar cycle without a Soul Rock. You can't attack without a Lunatone. They kind of work going, combined here. Now, granted, Joshua can absolutely take the knockout here and absolutely should, but there's a big issue here, Jeremy. There's no Gibby Ghoul.
Oh,
I got you. No worries.
Now, Joshua did take the knockout. That Zora only had 60 HP remaining, plus that poison. And now Eric starts off the turn with trade. Always what you want to see. Finds a buddy Poffin, so we'll be able to refuel this bench just a little bit. And there you see, looking through the deck, there is that Ends Darmanitan in the deck. So does have that kind of agency against something like Golden Go. But again, it's just a 1-1 line.
And the thing is, too, Jeremy, in Eric's list, there's no reversal energy. So we're actually never going to go for something like using the Darmanitan instead of Zoroark, which is completely fine here. But still, it unfortunately cannot be searched by a Buddy Poffin because the Darumaka's at 80 hit points here. So Eric is just going to have to draw into it here.
Or, use something like a Pokepad. But second trade, discards boss's orders. Eric really looking for one of those 3 Ends PP up, and there it is. Energy on to the bench. Zoroark, do we have one from hand as well?
Do we have an attacker, though, Jeremy?
Oh,
we have an Ends Pokemon to attack, but no, it's going to be the Iono. So actually, Eric has to draw into something that could, find the Reshiram or to find the Zekrom or the Reshiram here. So it has to be something like a Pokepad. Do I see anything?
No.
I don't.
Might just be an itchy pollen angle here, and here you have it. 20 damage thanks to that weakness. Joshua can no longer play item cards for his turn.
Oh no!
Off that Iono, couple Nest Ball, bunch of items. There's an Arven, but that searches for what? An item?
The secret box probably you can't play. Oh no, this is all going away for Joshua. You can see it in the way that he's shaking his hand. What does he do?
Attack. That's what he does.
Yeah, all right, there you go.
Takes the knockout on the Badoo, and Eric has one more turn to try and find an attacker for this Night Joker. Now, Eric does play 3 of them with 2 Ends Zekrom and an Ends Reshiram.
Did believe I saw something gold go into the hand. It might have been something like a Nest Ball. Do also see
Nest Ball.
It was a Nest Ball, so Eric can find a Pokemon this turn to attack with here. Also finds a Dark Energy as well. If it's something that Eric has been not crazy consistent with this game so far, it's all of these, maneuvering the energy out of the discard pile, attaching for turn. So I'm happy that we're at least seeing that here, though. But I like the Cyrano for turn, still grabbing all of these EX Pokemon out of the deck. It's what we like to call thinning, right? So still being able to sift through, getting the Pokemon that we need.
Now, Cyrano did find that Pheasantipity EX for Eric, is going to use that Flip the Script to try and find exactly those cards. Ends Zekrom. Now Eric can use this Nest Ball if he wants to grab that Ends Darumaka. Now it's going to be giving away a little bit of information, but I think you got to do it. Just set up as best as possible for the next turn.
Yeah, things feel really good if you're Eric, right? You have your attacker, you drew into your other attacker, so at this point, right, it's just kind of picking and choosing how exactly you want to dismantle Joshua's board. Now, granted, items will be online next turn, and I do believe Joshua has an Arven in hand, but you kind of have to ask, well, it's just starting to kind of fall apart. Now, granted, Eric is still at 5 prizes. Joshua is at 4 here, but you need a whole turn to set up your Gimme Ghouls into Goldango.
Yeah, and again, like you're saying too, Joshua's not really out of it. It's still possible for him to just set up multiple Golden Go and take a one-hit knockout. Maybe Eric whiffs a turn. Like, things can happen, but with the Iono in the prize cards, still, it's far from actually happening.
It's really unfortunate for Joshua too, right? Because you can see the line that Joshua can absolutely get Gimmighoul set up and ready to go, but there's 3 copies of Boss's Orders in Eric's deck. Now, granted, we've seen a couple of them get traded away, but there is a refresh of the Pal Pad as well, so we could see something next turn along the lines of bossing order, maybe even just one Gimmighoul, and then using the attack from End's Darmanitan, that Flame Body Cannon, to attack multiple Pokemon here.
Now, I do think if Joshua doesn't really get a good setup this turn, then it's going to be over for this game. Eric would just be too far ahead, but Lunar Cycle, finding that Buddy Poffin, it's going to be able to find some Gimmighoul.
But it's just so interesting from this point out here, right? Is there a way that Joshua can even take a prize card this turn, right? I mean, you're staring at End Zoroark fully powered up into your active here, and even if you were able to find a knockout, honestly, without any sort of damage modifier, I don't even think you can even take out something like the End's Darmaka because it's sitting at 80 hit points and Solrock only hits for 70.
Yeah, it really just has to be Joshua kind of setting up for the next turn. There's no real way to actually change the board right now.
Feels really bad to say, but I'm kind of hoping that Joshua off of this Nest Ball takes another Gimmighoul. Okay, the Pheasantipity also drawing a little bit more cards, but if I'm Joshua, I'm really thinking about this Boss's Orders play that's going to come down the line potentially for Eric next turn, but seeing more cards is really important here.
Usually with this End's Darmanitan version of Zoroark, you see something like that, the tool that gets the energy, Power Glass, right?
Yep.
The no Power Glass in Eric's list, but is relying on just extra copies of End's PP Up, that Janine's Secret Art that we saw in the prize cards, I believe. Yep.
It's got to be Arven, right? I'm really nervous, Jeremy. I'm really nervous about just having 2 Gimmighoul, and at this point, I would rather have Joshua have a 3rd one.
That's a good way to get out of it.
But is there okay, count me crazy here. Is there a way that we Lunatone in the active with the Technical Machine Evolution so we can avoid something like a Flame Body Cannon to both Gimmighouls?
Yeah. I mean, it seems great, and this is kind of the way that Joshua has built this list over time. Just these few tech cards, and Technical Machine Evolution is just one of those ways where it really protects those Gimmighouls on the bench for a lot of matchups.
Looking at Joshua's deck, though, still has to resolve and find the item here, and it will be that secret box. The question is, do you play it now? I like the idea of using Technical Machine Evolution to protect the Gimmighouls, evolving them into Golden Go now at this point, because honestly, as great of a card that Lunatone is, out of all the things you could realize that you have to kind of pitch away and sacrifice this next turn, the Lunatone is the obvious choice here. But it is going to be the Technical Machine Evolution. I think Joshua's playing defense as best as he can.
And this is definitely going to signal to Eric that he might need to Iono next turn because that secret box is looming. Starting things off with a Pal Pad, putting those 2 Boss's Orders back into the deck. Those are the only 2 in the list, so refreshing completely to hope and try and close this game out.
Even if Eric were to take 2 prizes next turn, look at the board that Eric has created for himself too, right? Has a fully powered up End Zoroark in the active, also has the End Zoroark on the bench with Binding Mochi and the Dark Energy ready to go. Still doesn't find the Darmanitan just yet, but I think the time, now that Joshua has gone for the Technical Machine Evolution, I think the time for that has gone here. But here comes a couple of trades, finds an energy, and still now going to be able to have 2 powered up attackers here.
Oh.
And there is the Boss's Orders off of the second trade. Can use Pecharunt EX to poison the End Zoroark onto the bench, push it into the active, and thanks to Binding Mochi, we're going to be able to hit some big, big numbers.
And Eric needed to do this specifically just because the active End Zoroark EX couldn't attack from using that Zekrom last turn. There is that End's Darmanitan as well. Might be a little too late for that right now.
But the thing is, in a weird way, Jeremy, could Eric be lining up this Ends Darmanitan for a backdraft, if possible? You don't technically need the reversal energy for it. You can just have 2 energy of any type that you'd like here. So it is technically something you can do, and you also do hit for weakness. But honestly, looking at Eric's board, that's going way far out. Eric is completely set up here.
It has definitely been a rough go about it this game for Joshua, and it's pretty much the same way this turn as well. You're going to need to take 2 prizes and hope to dodge a knockout from Eric's side of things, and pretty much set up. If you do take the knockout, there's trade, there's Pheasantipity, there's not really many cards left in Eric's deck either.
And the thing is, for Joshua, this would have been the perfect turn to use something like the Iono, and it's stuck in the prizes, so you're really kind of facing off with just trying to find a way to kind of stop the momentum on Eric's side here. But the question is, with what?
Yeah. If you're attacking with that Golden Go EX, it's pretty much game over. And again, we see here where a lot of top players kind of are in this position of, I'm going to take a look at my opponent's discard, even if I'm just going to lose the game. I want to know every ounce of information that I can derive from your setup.
The thing that's really unfortunate here from Joshua is that Joshua does play 2 Professor Turo scenarios here, so we could see something along the lines of trying to protect 1/2 prizer by, I don't know, maybe using Professor Turo scenario on that Golden Go. But once again, at this point, I don't want to say it's over because it never really is over. But
hey, you sound like me right now.
Yeah, I was about to say. But it's looking so difficult with multiple attackers ready to go. And it's looking even harder without the Iono. I think if Joshua had the Iono at this point, I'd say, all right, we Iono this turn. We kind of wait to see what happens. Is there a way that we can knock out just one of the Enzorark? But the problem is you still have, like you were alluding to a little bit earlier, there's still Flip the Script. There's still Trade. That's still 5 draws plus the draw for turn.
Yeah, Iono who? Come on.
Not real, apparently.
Now Secret Box finally grabs Nest Ball, Artisan, what was it, Bravery Charm?
Yes, it was.
And the boss's orders here.
Ooh, what do you take is the question.
3 cards off the top, that's what you take.
Making decisions here. Joshua, I guess at this point you do have to get some prize cards here.
2 cards off the Golden Go EX's ability.
The most unfortunate part about this, Jeremy, is that I think I've seen more energy on Lunatone than I have on Golden Ghost this game,
Yeah,
right? And that's when you know it's looking a little bit difficult, right? But Joshua doing what this deck does really well, and that's getting the energy out of the deck thanks to cards like this Earthen Vessel, and out of the discard thanks to the cards like Superior Energy Retrieval as well.
You really just have to play to your outs, and
yeah,
that's what this turn is for Joshua. You see another Earthen Vessel, finding out more energy from the deck. I don't believe Lunar Cycle's been used either.
Just keep drawing those cards, honestly. My question is, what is Joshua looking for?
A win?
Okay, here. I like the Baniri coming down. I wish the Baniri had come down maybe like a turn before and then going into Mega Lopunny EX here. It's something that this deck has been playing to get around the Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawns here, but I just wish this had happened maybe like a turn and a half ago, right?
Bravery Charm on the Baniri on the bench. Joshua eyeing down a Superior Energy Retrieval. It seems like 6 energy in the discard. And again, this is to say that you're going to be able to take the knockout, but a single ends PP up energy with the backdraft will be able to just one-hit this Golden Go right back.
Yeah, it's very interesting because I think a lot of the times when we look at Enzorark EX lists, we say, oh, is there reversal energy for for Flame Body Cannon? No. Okay, so we're never going to attack with it then. But that first attack from the Ends Darmanitan is actually pretty good, especially into a matchup like this with Golden Go, where you're constantly pitching away your energies.
Joshua, through all this, still has not played the supporter. Boss's orders up that Petron EX. That is a way to get rid of that poisoning to trigger the Binding Mochi on Zorark.
Oh no, Joshua didn't attach the turn here.
Good guy Eric there, you know, letting him attach the energy. You know he had it in his hand.
Yeah, honestly, what does it here, right, is Night Stretcher to
Boss's orders.
Yeah, Boss's orders, excuse me. There's the Night Stretcher, and that's going to be Eric Johnson taking game 1 thanks to subjugating chains, moving the Zorark back into the active with the Binding Mochi on it. And this game came and went very quickly, but honestly, I feel so bad for Joshua. We just did not see any Golden Goes really get started. I think we saw 1 coin bonus.
Yeah, the very last turn, basically. It is one of those things where you really need to see Golden Go in this matchup against Zorark. Soul Rock and Lunatone can only do so much early game. Yeah, you can take some knockouts on the end Zora, but it's not really going to happen. Let's go ahead and take it down to Pablo so we can see how he broke down this match.
Thank you so much, Jeremy and Emily. Very back and forth. At some point towards the later stages of the game, of course, we saw Joshua off to a slow start, but overall, I think he was still very much in it. Assuming Eric didn't find exactly what he needed, right? Josh was able to pull off this TM Evo to get double Golden Go into play, and the prize count is currently 4-4. So if Eric doesn't have a boss's orders to knock out any of these 2 prize Pokemon, then Eric would go down to 3 prize cards, right? And then all Joshua would need to do is find a knockout on any of these 2 prize Pokemon that were readily available. So despite the slow start, despite the crucial moment in the beginning where it felt like Joshua was drawing really bad, I think he was still very much in it. But of course, we did see Eric find the boss's orders off of the trades, and that's part of the reason why Zorark is so good. Can trade and trade and trade, find what it needs, and so was able to win this game 1. Let's take a look now at what happens in game 2. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Pablo. Yeah, it is also kind of just due to the fact of Joshua being able to stay in that game is how good of a matchup Golden Go usually has against Ends Zorark EX, it seems like. Now, game 2 is underway. Joshua starts things off with Genesect EX in the active. That's not what you want.
Yeah, but believe it or not, Jeremy, we actually just missed Eric's first turn.
Oh, no.
So I'm just not going to lie. Well, yes, starting Genesect, notoriously not great. When your opponent only has Zekrom in the active and a benched Monkey Dory, you know, it's not necessarily the worst. Looking at the prize cards here, though, that 1 of Mega Lopunny is going to be in the prizes alongside a full Golden Go line and also another Superior Energy Retrieval. These are all things you really kind of need here. The Fighting Gong is, yes, very important for your early game to get your Soul Rock and your Lunatone out of the deck here, but I mean, I look at Eric's prizes, so I'm like, 1 Ends Castle when you start the Zekrom, not exactly the best. You still have another one in the deck, but a couple of copies of Energy when you already have 1 Ends PP up in the prizes, not exactly my favorite.
Yeah, also just not starting Enzoro at all.
Yeah,
that's a little bit bad, yeah. Almost ominous, you know. Joshua has that Buddy Poffin. No Soul Rock Lunatone, was debating on that Professor Turo scenario, but no other supporter. Just passes the turn back to Eric and feels that the setup is going to be good enough with double Golden Go next turn. Professor Turo scenario puts the Ends Zekrom back into the hand, and just another bench. This is best case scenario for Joshua this game too.
Yeah, if you were missing Joshua's Golden Goes in game 1, I have great news for you. You get them now, and you get quite possibly a much more favorable game going into this game number 2 here. I mean, it's so unfortunate for Eric not even being able to refresh the hand with the supporter, I really don't see anything else he could have done aside from just getting the most powerful attacker out of harm's way, essentially, here. And that is going to be Joshua finding these Golden Goes already ready to go.
Do you think Joshua didn't Turo last turn just because he was afraid of another Mochi Zorua play?
You know, could have been.
Maybe.
Could have been. It's got, honestly, it was very flashy. It was very flashy. I appreciated it a lot here. But Joshua, I wouldn't say overthinking, right? But like trying to weigh all the options, because it definitely looks good here, right? But you never know if your opponent's playing, you know, that one of tech card for your like matchup here at this point. Because honestly, out of all of the tables that I've seen, I think Joshua is probably one of the only Golden Goes at, you know, this high of table.
Yeah.
So this is a one, you know, Joshua, it feels like Golden Go against, you know, the rest of the Guardies and the rest of the Zoroarks here. So I appreciate Joshua taking a quick second to, you know, breathe instead of just like, all right, I'm just going to start, you know, throwing all my energy into the discard, because once again, Ends Darmanitan is something that we could see. But we can also see the Arven being played for turn.
Secret Box being fetched out along with that Technical Machine Evolution, most likely getting discarded along with 2 more cards from Joshua's hand to be able to use that powerful ace spec, searching the deck for Stadium, Item, Tool, and Supporter.
And honestly, Jeremy, I think what it is now is that Joshua has just free reign for time. However long he wants to kind of take setting up here, I totally support it, right? Little bit scary. I believe how many Professor Turos are in this deck list if I were to look. So there are 2. So pitching away 1, a little bit scary here, but like we said, Item, Tool, Supporter, and Stadium, it is going to be the most obvious tool in the deck for a situation like this is going to be this Air Balloon, which allows for Genesect to freely move out of the active here. And of course, like we have been talking about, the main point of this deck is to really get your energy out of the deck and start, you know, taking knockouts with it here. But what Joshua is essentially doing now is just going on in perfectly for the setup here. Does also take the Artisan here off of the Secret Box. Do you want to give...
That's not getting played.
I was about to say, do you want to put this down so that Eric could at least get a Zorua this turn?
It might get discarded to Earthen Vessel, who knows? But being able to retreat into the Gimmighoul, now evolving into the Golden Go EX, turns on the coin bonus for an extra card, finds a Fighting Gong. So maybe Joshua can play that Artisan now, just because with Fighting Gong you have access to Lunatone and Soul Rock, but already has enough energies in hand to be able to take the knockout, at least on this Monkey Dory.
Like we said, Jeremy, what's the rush, right? You got your 2 Golden Go, your Genesect has a balloon on it, so it can freely move about. There's no counter catcher nonsense with that, right? So it really is Joshua's game to really kind of take a minute, breathe, and re-establish without giving Eric really anything to work with.
Yeah, we get a good glimpse at Eric's hand there as he's shuffling it up, waiting for Joshua to take this knockout. There is a Pheasantipity EX in the hand, so at least a little bit of agency on Eric's turn, but it is looking good for Joshua this game too.
Yeah, at this point, right? Joshua can take it easy, but dare I say, Jeremy, that the draw for turn and the flip the script on Eric's side could determine if this is just go next?
Oh yeah, especially with the time ticking down, just over 22 minutes here. There is the knockout. Make it rain. 3 fighting energies. Draw another Ends PP up. That's not what you want to see. 3 cards off the flip the script. And Zekrom Energy Secret Box. Okay. I think Eric's going to be playing this game a little bit longer.
All right. Well, you know, it's like we said, it's never over until it's over. And thanks to Pablo's analysis from last match, even though there were a couple knockouts taken, it really was Josh's game to come back into. So Eric is going to be able to draw a Secret Box of his own. Dare I say that this is still probably the most powerful ace spec right now. I know in future we may be seeing a little bit more of, you know, unfair stamp, but still being able to go into your deck and cherry pick your exact setup that you need feels pretty good, and especially because Eric didn't even need to use a supporter like Arven to grab it. It was just off the flip the script.
I mean, Emily, it's no enriching energy, but I guess it's pretty good, you know? Eric taking a look at the deck. Also, I do believe this is the first time that he's being able to prize check and see what is left. You know, turn 8 or so in the game, but now being able to find the 4 cards himself. There is that Buddy Buddy Poffin to go along with the Cyrano. Now, Eric could also kind of go into a Badoo play here, but again,
Might have to.
at least based on the way the hand looks, not really.
Cyrano 4 turn being played here. Just, I'm assuming at this point, just for thinning, right? Just to say, you know what, if I haven't had good draws before, I need better draws now. Essentially getting set up for next turn, knowing that Joshua is going to see, you know what, there are all the 2 Enzoroark and the Petron EX going into hand here, but Jeremy, I don't think that Joshua got to show the Iono that he was playing last game at all here. That could be a little bit of a surprise.
Yes, but again, Joshua's been on this list for the deck for a while now. So at least if it was me and I'm up against Joshua in a tournament, I'm expecting the Iono. Coin bonus draws 2. Second coin bonus draws 1. There's a Lunatone. Now that hand is stacked full of cards for Joshua to use. Nest Balls, Fighting Gongs, Counter Catchers. Can't use that one, but Superior Energy Retrieval, there is one of in the hand already.
I'm wondering if somewhat soon we might be seeing, oh, never mind. I was going to say the, oh no, we can. It was grabbed. I'm wondering if we're going to be starting to see the Baniri come out and kind of threatening as kind of this second attacker here for Joshua. Now, granted, Joshua working with 2 Golden Goes this time, so won't be struggling too hard to hit the high numbers, but, oh no, it is at the top. Oh, it was the, you know what, it was the, it's the alt art, so we get to see like the pretty arts that Joshua's playing, but on our side, it looked very different to me. So, okay, we're not going to see the Baniri this turn, but still, I mean, you got 2 Golden Goes, you have Solrock Lunatone, you got the engine up and running, and even a backup Gimme Ghoul to help you out here, too.
Maybe finding the second air balloon enables a Boss's Orders Solrock KO on a Zorua.
Get what you ask? Ooh,
You know,
okay. Yeah,
taking a
this
knockout
also-
on Pheasantipity EX is also pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Joshua has the information that Eric has the Enzoroark in hand, so we know that there's going to be some drawing next turn, but why not take out the only 2 prizer currently available, which seems pretty smart, especially with all the energy already ready to go in the discard pile.
Superior Energy Retrieval, going to discard Fighting Gong, and Joshua's still holding on to that Artisan.
You just don't want to give your opponent anything, right? I mean, look at Eric's setup, right? At this point, granted, it's going to look a lot better next turn, but allowing your opponent to set up alongside you is something you just don't want to see. So it is just going to be the Make It Rain for 250.
5 energy discarded. Going down to 3 prize cards. Find Superior Energy Retrieval and another Golden Go EX. Pretty good 2 cards for Joshua. Eric, again, now this game, he's the one that's on the back foot basically the entire time. Finally, we're going to be able to see something go on. Buddy Buddy Poffin. Tatsugiri is being eyed down along with another Enzora. We already know there's those 2 Enzoroark EX in hand from last turn's Cyrano.
I think what Eric is gonna try to go for here is finding not only hand disrupt, but also trying to find a way to get the Pecharunt EX down with Binding Mochi, so Enzoroark EX can Night Joker copy the Zekrom Rampaging Thunder, I believe it is, and go for the knockout that way and get down to 4 prizes. But the problem is that is straight into Joshua's hand, or right into the board that's already completely set up here. But at this point, we have to start using the hand disrupt. There's the Binding Mochi, Jeremy.
All right, Pheasantipity EX found off that Night Stretcher, does find that Binding Mochi along with a Lily's Determination. Trade now use discards that Team Rocket's Watchtower. There is that Pecharunt EX. And there's tons of Ends PP up, but no energy in the discard, I believe.
There's the Binding Mochi both to both in play into the active. There's the ends PP up. There's got to be one here that we're looking at, and we will be able to find it. The question is there a second one in the hand? Ends Castle for the free retreat. And then it is going to be the Iono being played here. So Eric is going to be able to at least set up the bench here, but here's what we're missing, Jeremy. 1 dark energy. And just as a reminder to everybody at home, there's 2 in the prizes, and there is only 7 played in the entire deck list. We could
Last
be
card.
whipping. Oh my goodness, finds it.
All right, we have a game 2 here, folks. Last trade for the turn. Ends Castle allowing a free retreat to the Tatsugiri. So now you can attract customers for a free supporter, and then subjugating chains the Zoroark EX into the active spot. Pretty good sequencing, trying to maximize your outs. We do see Black Belt training was a supporter that was available to Eric, but again, keeping it close to his chest, not allowing Joshua to see that that card's in the deck.
I mean, still, Eric will be able to hit this 280 this turn with the Binding Mochi, and honestly, both Binding Mochis being attached to the and Zoroark here, so is reliably going to be able to go into the active thanks to Pecharon subjugating chains, poisoning yourself, getting into the active, and then using Night Joker to copy Rampaging Thunder from Zekrom thanks to the Binding Mochi and taking that big knockout there.
It is now 4-3 prizes. Joshua still needs to take 2 prizes turn after turn to seal up this game. A little over 14 minutes left to go in this match as well, so not a lot of time for a game 3, especially with this game finally starting to even out.
I guess in a way, this Genesect being down on the board isn't necessarily the worst thing, right? You do get to guarantee yourself another Golden Go here and even find fodder for your superior energy retrieval off of another Golden Go that you can grab. Also gives Joshua a chance to, shuffle the deck again. There was Iono. There were a lot of cards in Joshua's hand that he really needs here. So I'm interested to see how exactly the sequencing is going to, determine a lot here, especially with these coin bonuses. And also, do we have enough energy to not only attack this turn, but to do something like our Lunar Cycle to even get back half of the hand Joshua had before?
Yep, 2 coin bonuses available. That Lunar Cycle with a fighting energy. You even have something like maybe a Pheasantipity EX hitting the board. Here's going to be the first one, just for 1. Arven found.
Arven's massive here, but Joshua needs to get all the way up to 300 damage in terms of an output here. So the Earthen Vessel, I believe there's another Arven in hand. I can't quite tell because of the glare, but there is Earthen Vessel being played here. So we just have to be a little bit careful on how Joshua is going to find these energies and making sure not using too many resources here.
With this 2 fighting energy, Joshua can choose the Lunar Cycle if he's still trying to dig for more. Like you said, even with the poison damage on the ends of Zoroark, Joshua still needs the full 6 energy to be able to take the knockout, and then 7 actually, including the metal on the Golden Go.
It is just so risky to put this Golden Go into the active to coin bonus for 2. Knowing that it's not guaranteed, right? So big 2 cards right now for Joshua. What are they?
Oh, superior energy retrieval found for Joshua. You can see him breathe a sigh of relief here.
And that'll allow for Joshua also already does have the fighting energy in hand as well. So that's already kind of your green light for a Lunar Cycle to get enough fodder to use multiple superior energy retrievals in a turn here. But supporter for turn is going to be that Arven. There's already 1 superior energy retrieval down for Joshua. And Joshua was able to pick off the one that was in the prizes now. So he still does have access to 3. So this shouldn't be too crazy, but the problem is if you use 2 now, Jeremy, now I'm not the best at math here, so you might have to help me out.
Well, 3 minus 4 is 1.
Yeah, yeah.
So there'd be
you
one
got
left.
it. Negative.
Granted, there still is the Super Rod in the prize cards for Joshua, so we can grab that with this knockout to go along with it, but it's definitely going to be cutting it close. Arvin's going to find Nest Ball and Bravery Charm. Does Nest Ball go ahead and grab Pheasantipity EX? No, it's going to grab the Baniri.
Fully believing that Joshua is going to grab this Mega Lopunny EX off these two prizes.
Oh, or not.
Or could just use it as fodder, right? At that point, you just, now granted, like I said, I'm not the best at math here, but what are the chances out of the 2 prize cards you pick out of 3, it isn't the Lopunny? But we've seen it before, right?
Listen, 66% chance usually rounds up to 100% chance most of the time. At least
I'll remember
in my experience. Yeah.
I will certainly remember that one.
Time is ticking here. Arvin does find Nest Ball and Bravery Charm, but I don't even know if Joshua's played the Nest Ball. Just going in the hand, doesn't even want that Baniri, knowing that that Mega Lopunny EX is in the prize cards.
Shuffling up, so I'm going to assume that the decision is just to take it into the hand and then using it as superior fodder, I would say. I like how, Jeremy, you reminded everybody at home that the Super Rod is prized. That's another way that you can replenish the energy inside of your deck without using superior energy retrieval to bring it all out here. But, this, I mean, you have to commit to getting all of it back right now.
Oh, yeah. 4 energy found with that superior energy retrieval, metal in the 3 fighting. There is, what, 2 more fighting in hand? Or no, that's the full suite of 6. This is also getting scary, though, because what if you pivot into Badoo?
Oh, true.
Itchy Pollen. How many energy is actually left for Joshua?
And that's something that you really kind of remember. That was probably one of the most memorable moments of the season when you really think about it. One of the other things is when I look back at Eric's board, I really wish he had time to establish the ends Darmanitan here. This would have gone crazy this turn. But unfortunately for Joshua, or for Eric here, Joshua's now going to go down to 1 prize, taking now both of the cards, honestly, he really wanted there. Not only just the Mega Lopunny, but also the Super Rod here. So it's up to Eric to really get things going to maybe bring us to a Game 3 long enough where he can secure a win, but it might be drawing closer to a tie.
Listen, there is 9 energy in the discard, 1 attached to that Golden Go EX. There's only 1 more fighting energy in Joshua's deck, and it's kind of scary a little bit. There's the Countercatcher and Iono. It's going to put Joshua down to 1 card. Now, Eric did Countercatcher up that Golden Go EX with the Air Balloon.
See what the hand is here. Going to use Pheasantipity, draw some more cards. A couple of supporters. The boss's orders for next turn will definitely help us out here, but still some more trading to go. Draws into the energy for the manual retreat, but also we know that this deck is going to use Subjugating Chains no matter what. Nothing off of the attract customers. The deck is looking extremely thin though. So at this point, Eric is really just kind of hoping that Golden Go is not going to be able to get high enough to swing for that big 300, but it could even come down to something like Gust for Joshua potentially. I mean, Joshua does play 3 boss's orders here, so that Tatsugiri is technically a liability at this point.
Well, there is that Subjugating Chains, bringing up that Ends Zorark, poisoning it so that Binding Mochi is active, allowing Eric to take a 1-hit knockout on Golden Go EX.
This is so scary. 1 card drawn here. Finds the Iono, but that's coming a little bit too late. Is that boss's orders?
Yeah, boss's orders.
Oh my
Iono.
goodness. But here's the thing. You just need 1 fighting energy. All Joshua needs is 1 fighting energy. Can free retreat the Genesect DX into the Soul Rock. Boss's orders the Tatsugiri for the win here. And then we would go to Game 3.
For the odds, you kind of need 2 cards. Just because you want to be able to find something like that superior energy retrieval. So Joshua's retreating to the Golden Go, committing this 2-prizer to the active spot.
No.
Coin bonus for 2 cards. Superior Energy Retrieval. No. Double Boss's Orders, Iono. There is that Baniri.
Such a huge whiff here from Joshua, but it is just going to be that one of Iono finally seeing play here on his side. That's so unfortunate. One fighting energy could have brought us immediately to a Game 3, Jeremy.
Not just one, but the last one.
The last one, a way to recover said energy out of the deck. Could have been a lot of things here, but the question is, did Eric just cinch this?
Don't call it over just yet. Nest Ball was found off the Iono. That does mean Pheasantipity? No. Just pass the turn. There's the retreat. Subjugating Chains brings up, that ends Zoroark EX. And just like that, Night Joker copying Rampage Thunder yet again. It takes the one-hit knockout on the Golden Go, and Eric Johnson moves up to 8-1, starting off pretty well in Phase 2.
Honestly, that was so close at the end. It was so beyond close, and it came down to just one Iono here to kind of cinch it for Eric here, but what a way that Joshua climbed all the way back.
Yeah, it is definitely made it a game. Eric really kind of just overcoming the no ends Zorua first 2 turns to be able to clean up.
Honestly, Jeremy, from what we've really seen, we've seen people, for example, in our set that we casted, a couple hours ago, we saw no Ralts on bench turn 1 win. We've seen no and Zorua on turn 1 win as we check out the replay.
Now, game 1 started off pretty stellar for Eric's side of things, being able to take that surprise knockout with Scratch and the Binding Mochi. Then it started off with another knockout thanks to that ends Zoroark, and finally Joshua was able to get Gimmighoul, get Golden Goes in play, use that Technical Machine evolution to be able to get those Golden Goes, keep those Gimmighoul, but Eric had the boss's orders, being able to take the knockout yet again thanks to the combination of Subjugating Chains, Binding Mochi, and able to close it out in game 1, finding everything he needs.
It's really good stuff in game number one, but we got to look at this game number 2, right? It seemed like Joshua had essentially everything that he wanted here, right? Had the 2 Gimmighoul's at the start, had the Lunar Cycle, thanks to Solrock and Lunatone, up and running here, but really was able to claw it all the way back here and being able to bring us down to what was such a close end game here. But thanks to Tatsugiri here, finding all the supporters that Eric needed out of the deck, and it came down to just this final moment.
It was really great. Again, this is just how ends Zoroark EX is as a deck now.
Yeah.
You're able to take those one-hit knockouts one after another, and Eric starting off our Phase 2 pretty well with a win against a hard matchup in Golden Go.
Yeah, and once again, something very important to note about Joshua, the only one right now, honestly, the only Golden Go player that I'm seeing at this high of table, right? And still, it's just the concept of, I like to draw cards. Draw cards is good. You get to keep your consistency, right? And this is just the battle of which deck drew better, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, both EX Pokemon, both draw cards, both take one-hit knockouts now.
Yeah, true. Very true.
And of course, this isn't the end-all be-all for Joshua.
No.
Came into the round 9 at 7-0-1, so now 7-1-1, still can potentially afford a loss or a tie going into our next day of action. It's going to be interesting to see how it can clutch up and close out.
Yeah, I'm so interested to see where we are going to go for the rest of the tournament, because we've been seeing some interesting decks at the top, right? Seeing Golden Go at the top of the start of Phase 2 is one thing, right? But I think we have yet to talk about how many Crustles there are looming around. Phase 2 is certainly going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I was walking around a couple rounds ago, and there was a Crustle mirror match at table 7, where, you know, I think it was quad Crustle versus Crustle with maybe 1 or 2 other tech Pokemon, and
whoa,
very riveting gameplay. You know?
Just imagine, right, sitting down and then flipping over 2 Dwevils, and you just look at your opponent going, this is going to be a long one.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have a lot of spiky energy.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Very, very true.
What a way to end our first day here. Yeah. We have seen a lot of great Pokemon throughout our entire rounds, and a lot of great players, even going back to our round 8, the end of phase 1, Henry Chow versus Brent Tonneson. When do you get that Gardevoir Masterclass on stream? You know, it's crazy.
We've seen plenty of Gardevoir mirrors, I think, over the past couple of years, but I felt like that was not necessarily the finale, right? Because we still have not only this tournament where Gardevoir is still in rotation, but of course you have Orlando as well. But that felt like a really nice way to kind of how do I say, pivot to the end game, if you will, of Gardevoir. But like we were talking about a little bit earlier, both Brent and Henry are, you know, responsible for making extremely successful deck lists, right? I think it was the beginning of this season, I want to say, that everybody was on like that Brent D60 or something like that. So I'm excited to see which Gardevoir is going to come out on top, I guess, because there's still plenty of them at the top tables too.
Well, speaking of a winning list, we have Pablo at our analyst desk with our winner for this round, Eric Johnson. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jeremy and Emily. I'm here with Eric. Congratulations on your win. Tell me, please, Eric, how much were you looking forward to playing Golden Go? Because I'm looking at your list and I feel like you didn't really respect it too much.
Yeah, not really. I'm happy that I was able to beat both the Golden Go's that I hit today. Iono's really good, yeah. But I wouldn't say that it's on the upper end of decks I want to hit.
All right. I mean, Zorak obviously got a big bonus with this Ascended Heroes, right? Zekrom. How crucial has Zekrom been for you this whole tournament?
Oh, it's the best card in the deck. I think I've announced something that wasn't a Zekrom attack maybe 3 times today.
I'm glad. So yeah, Zekrom, very, very key. Of course, you have a lot of other attackers available for you. Have been able to pull off Reshiram attacks as well, and or Darmanitan.
You know, I've had a couple really good opportunities with Darmanitan just to run my opponents off the board, but the Reshiram hasn't come up yet.
All right, and now we saw something very special and very unique in Game 1 that you really wanted to showcase to the world. So can we head to the play here? Tell us about this. How excited were you that you were able to pull this Zorua KO?
It's my favorite thing to do with the deck now that I get to play Pecharunt, and it's my first time doing it today.
Oh, your first time, okay.
Yes.
And in testing, how often did that happen?
Oh, it's always so greedy. It's very greedy. I never get to. It always gets punished, but there was one Gimme Go in play, so it was perfect.
Of course, we're talking about the Zorua knockout with the Binding Mochi. Getting poisoned, and then I think even Joshua, like, this is so unexpected that Joshua wasn't sure, right, about the weakness taking place, and that's why the knockout happened.
Exactly.
All right, and so now Game 1, I think you were like in the dominating position for pretty much the whole game, but in Game 2, it felt like it was the reverse, right? Joshua was 3 prizes ahead, even in a situation where you wanted to go like 2-2-2 knockouts. You were behind in that aspect as well. So what made you hold on to hope, essentially, this match?
You know, Pheasantipede is a really good card. As long as I had Fez in my hand, as long as he didn't get down to 2 prizes, he only needs to whiff 1 turn. And that's reasonable.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, as you mentioned, Iono, one of the MVPs of the deck, helped you make it happen. And we saw afterwards how Joshua wasn't able to get that crucial KO, but tell us about this counter-catcher play. What's the reasoning behind knocking out the Herbaloon Golden Go as opposed to the one that has the energy and essentially needs less to take the next KO?
Right. So the main reason for taking out the Golden Go with the Herbaloon is that I have two loss conditions since he's down to 1 prize. Either he can knock out the active, or he can use Solrock to knock out the Tatsugiri. So by taking out the one with the air balloon, since both air balloons are in play, it forced him to decide which knockout he was going to try and take before he got to use coin bonus.
And limiting your opponent's resources when you're young them, obviously a very key moment here. And as we saw the game play out, Joshua was not able to find that crucial, I think it was the energy. He had 2 boss's orders in his hand. He just couldn't find the energy. Most of them were pretty much in the discard pile at that point in time. So yeah, Eric, congratulations once again. Pretty good start. How's your season been going so far? How's the game treating you? Have you been to many other regionals?
I've been punting a lot of regionals on Zoroark this season, and it's good now. So this is great. I'm very happy that I finally have a day 2 with it.
Yeah, I'm glad. Well, congratulations. Obviously, off to a fantastic start. Any shout outs you want to give to people who are supporting you, have helped you get to this point?
You know, all my family, they're all watching right now. I'm very happy that my parents encouraged me to play Pokemon when I was little, and now I'm here. And shout out Keen, because he made me put Badoo back in my deck, and it's been winning me a lot of games.
I'm glad. Well, thanks so much, Eric. Congratulations. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Hope that Zora takes even more knockouts. And yeah, best of luck. We're going to head to a lounge with the rest of our crew to close for the first day of the competition.
And welcome back to the lounge, everyone. It's been an exciting phase 1 of competition here in Houston. We're going to close things out and set up for tomorrow here with Juancho and Kyle. So, how was your first day of casting?
It was great. So much fun Pokemon played. So many interesting plays as well. And, oh my God, the players brought their all. And I'm glad we got to feature so many amazing players on the stream. The Gardevoir matchup.
Yeah, and I know that Kyle's a big fan of clean play, and I don't know if you saw the shout out for one of my interviews talking about how important it was to scoop early, focusing.
Yep, I was listening to that and loved hearing that as well, and it's great. We saw so much great competition, and if anyone who's looking at me backstage, you know that I'm set if I don't see some good play, and I was smiling today. It was good stuff.
You were smiling the whole day. So
yeah,
weird.
Uncle Kyle is very proud of you, and we have a list of his favorite players that have made it to some pretty high win percentages here for phase 1 of Houston. So I want to take a look at this list, see if there's any names from Swiss that are going to be jumping out at us. I know we had some really titanic matches as well for round 9, seeing who's going to sort out the 8-0s.
Looks like it's not completely updated, right? Because we
just finished that match.
I was so curious who would win between Justin Newdorf and Henry Chow.
Yeah, let us know, chat. What do you got your money on, Newdorf or Chow?
It's a great matchup. I think Henry feels so good.
I'm getting word. It was Henry Chow coming out on top in that matchup.
I was just going to say Henry feels so good in the matchup that he probably figured it out. And sure enough, he did. Well done. I mean, we saw some fantastic play from him and alongside Brent Tonneson as well in that one matchup alone. It's great to see that they're getting rewarded with their play.
There's always 1 or 2 players, that go kind of undefeated through phase 1, maybe into early phase 2, but just a lot of classical 701s, 701s, 710s, all that. And these are very respectable records, especially when you consider the metagame itself kind of having a big upset for this tournament and for the number of players that are here overall. And if you want to keep up with this action, folks, make sure you're tuning in tomorrow. But this is our schedule for the regionals, right? This is all of the events we've had so far. I remember when this graphic was filled in, and it's slowly grayed out as we go from city to city, regional to regional. We've got Orlando coming up next, though.
Yeah, just a couple more regionals and then NAIC into Worlds? That's not that much left.
Yeah, we get to switch over. We have that rotation as well coming up right after Orlando. So see some updates, some old favorites fading away, and maybe some bright new stars shining with some decks that you weren't always expecting to see starting to come into the fringe there. We'll get to see a lot of interesting decks in the next few months.
Right, and that's important for post-rotation, and even for here in Houston, we've got some decks, again, with Poképad coming into the scene, with Zekrom coming into the scene, a lot of decks that needed just that little extra push and consistency and power are rising to the top, so make sure you tune in tomorrow. Catch the start of the stream. We've got the times down at the bottom, multiple time zones. Make sure you pick the one that's right for you. Set your alarms now. That's what I always do. Set your alarm early when you remember to do it and not before you go to sleep. And do not forget, because I will be very disappointed in you if you aren't here for the start of the stream. And one final note as well, for a lot of people, we're getting excited about Pokemon. We've got NAIC coming up, and a couple hotels have sort of partnered with this big event. It's really huge for New Orleans and NAIC. It's a big event. So check out this QR code, get in on this special hotel deal. If you still haven't booked your room, you can get a really nice rate for yourself, and join us for some massive Pokemon action for the final IC before the World Championship. So that's going to be it from me. That's a lot of just stuff off my checklist. Any final thoughts from you, gentlemen?
I need to book my hotel.
Yeah, it's just to speak on that. It's been a great partnership, and going down into New Orleans, playing there, and alongside us casting there as well. It's just it's such a unique city, and a really great time that we had there. A lot of good memories, and I'm sure you guys would love to join us as well. So make sure to use that code and come find us.
Yeah, and make sure you follow the broadcast too. Even if you are able to tune in, if you can't show up in person, tune into the broadcasts and give us a follow wherever you're watching. Pokemon.com/broadcast is that major hub. It's going to be big, and you can jump from stream to stream. It's always so hyped, not just for TCG, but for VG and Go. And in the case of NAIC, maybe some Unite action as well. But TCG is what you're really here for, and gameplay is what you're really here for. We're going to have more for that for you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the Houston Regional.
Then it's going to get crazy. And there is a big board-wiping knockout.
Finding the last boss's orders in the deck, and Lucas Singh. That is really going to set the stage.
Brings up that ends Zoroark EX, and just like that, Night Joker copying Rampage Thunder